is Chris Wright, and our match referee Michael Ragonaut, the local agri scientist. So with me, like I said, Anil Lakan to start things off, and the Guyana openers, Jason Ryan Chandapal and Anthony Bramble, getting ready to make their way into the middle. Anil, first of all, we have good weather, and it is a big clash here today.
It's indeed a big clash, John Ramsing, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would want to try and get back to winning ways.
Yeah, so the Guyana side today unchanged from that last game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. They have an enforced change today. Tell us about that change.
Okay, so Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they've made a change. Jed Gooley's out, Anderson Phillip, so they're playing three seamers, John, and three spinners.
Right, so that Trinidad Tobago Red Force side, Darren Bravo, Sunil Narine, Jason Mohammed, Shannon Gabriel, Akil Hussain, Nicholas Puran, Yannick Carrier, Hijon Utley, Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals, Joshua De Silva, while the Harpy Eagles, Leon Johnson, captain, Veerasamy Parmal, vice captain, Tej Narine, Chandapal, Gorakesh Moti, Shimron Hetmaya, Anthony Bramble, Tevin Imlak, Sherfin Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, Clinton Pestano, and Kevin Sinclair. That's a unchanged side for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They will looking to have a change of fortunes, however, because they lost the high-scoring game at the Queen's Park Oval, the day match against the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but they're coming up against a very good Red Force side, the defending champions as well.
Yeah, so the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they unchanged, as you said, John Ramsing, and they would hope that they could post a formidable total here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Having looked at the surface, John, it seems to be a batting paradise. One will have to just wait and see how that pans out, and I'm sure both Chandapal and Bramble, they will want to give the Guyana Harpy Eagles a formidable start so that the middle and lower order could take advantage of great batting conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Tej Narine Chandapal will take first strike. He's going to be receiving from Jaden Seals. And you mentioned a good batting track that is in front of us. I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles should be very much mindful of what happened to them at the Queen's Park Oval. They were set a target of 297, just could not get there. But different prospects here today. They should be looking to get at least 300 on the board.
Well, I think it's a 275 pitch, John Ramsing. So anything above that, I believe, is going to be very challenging indeed.
So the first ball is nicely played off the hips by Chandapal. He gets off the mark, and the Harpy Eagles, they're off and flying, not necessarily running. The Eagles are flying. So Chandapal, 48 in the first game, and got out of very good catch. Ryan John was diving away at backward point and snapped him out of the air when he was in full flight. This young man set to make his test debut in the next test match. West Indies will be taking on Australia down under, and his confidence is very high. So Nicholas Puran, the captain, at first slip, just one slip in play. Seals again. Nice lifting delivery, handles it very well, Chandapal. You can see a different look in Chandapal, perhaps since the year has started.
Well, Narine has definitely come on by leaps and bounds, John. And if you look at the manner in which he played that delivery, he was very balanced indeed. Rocked onto the back foot, looked at that ball until it got under his eyes, and just played it out to third man. So he's showing that he's got loads of time to play these deliveries here, John.
So it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, and the right-handed batsman, the wicket-keeper batsman for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Anthony Bramble, who made 18 in the first match, is about to take strike. Quite a pugnacious batsman, and he scored 100 just before coming to this Super 50 back home in Guyana in the domestic tournament. So he's also in some form, but in a different capacity, opening the batting this time. There's no Chandapal Hemraj, the familiar opening partner in this format, and it's going to be a different looking unit. The Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to have a change of fortunes. Nicely handled. The last time these two teams met was the final of the 2021 edition of the Super 50 in Antigua, and we all knew what happened then. The Harpy Eagles came second. But
so I'm sure the Guyana Harpy Eagles, John, they would want to go one step forward, one step further, if I may say so, by taking that coveted prize of being winners of the 2022 edition of the CG 50 over tournament.
Yeah, chasing 297 to win 2 days ago. They got to 268. So not a bad effort. Bramble it goes in the air and he's going to get off the mark. Perhaps get to the first boundary of the day. He's going to slow up just in front of the ropes at cover. But he's going to come back and get 2 runs. He's off the mark. He is also opting on the count with a double.
So Bramble just taking the aerial route, getting that ball over that extra cover region. A pitch up delivery from Jadon Seals just allowed him to loft that ball over extra cover. It was going out to the extra cover boundary, but excellent work from Kean Otley, holding it in and getting it back. So Guyana up and running, their fight without loss. Chanapur looks really solid on 3, and Bramble opening an account with that lofted off drive.
Just want to tucked away from Bramble, and the Burbishan will get a single. But this is really fantastic weather for cricket. I understand it's been a lot of rain recently in Trinidad and Tobago. Actually coming in on the plain, you can see the greenery. It means that it's not so parched, it's not so dry. And you can see that the Briar Cricket Academy a little bit patchy than what we are accustomed seeing. I'm not sure what's the reason for it being so patchy despite the weather. I suspect though that during the CPL there were some markings on the ground that the grass there probably died.
And also, John, to add to what you just said, because of the amount of rain, the square has been covered for an extended period of time because the rain just, comes on from nowhere.
Yeah. So that's the end of the first over. The Harpy Eagles sent in by the Red Force. They're 7 without loss.
So a very steady start from both Chanapur and Bramble in the first over here. Jadon Seals just trying to find his rhythm here at the Briar Cricket Academy, just bowling within himself. So both these openers, they will want to cash in, John, in terms of what they get in the batting power play. The first 10 overs of this game could really set it up for the middle and lower order.
Yep, and it's going to be Shannon Gabriel who's going to pick up the attack. He's going to be bowling with the second new ball, because remember 2 new balls are being used in 50 overs cricket, and Shannon Gabriel will be running from the northern end of the ground. We're operating from that end, the media center end. He's going to be bowling to Narine Chandapal. Slip and a gully and play for the fast bowler. And that was a very wide delivery. Umpire Chris Taylor allows it. So Shannon Gabriel, we've got to see him back at regional cricket.
It's extremely grateful to see the likes of Shannon Gabriel back on the park here at the Briar Cricket Academy, John. He has struggled a bit in the past with a couple of injuries, but having looked at Shannon, this year he's really putting the hard miles in terms of regaining, up to full fitness. And every time you look at Shannon Bull, he's just getting better and better and better. So it's exciting times, not only for Trinidad and Tobago, John, but also for West Indies cricket to see how fit Shannon Gabriel really running in, and hurling some thunderbolts at the batters.
Sent down 5 overs in the last game against the CCC right here at the Briar Cricket Academy. Picked up 1 wicket for 18 runs. So Gabriel, lots expected of him. But Nicholas Pooran, the man in your picture now, always the spotlight is on him. He is captain, he's a star player for the home side, and with added responsibilities on his shoulders, he'll want to really come good. Nice straight testing delivery, forcing the batsman to play. Good bowling from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, so I'm sure the think tank of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, John, they would have worked out where Narine Chandapur, his strengths and weaknesses, and it seems to me from the word go, they're going to be bowling wicket to wicket to him. They're not going to give him any opportunities to extend his arms.
Fresh off that 7 wickets victory over the CCC, the defending champions, they have extended their winning streak in Super 50 to 8. They played in 2021 and they won all 7 of their games there, and the first game of this season, so they have 8 on the trot. So they're looking to extend that. Harpy Eagles will looking to snap that winning streak. That's a good lifting and testing delivery just outside the off stump. And we see Shannon Gabriel making this new ball do the works for him.
Well, this new ball, John, Trinidad and Tobago will want a red force. They will want to make some very early inroads into the Guyana Eagles batting lineup. And I'll tell you why. When you look at that Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup, there's a galaxy of young, exciting batters in that batting lineup. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they will want to try and make some early inroads where the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting unit is concerned.
Jason Mohammed, who helped the Red Force to that title in 2021, the leading run scorer in that tournament. Short ball pulled away, but not in total control. Once again, good bowling from Shannon Gabriel, testing Chandler Paul with that short ball, and he gets a leg by.
Yeah, Chandler Paul, John, in all honesty, he didn't look in control at all.
Yeah, and the umpire now calling out for the physio because he was taken on the helmet, and it's usual protocol now after a batter is hit on the helmet for the physio to come out and have that. See, you can see hit it right in the front of the helmet there. It's protocol for that concussion that has been around recently.
And I tell you what, John, I'm very happy that that protocol is in place, because it could really help in terms of assessing where the batters are in terms of the impact of that of the blow. Sometimes, it might just be worth the while for the batter to come out, get some attention, and possibly restart at a later time. Sorry.
Yeah, so they're having a look at that helmet, and Chandler Paul taking a drink of water as well, and the physio holder is attending to him. So they ask you a couple of questions, ask you where you are, and what match you're playing, and what day of the week it is. A couple of questions there, just to ensure that your mental faculties are in place still.
And also they ask exactly where are you playing, what venue are you playing as well.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, John, that was a very, very quick delivery from Shannon Gabriel. I thought he was through Chandler Paul even before he had the opportunity to play that pull shot.
Yeah, the physio seems to be happy. Angelica Holder, and she's off, but with a change of strike as well. So Anthony Bramble will take strike to Shannon Gabriel for the first time.
So Shannon Gabriel operating with a slip, a gully, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg.
Yeah, that gully is in place because of the extra bounce Gabriel is getting. The two fielders are out at the moment, a third man and fine leg, because we're into this first power play, the first phase of this 50 overs game. Very strong run up, and takes Bramble high on the body.
So Shannon Gabriel getting that ball, John, to shape back into the right-hander just from outside the line of the off stump. And I tell you what, he's getting some disconcerting bonks as well. So both Bramble and him and Chandler Paul, they will want to try and assess the conditions in terms of the pace of the wicket.
And that's just a single from that opening over from Shannon Gabriel.
So very impressive indeed from Shannon Gabriel, really running in and hitting the deck really hard and kissing the surface, especially with the last delivery, that cannon into the pans of Bramble.
So the Windward Islands Volcanoes are in action again against CCC at the Queen's Park Oval, and they're getting a second consecutive century from a young man, Alec Atenes. 140 today.
Well, I'll just cut you across there, John Ram, saying it's Ali Atene's third century, having scored 120 against Trinidad and Tobago in a practice game here prior to the start of the tournament.
Well, that's the undocumented century that I don't know of. That's good for the young man, however. Steele starts a new over. Yeah, so because of his magnificent knock again today, 140, the Volcanoes, they got 300 exactly from their 50 overs for the loss of 4 wickets, and the CCC in reply in over number 16, they're 80 for the loss of 2.
So the CCC with loads of exciting young talent, but one of the challenges for the CCC team would be when they're coming up against the formidable opposition like the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands, and all the other territories. They will want to make a statement as well, John.
Yep. Seals Right arm fast bowler as well.
So Trinidad and Tobago, they've got the likes of Kirsten Kalicharan as part of that CCC unit. There's also Navin Bideshi,
Captain Dinesh Ramdin.
Captain Dinesh Ramdin, and we all know what a quality leader Dinesh Ramdin is, and it's exciting to see someone of Dinesh taking up the responsibility, John, to navigate these youngsters through their budding cricketing careers.
Yeah, I think that is an excellent move by the authorities to have someone with the experience and with that level of cricketing knowledge, take on that responsibility indeed. Here is Chanderpaul getting a delivery. Just outside his off stump and punches it, but it's nice feeling from Carrier.
But we are not seeing, John, much shape from the bowlers just yet.
Yeah, early days yet with that new ball, is trying to get in the right corridor, so trying to have more pace rather than the movement. But there's also some clouds building up, so maybe the seamers might be able to have some atmospheric help.
Well, I think one of the concerns in the early part of this tournament, John, has been that the ball has not been, the ball is not staying hard for very long.
Short ball and pulled away nicely by Chanderpaul, and he's going to get some runs, get a boundary, the first boundary of the day, and that's a very good pull shot, pulling it in front of him and all along the ground.
So excellent execution of the pull shot from Narine Chanderpaul there. That ball was just sitting up from Jadon Seals. There was no pace and carry on it, but all kudos to a young Chanderpaul. He got into position and played it expertly through that backward square position, and it goes into the boundary for 4 runs. So Narine, that boundary will do him a world of good here, John Ramsey.
Yeah. The last game, Seals bowled 4 overs, 3 of which were maidens. Picked up 2 wickets for just a single. Here he is, already roughed up. That's a good delivery, good comeback from the speedster.
So Jadon Seals, John, I don't know if you would be aware, but he had an injury during the CPL, and he's just regaining that kind of fitness that is required. So he's not really bowling flat out at the moment. I would say he's more bowling within himself rather than really trying to be expressed at this stage.
Looks good. Doing a containing job in the last game. It's usually difficult to come back from injury and to hit your straps immediately. Nice full delivery and driven beautifully back past the field at mid-off, who was diving away and just couldn't go to the boundary to retrieve. Bravo. And that's another boundary in the over, and Chanderpaul goes up to 13 at the end of 3, 16 without loss.
So glorious drive from Chanderpaul through that excellent off drive from Chanderpaul, just leaning onto that ball and getting it past the diving Darren Bravo at mid-off, and it goes into the boundary for another 4. So exciting times here for Chanderpaul. He's really looking the part here, John Ramsey.
Yeah, we must let our listeners and viewers know that it's not Shiv Narine Chanderpaul, because he looks so much like his dad playing that drive through mid-off. It is Narine Chanderpaul, the son, the 26-year-old. And he's looking extremely good in this year's tournament. 48. Many felt he should have gone on, but that's cricket. He has another opportunity here today. It's another start for him. Gabriel will continue. Getting a little bit cooler here now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with some clouds hovering overhead. Down the leg side, and that's the first extra in terms of wide of the day.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel just looking to arc that ball into the pads there between middle and leg there, going for that full pitch delivery, but missing his line on this occasion, and it results in a wide.
So when the Trinidad Tobago Red Force won the tournament last year, they were captained by Pollard, who's not in this year's tournament. Landell Simmons was part of that squad as well. Ravi Rampal. Evan Lewis. Where's Evan Lewis? Haven't seen him.
Well, Evan Lewis is just coming back from injury as well, so he's on his way. Sooner or later, he will be back playing for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force.
This one is nudged away by the right-handed Bramble. So Evan Lewis perhaps picked up that injury on his way from Australia to the Caribbean, because he played in Australia.
Well, I'm not privy to that information, John, but I'm told that...
That's above your pay grade.
Yeah.
Yeah. So those guys that came back from Australia, as West Indies were booted in the first round of that T20 World Cup that is ongoing.
Yeah, very, very, very disappointing indeed, John Ramsing, that the West Indies weren't able to get through those qualifiers and make it into the Super 12. But it happens sometimes.
Once again, Chanderpaul driving confidently. This time, cannot beat the fielder at mid-off.
So as we discussed earlier, John, we are seeing that the pitch, the batters are able, even during the early stages of this innings, they are able to hit through the line of the delivery. And it just says to me, John, that the surface is really good for batting.
Yeah, they're trusting the bounce so far, Chanderpaul and Bramble. This pair bat very well together. In 4-day cricket, they've been at the crease a lot of times, rescuing the Guyana side, putting on some huge partnerships. So I'm not surprised to see that they're again hunting in pairs at the top of the order, this time for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. T.S. Chanderpaul has been out of the list A side since 2019, but after this year he has turned around the corner and has changed his style.
What would you lament in terms of what made that transformation for Chanderpaul?
I will give you a story. It started this year as Gabriel bowls. That was another testing delivery just outside the off stump, tempting Chanderpaul, but he's not going to be lured into that cover drive. The slip and a gully waiting. 2 matches in the regional 4-day tournament earlier this year, right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Chanderpaul did not look the part. There was a long break between rounds 2 and 3, and the Guyana side were back home. They were preparing for rounds 3, 4 and 5 with some practice matches. It was said that Chanderpaul will not be taking up his opening position when the tournament resumes. He was going to be left out of the starting 11. And there was a match at Providence. It's a no ball, and this one is played nicely through the covers as well, down towards extra cover and into the boundary. So Chanderpaul getting another boundary that was too wide from Shannon Gabriel and also overstepping.
Yeah, so a cardinal sin by Shannon Gabriel. They're overstepping and giving away that extra, but more importantly, it gives Chanderpaul the opportunity to express himself as well with that free hit. But not taking anything away from young Chanderpaul there. He stood up, punched that ball through that extra cover region, and what a glorious sight it is, John Ramsing, to see that ball travelling through extra cover and going into the boundary.
Chris Taylor, the umpire from Jamaica, has signalled the free hit as well. So Chanderpaul will be receiving from Shannon Gabriel.
So of course there wasn't a rotation of the strike, so the field has to remain as is, John.
So Chanderpaul will be looking to maximise with this free hit. Here he goes through the onside, playing with a lot of bottom hand this time. He will get the boundary. The ball goes over the ropes now at mid-wicket. Nice shot.
Excellent shot from Chanderpaul, getting that bottom hand in and hitting through that delivery, through that mid-on position for another boundary. So Chanderpaul really looking the part here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, and kudos to the groundsmen here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy as well, John, for what we have seen at this stage of the innings. You know, the strip is really ideal for run scoring. Yeah,
Harish Raghunath and his team have been doing excellent work here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Yes, so after Chanderpaul, I was told that he may not feature in the next first class match. He was playing in the last warm-up game before the squad would leave Guyana, and he cracked a magnificent 100 there in Guyana. Came to play the first, on the resumption against Barbados. In the first innings, batted throughout the innings for 140, not out, carried his bat. This time he pulls and pulls well. Another boundary for Narine Chanderpaul, the third in the over, and that's a very productive over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, coming to an end. 4 gone, 26 without loss.
Excellent batting from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Chanderpaul, Tatum and Chanderpaul taking advantage of any deliveries that are offline. And again, it's testimony to the quality of the surface in terms it's really ideal for batting anything that's offline, whether it's full or back of a length. You're seeing that the ball is just sitting up and asking to be put away, John Ramsing.
Good start for the Harpy Eagles that want to continue in that form. 30 after 4. Yeah, so Chanderpaul, like I said, came to Trinidad Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval, cracked 140, batted a long time, batted throughout the innings for 140 not out. And then in the second innings, Guyana, Harpy Eagles were chasing a dicey total, and they lost a couple of wickets trying to get to that target. And with a few balls remaining before the game would have been called off, there comes Chanderpaul and changed his entire game around. Instead of being defensive and just hanging it around, he actually blasted the ball for a quick fire 23 that took Guyana to maximum points. Start of over number 5. This is Bramble looking to take on the new bowler in Anderson Phillip. Phillip replacing Jaden Seals. And then the next game at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex for Chanderpaul against Jamaica, he made 184. Another big knock for him. And then Bangladesh came. He was selected for that tour of against the Bangladesh A side. Got 49, 109 in the first class matches. And then, because the West Indies Cricket Board had a set team of players in that series in St. Lucia it was, he also played some list A matches and got some useful totals. So, what turned his game around? I think that maybe a fear of being left out, or maybe that embarrassment of being dumped from the regional side. And since then, he has been
I tell you something, John. That's it's a really intriguing story that you just shared with us. And for those youngsters listening on, I think the way to go is never give up. Keep backing yourself, keep backing your talent, and trust the process as well, John, in terms of how you prepare, because you're just one knock away from something special.
And here he is now, selected, and he's going to go down under, set to open the batting with Craig Bradford, the captain of the Test side.
And just getting back to that 23 that he scored, that important 23 to take the Guyana Harpy Eagles over the line at the Queen's Park Oval, John, is consistent in terms of the manner in which his dad, was able to transform his game as well. He was able to change gears when he wanted to.
Yeah, lots of persons took to social media to bring back a clip of Chanderpaul, the senior Chanderpaul, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, taking on Chaminda Vaas at the Queen's Park Oval to take the West Indies over the rope when they were up against it. And pretty much a similar shot Narine played to get Guyana the victory at the Queen's Park Oval. Half-hearted appeal for a leg before. So Anderson Phillip into the attack, replacing Seals.
So Anderson Phillip, he's also in that touring party to Australia as well, John Ramsing. And he would be looking forward to a fruitful CG50 over tournament before he departs to go down under. So I'm sure he will want to continue his rich vein of form in terms of his bowling form, and make an early statement by trying to put Trinidad and Tobago on a pedestal that they have started from last year into the CS tournament, John, so that they could continue their winning ways as well.
So did not feature in the first match. This is his first game, Anderson Phillip. And this one is clipped to it nicely by Anthony Bramble. The ball that was pitched up. He's going to run close to the boundary, but will not get to the boundary as Carrier comes around to his left.
So Anderson Phillip going wide of the crease there, trying to get that in swinger working there, but just hovering that leg stump line, and Anthony Bramble just uses his wrist there and flick that ball through that vacant area into that deep mid-wicket region, and he gets a double. So that takes the score to 32 without loss. It's 4.5 overs in the power play. And
we're seeing some drizzles here now at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So the weather's changing very quickly. This one's clipped away nicely. This time he'll get the boundary, Bramble. That was very badly lined from Anderson Phillip, and he's punished.
Yeah, a gift from Anderson Phillip, a leg stump half volley there presented to Anthony Bramble. And here we see the rain has made its way here to the Brown Cricket Academy. Not good signs at this time, but let's hope, John Ramsing, that it doesn't really, take us away from any live action. The players are still out there. The umpires are having a look, but I'm sure the groundsmen,
We haven't
those
seen
guys,
the ground staff actually, so that gives an indication that we should not be too worried.
yeah. So that's good signs that there will not be a stoppage at this stage, and we'll continue to see some really exciting cricket here at the Brown Cricket Academy.
In the meantime, the first over from Anderson Phillip has ended. 6 runs conceded. Just like Jaden Seals, the opening bowler from the northern end is out of the attack, and we'll be seeing Akhil Hussain to spin for the very first time here at the Brown Cricket Academy. Left-arm spin in the form of Akhil Hussain. Is that a good move?
I think it's an excellent move, John Ramsing, for Nicholas Pruan, the captain of the Trinidad Tobago Red Forces, to bring in his spinner as early as into the 6th over. As we all know, Akhil Hussain has been opening the bowling in white ball cricket for the West Indies, so it doesn't surprise me one bit that Akhil Hussain is being introduced as early as the 6th over. And here we see that left arm orthodox delivery spinning past the leg stump there. So early indicators that there is spin on offer here at the Brown Cricket Academy.
Picked up 4 for 38 from 8.5 overs in the last match against the CCC. Akhil Hussain started with a new ball. This time he has to use a ball that is slightly older. Just 2 overs from Shannon Gabriel sent down, so it's a ball that is now into its 3rd over of usage.
So Akhil Hussain making that adjustment immediately to Chanderpaul.
And Chanderpaul will also have to make the adjustment because Akhil Hussain, you got to be very watchful. He is cunning. He has the arm ball, he has the ball that goes your way as well, and of course he has the quicker ball that is extremely quick. Yes, will have to be watchful. And that drizzle we saw earlier, it's sort of like disappearing. It's still hanging around a little bit. Not seeing the big dark cloud that we saw moments ago. So that's a good sign here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's a beautiful delivery, well flighted. That's outside the off stump.
And just as you were saying, John Ramsing, that's the delivery, the arm ball that just pitches and goes away from the outside end of the of Chanderpaul's bat. So excellent variation immediately coming to play here.
Hussain in his first over. There's Chanderpaul, very watchful indeed. He has a start here again. Chanderpaul, 25 runs already. Along with Bramble, they're laying a foundation for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So you don't want to give a start away. And have a new batter coming to start. You're already in, stay in.
And that's a very impressive over from Akhil Hussain. The first maiden of the innings, John Ramsey. What do you make of that first over from Akhil Hussain?
But he started with a wide. Yeah, but other than that, he came back nicely. That's a very impressive over from Akhil Hussain, champion left-arm spinner. So we expect that he will be able to do this type of job for his side, kind of like prevent the free scoring that we saw earlier when the seamers were operating, and with that can build pressure. And he can also we can take him bowler.
With the Guyana Harpy Eagles having 2 left-arm orthodox spinners in their ranks as well, we know of both Pramod and Guradish Murthy. I'm sure they would be licking their lips what they have seen from that first delivery from Akhil Hussain as well.
Yes, most definitely. And I saw both of the left-arm spinners that you were speaking of. When they came here, they were warming up and they're looking at that track closely. Both of them, they enjoy bowling here.
Yeah, as we have grown accustomed to here at the Brown Cricket Academy, John Ramsing, the Brown Cricket Academy does provide a bit of spin for the spinners.
Here's Phillip with that nice straight approach of his and starts a new over. Bramble handles it well. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles in that last game when they got 268. We saw Shimron Hetmeyer just getting 12. He's slated to come next. Leon Johnson, the captain, 22. Tevin Imlach got a start, the West Indies A team wicketkeeper, 36. Sherfin Rutherford, who's back at this level again, he got 28. And Kevin Sinclair, 33. Gurikesh Moti, 31. And Sami Pamal, 28. This time he goes down the ground to the fast bowler, hits it in the air, and there's a fielder running back, and it will fall in front of him. And they'll come back for the second, but had to be very quick in getting back for that second. Chandapal, perhaps he was ball watching.
I definitely think that he's ball watching there, because had that throw been a bit more accurate, Chandapal could have been in a lot of trouble there. But looking at the manner in which Bramble executed there, it was stand up and deliver stuff there, John Ramsey.
Yeah, just one step down the track and got to Phillips on the full. And Nicholas Pooran at mid-off was running back, but just fell in front of him. So it was sometimes a little bit challenging. I cannot say difficult, because these guys practice for that, to take a running catch over the shoulder. This one is pulled away with control, with disdain, in front of square, and that would be another boundary to Anthony Bramble. And the powerful Curverton man gets another 4. And the Harpy Eagles, they're soaring here in over number 7.
So Anderson Phillip here not getting his line and length right here at this stage. Just being a bit too short. And Bramble was able to take full toll of that delivery and gaining a boundary. But more importantly, it takes the Guyana Harpy Eagles to 43 without loss. And we only into the 7th over of this contest.
So Bramble, once it's in the hitting zone, he will have a go. There he is again, looking to pull. Half-hearted appeal again from Anderson Phillip. That ball perhaps doing a little bit too much.
It definitely doing a bit too much. That ball was swinging into Bramble. But more importantly for me, Bramble there was beaten for pace.
Yeah.
That ball was through him even before he was able to pivot and try and play that pull shot. So we are seeing here that Anderson Phillip changing up his pace a bit here, bowling some quicker deliveries, but I think he might be just well advised to keep working outside the line of that corridor, John Ramsey.
So here he is again, looking for the breakthrough for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Nice delivery just outside the off stump and just holding the shot, delaying it a little bit. Bramble beats the field at very short extra cover, and the field at mid-off cleans up. So Bramble was winding up for another big one. Did not get to the pitch, but he just delayed the shot a little bit.
And again, it's testimony how good this track is here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Even though you're almost through the shot, you still have that time where you can make that subtle adjustment and change your shot.
So the Harpy Eagles are asked to bat first.
So Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss here for the second time here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And with the weather being unpredictable, you would expect that any one of these teams who had won the toss, they, in my opinion, would have asked the opposition to bat.
Well, I got the impression from Leon Johnson at the toss that he wanted to bat first anyways. That last game at the Queen's Park Oval, they were chasing, just could not overhaul the target that they were set. End of Anderson Phillips' second over, 2 overs, none for 13. At the end of 7, the Harpy Eagles 45 without loss.
So very steady start from the Guyana Harpy Eagles here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Both Chandapal and Bramble, they have looked very assured of how they're going to take on this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowling attack. But I'm sure that skipper Nicholas Pooran, he will be chopping and changing his bowling as he sees fit, John, as well.
Yeah, there's Sunil Narine, Yana Carrier in his artillery, still to be used. Narine in his last game, 2 for 21 from 8, and Carrier 1 for 35 from also 8 overs. So we haven't seen them just yet. I guess Pooran is waiting for that ball to get a little bit more old. But those balls, playing with 2 balls, one at each end.
So skipper Pooran is still insisting that he's got to keep that slip in himself with the ball spinning.
This one is in the air, deliberately played over mid-off, and the first maximum of the day is off the bat of Anthony Bramble.
Well, Anthony Bramble, what a beauty of a shot there. Akil Hussein was just hanging up that ball into the air. He rocked into the back foot and lofted that ball over that long off position. And that's a very impressive shot indeed, John Ramsing.
Effortless. Looked so good, Anthony Bramble. The timing was superb. And of course, with the fielders in because of the power play, there was no danger once it passed the inner ring, and he got the maximum.
But I think what was most impressive as well, his balance in when executing that shot as well, John Ramsing.
This time he goes through the onside. Bramble, slug sweep, but will not get the boundary. So Akil Hussein, they do not want Akil Hussein to settle on a good liner length, especially Anthony Bramble, because Chanderpaul was very watchful in the last over. So perhaps the message here now is for Bramble to take most of the Akil Hussein and try to score as many as possible from him.
Yeah, there is a definite plan for the right-hander to try and offset Akil Hussein as much as possible. But I'm sure Akil Hussein will be very aware of what the tactics are.
This one is swept to it nicely by Anthony Bramble, and it will go into the boundary at deep backward square. One bounce, and there Christopher Taylor is. Perhaps his hand is getting a bit tired now, Christopher Taylor. So the 50 has been brought up in this over, and the Harpy Eagles, they're soaring right now, 57 without loss.
So very impressive start, both from Narine Chanderpaul and Anthony Bramble, taking apart the bowling at this stage of the innings here. Akil Hussein just going for a couple of boundaries here in this over. And we know the kind of bowler that Akil Hussein is. He will try his endeavour best to come back very, very strong.
Just a sprinkling of spectators here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And these two teams tend to give you a whole lot of excitement. And no ball sent down from Akil Hussein this time. So he is definitely being roughed up and displaced just a little bit.
Yeah, possibly just a bit ruffled by what transpired in the early part of this over.
So the free hit coming up, and the two deep fielders are long off and a deep mid-wicket. So let's see what Bramble will do with this free hit. Looking to go through the onside and missed it. A little bit of pace on from Akil Hussein.
So excellent comeback from Akil Hussein here, defending that free hit, ensuring that Anthony Bramble did not cash in at all with that free hit, John Ramsing.
So this is a nice contest. The opening overs of this big match. Defending champions TNT Red Force against the Harpy Eagles, who lost their first game. This time he gets good connection and will go over mid-wicket, one bounce for yet another boundary. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, both of their batsmen, the openers, are dealing in boundaries. Bramble, with that boundary, goes to 33 from 22 deliveries. Chanderpaul is on 24 from 27.
So Anthony Bramble has changed gears here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's really motoring along here at the Brian Lara Cricket. And as you said, John, earlier, he's dealing in boundaries. He seems to have gotten the pace of this pitch, and anything that's offline, he's going to take full toll of those deliveries. 17
runs off the over already. One delivery still to go from Akil Hussein in his second over. He's under some pressure, the left arm spinner. Puran maintains that slip. He himself is in that first slip position. Goes over the head of the bowler, but will not get to the boundary because the fielder at mid-on. Bravo runs around to his left and collects. So a single to end the 8 over. 62 and 163 without loss, 8 gone.
Yeah, so excellent opening partnership thus far from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Both Anthony Bramble and Narine Chanderpaul, they're going at more than a run a ball, and that's really healthy in terms of the scoring pattern that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, they got 44 when they last played against the Volcanoes at the Queen's Park Oval for that opening partnership. This time already 63, so a much better start. We see a team meeting now being summoned by Nicholas Pura and his entire squad is there. They're having a discussion, no doubt, trying to see how they can break this partnership.
Of course, they will want to make some immediate inroads, and they will want to at least dismiss one of these openers or both of these if they have the opportunity. But just going back to the last delivery of that over, I felt it was unnecessary for Anthony Bramble to be taking that chance in terms of trying to force that ball over the top. having gotten 17 runs from that over, Ramsing, your thoughts on that?
Well, he's riding high on his emotions and felt that he missed out on the previous delivery, the free hit, and wanted to make up because he had seen what Akil Hussain is offering, and that's why he backed himself to clear the infield and go for that boundary. And like I said, that's the type of shots we'll see from Anthony Bramble. Once it's in the zone, he's going to have a go.
Yeah, he seems to be that kind of fearless player, John Ramsing. Once you're within his arc, he's gonna trust his ability to execute.
He's very familiar with conditions here in Trinidad Tobago, where he played a lot of cricket for Clark Road in the Guyana off-season. So Philip starts a new over, and this one is guided down to that short third position, where Akil Hussain was hanging back, waiting for that one, but it fell short of him. Good pace from Phillips.
Yeah, excellent piece from Philip there, but Anthony Bramble playing really well either side of that third man fielder, and that would have gone into the boundary as well. He just waited and played that ball under his eyes and guided that ball to that short third man position, looking to find that gap between third man and that backward point position.
Down the track he goes, and this one, he hits it over mid-wicket. One bounce again, not quite clearing the boundaries, but he got 4, and this man is on a mission.
He's definitely on a mission. I'm sure he's trying to make a statement as well that he does have the ability to play at this level and be destructive as well, John Ramsing.
Quickly on to 38 from 25 deliveries, Anthony Bramble.
So what he has done, what Anthony Bramble has done really well here is taken the responsibility somewhat from Tej and Chanderpaul in terms that Tej could continue to bat the way he is. But Bramble, he is definitely taken the opportunity to go hard during this batting power play, where only 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, this is over number 9 of that power play. So Bramble settles. Good slower bouncer from Anderson Phillip. So you can see Phillip using all of his experience here to get that ball spot on. Well bowled.
Yeah, extremely well bowled, using all his guile and his experience and his skill there to defeat Anthony Bramble there. Bramble was looking to possibly play that uppercut there over the keeper head, but he was beaten all ends up. He was through the shot even before the ball got to him.
Yeah, Bramble has been playing at this level since 2010. The 31-year-old from Berbice, Corriverton in Guyana. So he has lots of experience. Highest score of 69, just 2 half centuries. That might be the disappointing aspect of his list A career. But now getting an opportunity as an opener all of his career, batting in the middle, in the usual wicketkeeper spot.
So are you saying to me, John Ram, saying that Anthony Bramble, he likes to start at the top of the innings, he likes getting a start against the seamers, or he struggles against batting in the middle overs?
Well, we have seen that he has improved in his batting over the years, and that's why he's perhaps given a promotion. Whenever he gets the opportunity in the regional 4-day tournaments, we've seen him scoring big hundreds. So now given the opportunity to open, it's not only responsibility, but it's also opportunities for him to bat longer and get bigger scores. And we've seen he has a good start here already. He's playing his usual aggressive style, but it's calculated risk so far.
Well, of course, calculated risk. And whenever the ball is within his arc, he's executed to perfection. I mean, taking nothing away from Tej Chanderpaul, he has been equally impressive as well with his drives and his pulls as well. So they have assessed the conditions really well here, and they're taking full toll. It's a pitch that there's no margin for error whatsoever here at the Brahma Cricket Academy, John.
And that's why I said at the start of this game, the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting first. They must be looking for at least 300. Here's Philip towards the end of another over, and Chanderpaul gets a single down towards backward point quite easily. So Philip, 3 overs for him, and conceding 19 runs, and at the end of 9, 6-9 without loss.
So excellent start from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They, the coaches and the think tank of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would be very, very pleased indeed, John Ramsing, with this excellent start that both Tej and Chanderpaul and Anthony Bramble, has put on thus far.
Yeah, both of these openers so far 5 fours in their innings. Bramble going with a maximum to go with that as well. So not only they're getting the singles, they're also getting the boundaries at will.
Well, what we have seen from Anthony Bramble, he has been the enforcer at the top of the innings here. So the likes of Tejana and Chanderpaul, he's possibly got the responsibility to bat as deep as possible and allow all the likes of the Hittemeyers and Captain, all the other batters to follow, so they could play, their role as well in terms of batting freely.
Yeah, and one man that is usually standing between the Guyana Harpy Eagles getting big targets and being bowled out early is Narine, and he's now into the attack. And he's going to be coming from the northern end, the media center end here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Starts on target to Chanderpaul. This man is an extremely good. I don't think we have adjectives to describe Narine.
I would just say it simply, John. He's a genius. That's what he does.
Correct. I will all take that. The genius Narine is into the attack. Just 2 wickets for him in the last game, but I'm sure the batters for the CCC side were very watchful. I did not see that game, but I'm sure he caused a lot of headaches for the CCC batters.
There was one delivery in particular that he bowled to the right-hander that basically cut him in half and hit the leg stump from outside the line of the off stump.
Wow. Usually bold. You just mentioned the genius he is, and he gets the breakthrough immediately. Bowling Chanderpaul through the gates, middle stump knockback. How did that ball pass? We would never know. And I'm sure Tejana and Chanderpaul do not know either.
Well, looking at it again in the replay here, John Ramsing.
Oh.
It's that ball that angles back. It's called the knuckle ball that defeated Chanderpaul all inside. And I tell you what, John Ramsing, Tej possibly was just looking for that ball to shape away from him, the classical off-spinner's delivery. But that ball went the other way, beaten all ends up. And that brought to the end a very impressive innings from Tejana and Chanderpaul. Unfortunately, he's got to leave, but that brings the likes of Shimmer and Hetmeyer out to the middle. So the king, as we refer to him in Trinidad and Tobago, John Ramsing, he's made an immediate impact here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Did you expect anything different?
No, not at all. Just 3 deliveries and already picking up the wicket in the 10th over. Still Narine being introduced. And there's Tejana Chanderpaul, bowled by Narine for 25 from 31 balls, 5 fours in that knock. He looked good, but towards the end of the innings, he was starved a bit of the strike because Bramble had taken over. And then Narine came into the attack and immediately knocked his middle stump.
And it's possible that Narine possibly must have lost a bit of his rhythm as well, having not had the opportunity, to keep knocking the ball around and keep that momentum in his innings going through as well, John Ramsing.
So the new batsman, like you mentioned, Shimron Hetmeyer, batting at number 3.
Well, we've been hearing all sorts of stories about Shimron Hetmeyer. You care to elaborate on any one of those stories?
I know he's gotten married, he's got a child, so many stories, family stories we can talk about.
He's missed the plane to Australia, his flight.
A lot of more stories. Anila Khan.
But Narine continues, and I'm sure he's going to be asking a lot of questions of these batters here, John Ramsing.
Yeah, so already we've seen him picking up the wicket of one of the set batters. The breakthrough coming in over number 10.
But an important breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as well. Just when things were looking that it was just going away from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they made an immediate impact.
Yes, and still in the rain. Usually when he's bowling, you take away his overs, you add a couple of wickets and say, okay, this is what we're playing with. So in this case, Guyana will have to be looking to bat 40 overs, take away in the Rhine's maximum of 10. It's a successful over coming to an end. Over Whitson and the Rhine got the wicket of Tejana Chanderpaul for 25. Harpy Eagles batting for a 6 to 9 for 1. It's a wicket maiden from the champion off spinner.
Yeah, the king has returned. making that immediate impact in his first over. In the third delivery, he got rid of the very composed, very impressive young teacher, Narine Chandapal here at the Brown Cricket Academy. But more importantly, John Ramsing, 69 after 10 overs. It's a really good platform for the likes of Shimron Hetmeyer and the rest of the middle and lower order, to really try and cash in on that wonderful opening partnership.
So Hetmeyer yet to get off the mark. And Anthony Bramble, been there from the start, 39 from 28. He now has to start with a new batsman, Anthony Bramble.
So we're going to see a change from the fire, and it's going to be Shannon Gabriel returning. So Shannon Gabriel bowling with a gully, a short third man, sorry. Third man in position, backward point, cover, extra cover.
He starts with a wide. So the middle phase of the 50 overs format of cricket, 4 fielders are allowed, a maximum of 4 are allowed out of that 30-yard circle.
And that will continue from over 10 to over 40, John.
Right. So you see now immediately Nicholas Pooran opting to go what we say defensive, because the third man right back on the boundary, cover right back, fine leg and a deep backward square. So Shannon Gabriel perhaps will be looking to bowl some short ball.
Yeah, so he's Nicholas Pooran, the skipper of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. He's looking to cut off all the available boundaries that might be on offer. With the 4 fielders there, having that luxury now from the 11th to the 40th over to have 4 people patrolling the boundaries.
Yeah, it also means that there are more gaps in the field, in the outfield for the Harpy Eagles. Pick the gaps and minimize the dot balls. And if the boundaries are not coming, you can still have 4 or 5 runs in every over.
Well, it's important because, the hot topic around the Caribbean, John Ramsing, has been our batters' inability to rotate the strike during the middle and the back end overs. Shannon Gabriel pulls out there. Something wasn't right with his rhythm, and rightfully so, he pulled out at the last moment.
Yeah. Something that we have seen with Shannon Gabriel over the years, losing his rhythm. But he started at the northern end of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy and now switched around.
So Shannon Gabriel, he will want to add to the wickets column by possibly getting rid of either Shimron Hetmeyer or Anthony Bramble.
For the moment, he's bowling to a well set Anthony Bramble. He tucks this one off his hip, Bramble.
So pacey delivery from Shannon Gabriel there. Rocket into the pads of Anthony Bramble. It goes down to that short fine leg position where wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva cleans up. So the score moves on by 1. It's the second extra, if my memory goes right. Third extra actually. No, 6.
I don't think he was signaled. He was signaled leg by because he got some bat.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's into the 40s now, Anthony Bramble.
So going at possibly about 120 strike rate there, John Ramsing. Very impressive indeed from Anthony Bramble.
Yep. He got 18 in the first match, so he's gone past that already. Hetmeyer got 12. We're looking for a start here.
So immediately skipper Pooran instills that slip. So it means to say that they want to try and pry out as much as possible early going into the second power play, John Ramsing.
Hetmeyer will get off the mark. Putting this one down towards the backward point region. Carrier is on the boundary. He collects. Jason Mohammed was a fielder who went at slip.
So Nicholas Pooran and most of these guys who are playing against Shimron Hetmeyer, John Ramsing, they would know him pretty well. So I'm sure they would have their specific plans how they're going to bowl to him and how they want to execute. When bowling to the likes of skipper Shimron Hetmeyer.
Well, he's not a skipper. Leon Johnson is.
Oh,
the
my
skipper.
apology.
That's okay. So here is the speedster, full delivery, and Bramble easy plays it off his toes.
So Leon Johnson has been playing at this level for many moons, John Ramsing.
Yeah,
and I'm sure...
I think it has been since Noah built the ark.
So I'm sure Leon Johnson, he will have his plans in terms of what he wants out of this tournament as well. Not only as captain, but from a personal perspective as well. He will, I'm sure, would have possibly set himself some kind of target in terms of run scoring during the course of this tournament.
Johnson and the rest. Oh, that's a short ball. Pulling it from outside off stump. Got the under edge, Hetmeyer. Not looking to be bogged down.
No, and we all know Shimron Hetmeyer, he likes to feel bat on ball.
Yeah, he loves that mid-wicket region as well. It's vacant at the moment. It's an inviting gap. There's a slip. Feel that backward point.
But he might be well advised, John, at this early stages of his innings to possibly just try and get himself in, and really set a platform, for the likes of Leon Johnson and all the other batters to come.
He is the big fish, so no doubt Nicholas Pooran and the rest of the Red Force side will be looking to get his wicket as well. This time he goes through the mid-wicket region I was speaking about, and the fielder from square leg runs around to his right in Otley.
So excellent feeling from Kian Otley there, covering ground to his right and making a very impressive stuff. But that takes Shimron Hetmeyer, that single takes Shimron Hetmeyer on to 2. And at the end of the 11th over, the score, Guyana Harpy Eagles being asked to bat by the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, a 74 for 1.
Yeah, 5 runs from that over. So it's a good comeback from Shannon Gabriel. He was hit out of the attack earlier by Anthony Bramble. Some 21 runs were scored in his last over. That he was taken out of the attack, switched ends. And just 5 runs from this over. So Narine will continue.
And we see skipper Nick Pooran going into that slip position. So a nice looking try from Hetmeyer, playing it out to extra cover. Jason Mohammed doing the fielding there at that extra cover position, and we know how well Jason Mohammed had performed in last year's tournament, John.
Oh yeah, the leading run scorer. In fact, when you look at his stats for last year, with Jason Mohammed 327 runs, Evan Lewis 318, Lender Simmons 316, they were totally responsible for the Red Force batting teams out of the tournament, and rightfully so they won.
Yeah, in order to win matches, you've got to have guys consistently scoring.
It was carved through the offside by Shimon Hetmeyer, who also got 300 runs last year in that tournament. Highest score of 113 came in the semi-final against the Windward Islands.
So he will want to continue in that prolific manner as well, John.
Yep.
Shimron Hetmeyer. And if the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting were to really fire, they could be a formidable team going forward in this tournament.
Well, they have to be without the likes of Chanapal Hemraj, who was their second best in terms of runs last year, who made 233, and Raymond Reefer, who came from a international tour into the semi-final, got 97 against the Volcanoes, and then 90 in the final. 97 in the final, in fact, against the Red Force, and 90 in the semi-final against the Volcanoes. He is no longer with this franchise. He's back to the Barbados Pride, and you'll miss those two players, Hemraj and Reefer, a lot.
So, Narine asking a lot of questions here, John Ramsing, keeping the batters, both Shimron Hetmeyer and Anthony Bramble, very honest indeed.
Yes. Like I said, his 10 overs, we had to deduct that from what the Guyana Harpy Eagles will have to bat, and then try to score off the others. This is a good passage of play.
Just inquiring, John, in terms of what's the update on Chanapal Hemraj?
Oh, he actually has an injury to his left pinky finger. Yeah, so he actually missed the recent tournament. I think he played one match for Demerara in the inter-county tournament back home.
So this one is played down to long on. Bramble moves on to 42.
So over completed, 12 gone. 76 for 1. Hetmeyer is on 3. And Anthony Bramble 42.
So after 12 overs, what's your thoughts on that first 12 overs, John?
Yeah, I think the Harpy Eagles, they're in front. They're in charge at the moment. But that wicket that's the Narine picked up of Tajan Chanderpaul, just slowing things down a little bit, bringing the red force slightly back into the contest. And now it's Shannon Gabriel trying his best to use that short ball to good effect to get Shimon Hetmeyer. So we're now seeing that it's coming back into a little bit of balance, but the Harpy Eagles are still in front. Gabriel to continue. Outside the off stump on a wild swing from Bramble. Yeah,
so another pacey delivery from Shannon Gabriel, and I tell you, it's exciting times looking at Shannon Gabriel operate here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, John Ramsey.
Yeah, it's good pace here. Turning it up.
And it's what you want to see from a senior statesman in terms of West Indies cricket, coming back here and really showing everyone, that he's back up to full fitness, he's back up to full pace, and he's asking a lot of questions.
So Jaden Seals just sent down 2 overs. You said he's coming back from injury, so not trying to overwork the young pacer.
And as you would be well aware of, John Ramsey, the likes of Shannon Gabriel, Jaden Seals, all these guys who have had injuries before, it's a process of rehab before they get back into they go into full tilt.
Yeah, I see a discussion between captain, fast bowler, and the experienced Bravo taking place. Just to give you an update of what's happening at the Queen's Park Oval in that match. The Volcanoes, like I said, 300 for 4 from their 50 overs, and the combined campuses and colleges after 23 overs. 109 for 4, 109 for 4. Chopped on. That's the wicket that you're looking for. Anthony Bramble, too close to cut. And Shannon Gabriel gets his man. Bramble plays on for 42 from 38 deliveries. And Gabriel gets the breakthrough.
So how well Shannon Gabriel has come back in the second spell here, John Ramsey, asking a lot of questions. I felt that Anthony Bramble just lost a bit of momentum. Looking at it, I get hitting the inside edge, just trying to get that ball along to that third man position, and that ball angling back from Shannon Gabriel, taking the inside edge and ricocheting into the stumps. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, another timely breakthrough here, John Ramsey.
One tend to bring another. So the first wicket going down at 69, and now 74 for the loss of 2. And there we see a dejected Anthony Bramble walking back to the pavilion. 42. He had a start, should have carried on, but looking to chop a ball that was too close to him.
And it's something that we've seen consistently with players from all the different franchises, John Ramsey, getting starts and not being able to really carry on and cash in. When you look at the likes of Anthony Bramble having done the hard work during the first 12 overs of this innings, one would have thought that with the loss of Narine Chanderpaul, he possibly would have taken the responsibility, having been set, to take the opportunity to really continue to build on that platform.
So the new batsman is the player you've been asking about, Leon Johnson, the captain of the Harpy Eagles side. I'll just remind you what happened at the Queen's Park Oval. After 23 overs, 109 for 4, the combined campuses and colleges, still requiring 192 from 162 balls. 27 overs still to go in that game, but the rain has arrived.
Well, unfortunately, the rain has interrupted that game at the Queen's Park Oval, and the CCC, John Ramsey, they've got some quality players in their ranks, and I'm sure as the tournament progresses, that team is going to get better and better and better.
That is the hope indeed, because we want the regional sides to be very strong to have West Indies cricket get back to the top. Here is Gabriel to bowl to Johnson. He gets his first delivery, edges it to first slip, and that's the fall of the captain, Leon Johnson, caught by Jason Mohammed at first slip, and suddenly Shannon Gabriel is on a hat-trick. Guyana, 76 for the loss of 3.
So 1 brought 2, and 2 has brought the third wicket. But take nothing away from Shannon Gabriel. That delivery had everything in it. It had pace, it had movement, and the catching was simply excellent by Jason Mohammed at that second slip position. So I'm sure that would have had a discussion. They would have had a discussion how they're going to bowl to skipper Leon Johnson. Unfortunately, he didn't trouble the scorers here at the Brown Cricket Academy, having only faced one ball. But Shannon Gabriel is on a hat trick.
Yeah, suddenly roughed up, comes back from the southern end of the ground and is on a hat trick.
So two things stems the tide of the scoring. One, when you have the likes of Narine bowling, and two, picking up wickets in a timely manner also really affects the scoring in terms of the rate. They were going at approximately 7 runs and over in the early stages. That has now been brought down to 6 runs and over.
So Shannon Gabriel getting the very important wicket of the captain of the Harpy Eagle side.
And I want to ask you this question, John Ramsing. How important it is now for the likes of Shimron Hetmeyer to really shepherd the middle and lower order.
To add some more drama to this game, the rain has come, so Shannon Gabriel will have to wait a little bit longer to bowl that hat trick ball. The covers are coming on, and the players will have to leave the field to allow the ground staff to cover the square, to protect the square. And rain, we mentioned, at the Queen's Park Oval, coming from north to south, not usually, but we're seeing the rains here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Does that give the impression to be a long delay?
It doesn't look to be very threatening indeed, John Ramsing. But just coming back to those 3 wickets that the Trinidad Tobago Red Force has been able to pry out, they've done that within 7 runs. They were able to pick up 3 valuable wickets of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. How do you see this now going, John Ramsing?
They have to battle for survival now, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They've lost 3 very important wickets. Chandapal and Bramble, the openers, were well set. They laid a nice foundation of 69. And since they departed, Leon Johnson followed. And despite, like you mentioned earlier, not getting the type of production, Leon Johnson, he's been there as captain, looking to add not only personal, maybe a title to his belt, under his belt, but also trying to get some runs for himself. It was not to be. So that now opens the middle order for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But now Tevin Imlach, the West Indies 18 wicketkeeper, is going to be joining Shimon Hetmeyer. And that is a very important pair, but they're very capable as well. So what they have to do is to rebuild this innings at the moment, 76 for 3. They have a little bit of a cushion, but excellent bowling, good use of the short ball from Shannon Gabriel to pick up 2 quick wickets. Still around the champion, the genius you call him, picking up 1 for 7 from his 2 overs, and this game suddenly opened the back.
Well, if you were to ask me, John Ramsing, I think it would be more or less even Stevens with the loss of skipper Leon Johnson at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, the 35-year-old captain just perhaps giving the momentum solely to the Red Force with his dismissal, not helping himself at all in his 83rd match at the List A level. One thing that missing from his cabinet is a List A title. He won 5 on the trot for the Guyana side a few years ago at a 4-day level, and I'm sure as he gets towards the twilight of his career, he'll be looking to add this title to his cupboard. But with this type of performance, you have to think about it again.
But looking at the manner in which things have progressed thus far, it's more or less even Stevens. We do have a short interruption here at the Brown Cricket Academy, and we will be back with you live action as soon as the game restarts here at the Brown Cricket Academy. So we're going to take a break, and we will be back immediately to bring you live coverage from the Brown Cricket Academy. You are looking at the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022 Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the very powerful Guyana Harpy Eagles right here at the Brown Cricket Academy.
Well, welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The players left the field at just about 8 minutes after 3 o'clock. It's now 21 minutes after 3. So just about 11 minutes they were off the field for, and we're just about ready to resume the action in this big game. Guyana Harpy Eagles taking on defending champions and host Trinidad Tobago Red Force in this Zone A match, a day-night match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A little bit of overhead conditions coming in, but the umpires are back out very quickly and no overs will be lost. John Ramsing once again alongside Anil Lakan, and before that delay, Guyana Harpy Eagles, after a promising start of 6-9 without loss, suddenly 76 for 3 with Tejan Chandapal gone for 25, Bramble 42 and Leon Johnson a forced ball duck. And now Tevin Imlak, West Indies 18 wicketkeeper batsman, will face his first delivery from Shannon Gabriel, who's suddenly on a hat-trick. Anil, suddenly cricket can change very quickly. And here we are, after a good start, like I said, from the Harpy Eagles, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force back into this game.
Well, Shannon Gabriel really came back strong in the second spell. John Ramsing picking up 2 wickets, and it's on a hat-trick with this delivery. Having lost just about 11 minutes, I'm sure it would have given the Guyana Harpy Eagles some time to really reflect and regroup going back out in the middle of John Ramsing. And this one, Imlak is beaten outside the line of the off stump. That ball pitched shaped away from Imlak. Nothing he could have done except that the fact that it was a really excellent delivery.
Perfect delivery for a new batsman. And Imlak had just a tentative push. And that hat-trick averted what could have easily been wicket number 3 on the trot for Shannon Gabriel. Well bowled.
Extremely well bowled by Shannon Gabriel. So Shannon Gabriel continues to bowl, very impressively at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and he's really showing everyone present here, John, that he's really back to his old self.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery again. Pitch of a delivery, came back after pitching, and that completes an excellent over from Shannon Gabriel, over in which he picked up 2 wickets, that of Anthony Bramble, who played on for 42, and Leon Johnson, no score. And after 12 overs, Harpy Eagles 76 for 3.
Just a thought, John. During the interval where we were disrupted by rain, you being the coach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, what discussion you think would you'd want to keep echoing into the ears of the batters? What kind of conversation you would want to stimulate?
Yeah, let's get a partnership going. Let's try to pick the gaps, get the singles. The bad balls will come, and we can always dispatch those. Let's just try to get back the momentum on our side. Good running between the wickets, good communication. Be very watchful to some good balls. Narine will give you some good balls. We're seeing Shannon Gabriel in the middle of a very good spell. Just be watchful, but try to pick up the singles.
So rotation of the strike is going to be the order of the day.
Over number 13 starts. It's Narine who bowls to Hetmaya. Hetmaya stylishly back into his crease and defends. So this is what we call the contest within this contest.
Yeah, it's very mouth-watering, I must admit, John Ramsing, because there's not only the matter of dismissal, but it's also going to be a lot of bragging rights as well.
Some room outside the off stump, and Hetmaya takes that, cuts it away for a single.
But excellent feeling at backward point from Anderson Phillip, diving away to his left and ensuring that that ball did not go past him. So Narine, the king, continues to mesmerize these batters and them here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And that is important. You mentioned Anderson Phillip diving away. You need good support in the field as well, as a bowling unit, because the bowlers can be bowling their hearts out, but if there's no support in the field, it makes no sense.
And it really complements each other as well, in the sense that with the bowlers, you need to be supported, immensely by the fielding unit as well. So a lot of scoreboard pressure, comes into play when these two components come together.
Appeal from the captain, Puranat Slip. leg by signal by the umpire. So singles, whether it's leg buys of the bat, they will all add up. And suddenly you can see momentum will go back to the batting side, but you just got to be very careful and be prepared to run their runs.
Well, what we have seen over and over, John Ramsing, once two batters are prepared to grind it out and get a partnership going, it normally shifts the momentum back to the batting team. But Hetmeyer here just trying to turn that ball into that mid-wicket area or that square leg area. Almost presented a return catch yet for Sunil Narine. So playing across the tide, we would say, John Ramsing.
There is Hetmeyer getting right out to the pitch of the delivery and driving for an easy single to end Narine's third over. 1 for 4 from the genius. 13 gone, 79 for 3.
So the rebuilding process has started, John Ramsing, between Tevin in black and Hetmeyer. So a lot is going to be dependent on this year. With 36 overs still to go, a large chunk of balls, that makes it 196 balls according to my calculation, John. It's a lot of balls.
I will take your word. I'm not gonna attempt that at all. So good afternoon to everyone back home in Guyana following this gripping contest between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Both sides in their second match of the tournament. The Red Force won their last game convincingly against CCC right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, while the Harpy Eagles lost their opening encounter to the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Gabriel to continue. This is over number 14. Gabriel bowling with his tail up. Good confident stroke from Shimron Hetmeyer. Getting close towards the boundary at extra cover. That will not. Actually does. Momentum of Bravo as he was trying to flick it back. Got the ball into the boundary with him. And 4 runs to Hetmeyer. His first boundary.
Yeah,
but bad fielding.
Bad feeling, yeah. Bravo, I thought, was just on the verge of cutting off that ball. Unfortunately, the momentum took the ball over the boundary. But take nothing away from Shimron Hetmeyer. That was expertly played. He just leant onto that cover drive and it just keep going away from the fielder, Darren Bravo, who at the last moment made a hash of it.
Yeah, good timing and the placement was good as well for Hetmeyer.
But you could see from Bravo, his disappointment. He thought that he was able to hold it in, but unfortunately it went past.
Playing with the horizontal bat this time, gets it down to mid-off. This time, Bravo collects cleanly. He's in a high traffic area there.
Yeah, well, normally cover, extra cover, mid-off.
Yeah.
They are the high traffic areas, especially when the mode of attack is in line with the corridor, that 4th, 5th stump line, John Ramsing.
Shimron Hetmeyer will be looking to target mid-wicket again if the ball is anywhere close to his maybe middle and off stump. Doesn't necessarily have to be on the line of his leg stump for the referee.
What an effort from Shannon Gabriel there. That ball was going past him and he threw his frame and ensured that the score remained at 83 for 3. So we are not just seeing Shannon Gabriel in terms of his bowling, but we are also seeing great improvements where his out cricket as well, where his out cricket is concerned as well. John Ramsing
on his shirt, Shannon Gabriel, 2-0-20. But maybe there's a decimal point missing there. This is Shannon Gabriel 2.0. He seems to be a much better player now. He has worked in his game and he's looking a much better cricketer.
Well, I tell you, he have invested heavily, in terms of his fitness by having a personal trainer do some work with him.
Chance for a run out as well. Misses the woodwork. Darren Bravo. And Hetmeyer gets home. But that's good news to hear that he has invested in himself. Who else to do it? You have to do it yourself.
And we are seeing how much dividends is paying off John Ramsing. Shimron Hetmeyer taking on Darren Bravo at that mid-off position. I thought it was a bit dicey considering that the ball wasn't just, the pace wasn't taking off, it was a full-blooded drive. It was traveling to Bravo. So to me, in my opinion, I felt that it was just a bit touch and go in terms of that communication to get that run, John Ramsey.
Yeah, maybe the Red Force thinking they missed a chance to get a run out there. This is Imlach again playing the ball to the same fielder, and Bravo this time cannot get the throw in, and Imlach is off the mark in over number 14. So they're targeting Bravo maybe.
Yeah, Bravo is known for his exploits, so I'm feeling he's a very good fielder, fieldsman. But credit to Imlach there, he was just able to break his wrist at the last moment, John Ramsey, and take the pace, and that's what defeated Bravo there in terms of coming in to execute any sort of run-out opportunity.
So umpire Gregor Brathwaite just looks back to see where Shannon Gabriel has gone. He's gone to the top of his mark, almost to the boundary boards. Very strong fast bowler. And this time, Hetmai, like I said, will target that mid-wicket region. It was just outside his off stump, slightly shorter, and he pulled but along the ground.
Yeah, so
single will end over number 15, 86 for 3.
So a mini recovery here by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, having really gotten that excellent start of 69 before the loss of Chanda Paul. So it's going to take a big effort from both Shimran Hetmyer and Tevin Imlach, to keep chipping away at the score, keep ticking away at the score, and in so doing, continue their rotation as well, John Ramsey.
So we're here at the beautiful Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and we're seeing that southern end of the ground where the hospitality boxes are. It's a lovely view from that big stand.
Excellent view indeed, John Ramsey. But it's going to be the king himself, and he's going to be bowling to Shimran Hetmyer.
So we have to decide on one thing. Is he the king or the genius?
Well, we'll refer to him as both, okay?
The king genius is...
The king genius. Yeah.
The
likes of Narine only comes around once in many moons.
So he has completed half of his spell already. So that's something the Harpy Eagles will be thinking as well. 5 gone, 5 to go. But he has already picked up... Oh, this is now his 4th over.
So Shimran Hetmyer trying to carve that ball through that extra cover region. He was beaten all ends up. He was through the shot even before the ball was delivered. But in the end, he made that subtle adjustment.
We see Narine this time with a short sleeve shirt, usually with a long sleeve. And usually with number 74 on his back. Now he's at 24. So some adjustments to Narine.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a beautiful delivery. Pitch and turn with a little bit of bounce as well. Jumped on Hetmyer as he was shaping to play.
So Hetmyer, with that delivery, goes out and does some gardening.
Yeah, that's
Just
nervous energy trying to get rid of. Your next presenter will be Hamza Mohammed.
And it's that knockable again that's arcing into the stumps there. Nothing Hetmyer could do other than just stylishly go onto the back foot and played it out to backward point. So Sunil Narine continues his misery spell here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's keeping both Shimran Hetmyer and Tevin Imlach in check.
Taking it for a slip. The big fish has gone again. Shimran Hetmyer, tentative prod forward, outside edge found. Once again, Sunil Narine in the wickets. His second of the day. Hetmyer brilliantly snapped up at first slip. And the Harpy Eagles now, after a mini recovery, 86 for 4.
But you know what, John Ramsey, is the previous delivery that brought about that downfall of Hetmyer. He was so concerned about that ball spinning across him. What a wonderful delivery there. The classical off spinner's delivery, pitch in middle and off, and really ripping that ball across him. Nothing he could have done there, John Ramsey, other than hope that it had beaten the outside edge and go through to the wicket keeper.
Another type of return you're looking from Shimon Hetmai as the glue of the middle order.
He seems to be having a mouthful from someone out in the stands there. Very upset with himself, indeed.
Upset. So we saw him losing his wicket at the Queen's Park Oval, very tamely as well, to the spin of Demba, and today Narine gets his wicket.
So is it a case where in terms of Hetmai, where possibly he's just struggling a bit at this stage here, John Ramsey, with his form, or maybe just short on confidence?
Yeah, I think his confidence is somewhat low at the moment. We saw him getting starts but not carrying on. But while he is actually looking for runs, opposition's trying their level best to get his wicket, and that's sometimes that battle you have to work on, mental and physical. But we know that he can weather the storm. He's proven time and time again. Last season, he had an excellent run. I just mentioned his stats earlier.
318 runs, so that was very prolific indeed.
Yeah, so he looked to get back to some form. With the man coming into the crease now, Sherfin Rutherford, batting at number 6 for the Harpy Eagles, with 2 slips now being employed. First one edges but falls short of Puran at first slip. So yes, Sunil Narine is pumped up. 4 overs for him, and he has picked up 2, just giving away 4 runs. 16 gone, and the Harpy Eagles 86 for 4. All sorts of trouble.
Yeah, so the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they have been picked back here with very disciplined bowling from the Trinidad Tobago Red Force unit, and notably the king himself, Sunil Narine. He's weaving a web around these left-handers in this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. Could you share some more info on Sherfin Rutherford, John Ramsey? Could you tell me a bit more of this young man? I know he has been at the IPL. He's been plying his trade, in the domestic T20 leagues around the globe. Just bring me up to speed with the talent of this young man.
Oh, well, the talent is there for everyone to see. Sherfin Rutherford hails from the community of Enmore on the east coast of Demerara in Guyana. From a very young age, many felt that he was going to go on to great things in cricket. As Gabriel starts a new over to Imlak. Imlak played in the 2016 Under-19 World Cup. Sherfin played regional Under-19 that same year, and many felt missed out on selection to that World Cup. So that's the year he came to the fore, and he got an opportunity with the Guyana 4-day side. He played a full season. He played a couple of matches towards the back end. I think it was 2018, then 2019 had a full season. Got into the Guyana Amazon Warriors side and showed his 6-hitting ability. Then was selected for the IPL at a very young age. Went on, and like the poets would say, the rest is history. Did not play for the Guyana side at this level since 2019.
So a bumper from Shannon Gabriel. So he's just telling Tevin Imlak, hey young man, I'm at the crease. You got to be focused. But in terms of his success rate, Sherfin Rutherford, what do you think has really descended in his game in terms of not really being as prolific as many of us would be looking forward to?
I think what happened, the world saw him, they saw what he can do, so they started to plan for him as well. And then he was not playing domestic cricket. He was away from the local scene for a while, local in Guyana, and of course at the regional level. So that famous drawing board that they all speak about, Sherfin Rutherford went back to that drawing board and made some adjustments, so on. He also settled mentally. He has a wife and a child now. Unfortunately lost his dad last year to the battle of COVID-19. But he's here. He's back playing cricket for the Guyana side. Played recently in the domestic tournament, the county tournament. So he's made himself available, and you can see now that in the recent CPL, showing a little bit more maturity, and that six hitting ability is still with him. He's a strong lad. Nice short delivery again. Quick single. Rutherford gets in. So with Rutherford, Shimon Hetmeyer, and Kimo Paul, those were the young guys that the world were looking at, and they went on to the IPL and so on, played international cricket. Tevin Imlach was the wicketkeeper that on the 19 tournament in 2016, and still here. Got his opportunity with the West Indies A side, so he's another one that they're looking at very closely at the highest level.
Because he has been very prolific
Very consistent
in this year's 4-day tournament, Tevin Imlach.
Yeah, so he was rewarded with that place in the A side. And he is also the third wicketkeeper in this Guyana Harpy Eagles side.
With Bramble also available.
So Bramble playing as the wicketkeeper with the gloves. Savory because, of course, with his ability with the bat in the 11. And Kemal Savory, who was prolific for SUK, got one of the few hundreds in the inter-county tournament, is on the bench. So the wicketkeeper cupboard in Guyana is not bare at all.
Yeah, so lovely to know that, there's excellent... what a wonderful delivery there from Shannon Gabriel, going past the outside head of Rutherford, possibly guilty of just pushing at that delivery there, John Ramsing.
Yeah, that's a good ball. So Shannon Gabriel just tempting him outside his off stump. And Rutherford, of course, a tentative push. First time in this over he's facing to Gabriel. Imlach is giving him some words of advice. So while Rutherford from the east coast of Demerara, Imlach from Georgetown. They both played youth cricket at the DCC, the Demerara Cricket Club. The assistant coach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles side, Garvin Ned, is the coach at that club, and he would have been the coach when these players were at the youth level. He would have nurtured all of these players. Over-completed, 17 gone, 87 for 4.
Just coming back to Gavin Ned, assistant coach Gavin Ned, would he have been associated with the Guyana on the 17 team as well? Was he the head coach of the Guyana on the 17 team?
So he was with the under 15s, under 17s.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been around and at the local level, at the same inter-county that I'm speaking of. Yeah, he's been there for a long time with we call it the toddlers coming through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
But just coming back, John, in terms of Shufin Rutherford, so what you've experienced thus far in the recent past is his total commitment to wanting to play domestic cricket.
Yeah. And that is a big step in his career as Narine starts a new over. Narine looking to get the remaining wickets very quickly for the Red Force. But Tevin Imlach, he has the ability to not only block Narine out, but to score runs off of him as well. He's very sound, has a very good technique, Tevin Imlach.
But you have to be very, very careful with that leg spinning delivery that Sunil has developed recently to his armory. The one that pitches and goes away from the right-hander. So I'm sure that he will have a plan as to how he will want to execute against the likes of Sunil Narine.
Yes, and you can see him very watchful, stretching long forward to Narine, trying to kill that spin. And Rutherford now looking at a pitch. There's a bit of an area in front of him as a left-hander that still Narine will be targeting. That area that Shannon Gabriel was landing in, coming from the southern end of the ground.
Yeah, it's some prominent footholds are developing there, John Ramsey.
Oh, there he goes again, edging, and fell short of Nicholas Puran again at first slip. It happened in the previous over, and here again, the outside edge found, but not carrying to hand. This battle.
So maybe John Ramsey, Nicholas Puran could possibly just think about just coming a step further up, because we're seeing that the ball is not carrying, so that means the pitch is losing a bit of a zip.
Just inches away from Nicholas Puran, who is also a wicket keeper, and with him I think Jason Mohammed standing just to his left, so the two in very close, and Narine bowling to that plan, getting about a spin away from Rutherford. Rutherford also capable of playing spin very well, but that mark in front of him, gotta be very watchful. Quicker one from Narine, he handles it with ease,
Well, when you're batting against the like of Sunil Narine, John Ramsey, it's not just the conventional or spin and delivery. He's got a bag of tricks in his armory, and Schiff and Rutherford would be well advised. To continue to keep that level of concentration that he's exhibited thus far.
Looking for a single that's not on, and just a single from the over. Narine finishes 5, picking up 2 wickets, and that's the end of 18 overs. The Harpy Eagles sent in 88 for 4.
So a lot of work for both Tevin Imlach and Shufin Rutherford to convey here on behalf of the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So Hamza Mohammed is going to jump into the hot seat after 18 overs. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles trying their level best though. Although they see out Narine and Gabriel, they're trying to get runs on the board as well. How much longer will Gabriel and Narine continue? It's left to be seen. But now we've seen the ball has been thrown to Jaden Seals. So out of the attack goes Gabriel. Sent down 6 overs so far. Shannon Gabriel bowled very fast here at his Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and has picked up some wickets as well for his side. He was one time on a hat-trick. So Jaden Seals it is now to bowl over number 19 as we welcome Hamza Mohammed into the commentary position. First ball from Seals at the start of his 3rd over. Badly lined. Hello Hamza, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. It's a lovely day here at Branagh Cricket Academy. Thank you to Mr. Anil Lakhan, who I just relieved of his duties just for a bit though. And it's a pleasure to join you here, John, on commentary.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you, man.
It's setting up for a good total here. Remember, it's just a bit of stutter in the middle there, and it's the man who Seals relieved, Shannon Gabriel, who picked up those 2 quick wickets before that initial rain break.
Initial? I'm hoping that there are no more.
Sorry, my bad. But I'm watching the clouds coming there, and
there goes Shannon Gabriel on the ball. 2 more to Imlach. So it's very watchful, Imlach. 5 from 13. You're watching the clouds. Are you seeing any?
Yeah, I'm seeing quite a lot here, but the sky is blue on one side of the ground, which is good signs as well. But just to bring back the point here, Seals, he's taken over from Shannon Gabriel, and it's a good sign for this Trinidad Tobago team moving forward in the future as well, to have that mixture of youth and maturity gelling nicely together here, John.
And they're bowling to a plan, trying to utilize seam from the southern end of the ground, because Narine bowling from the top end. We saw Akil Hussain as well bowling from the top end, and when Gabriel was shifted or switched to the bottom end, he got the success, got the rewards he was looking for that he did not get from the northern end. And also now we're seeing Seals. He looks very comfortable from the bottom end. Might be a plan.
Yeah, and just a reminder, they have in their arc as well the young, impressive fast bowling of Anderson Phillip as well. He's been really impressive this last couple of seasons. This man on strike, he has been really impressive for Guyana as well. Shufin Rutherford.
He's going to get off the mark finally after 9 deliveries. So he's weathered that storm, sending the Narine to him, and he's off the mark. And it's always a nice feeling when you get off the mark as a batsman.
Yeah, especially after facing 8 deliveries or so in this somewhat of a longer version, you might say, in this day and age, Sean.
Yeah. He had 2 scares, 2 outside edges that went short of Nicholas Poole at first slip. Yeah, so it's a lot of time. Lots more time than you think that you have in the 50 over version.
You see Seals coming in here from that fired. It's very watchful now as Imlach, as this Guyana team is trying to just build a partnership, these 2 batsmen out in the middle right now. So projected score in mind there, John.
Difficult at the moment to say just yet, but I'll tell you what, there's batting if needed. Romario Shepherd, Clinton Pestano, Kevin Sinclair, Gudakesh Moti, all capable. And do not forget the experience of Veerasamy Parmal. So these guys are there if needed. I said if needed because these 2 guys are the crease, Imlach and Rutherford, They want to get in and stay in, bat right out to the end. We've seen hundreds being scored at the Queen's Park Oval today as Seals oversteps, and no ball being signalled by umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
Yeah, you mentioned a deep batting lineup there. Just a reminder, for the ninth wicket in that last game, Gudakesh Moti and Kevin Sinclair, they put on 26 runs. But what was even more impressive was that last wicket partnership of Gudakesh Moti and Versami Pomal. They put on 48 for that 10th wicket.
Yeah, trying to get over the line, but it fell 28 runs short. And they were showing the top order how to bat on that Queen's Park Oval track. Free hit coming up, and Tevin Imlach to receive from Jaden Seals. Let's see how he's going to handle this one.
Oh, he tried to muscle that, but excellent bowling there by Jaden Seals. A slower delivery, just showing his variation. At the end of 19 overs, the score 93 for 4. So again, Guyana just trying to build a partnership here. Hopefully, these two, again, I've mentioned before, Rutherford has been impressive these last couple of seasons, not just for Guyana, but playing cricket around the world.
Yeah, quite a pugnacious batsman, Sheffield Rutherford. His very good friend Avinash Ramzan calls him the man from Sheriga Scheme. It's a part of Enmore on the east coast of Demerara, and they're very good mates. So he's from Sheriga Scheme on the east coast of Demerara. Started his cricket very young age at Everest Cricket Club, then moved across to the Demerara Cricket Club, and then blossomed from there on. Got into the Guyana on the 19th side, then the Guyana first class side, played list day and 4 days. The Guyana Amazon Warriors, then he made the switch after 2 seasons to the Patriots. Won the title in 2021 with the Patriots, won the 60, the inaugural 60 this year with the Patriots, but the defending champions, as they were knocked out of the playoffs, were dethroned.
Not forgetting he had a bit of a stint as well in the IPL.
Yes.
It's young Rutherford.
So Narine continues, and this is a full delivery, driven nicely, flowing shot from Rutherford. And he gets a single. So Narine now into his 6th over and just conceding 6 runs. I was telling Anil earlier, the fact that Narine is in the lineup, the Guyana Harpy Eagles may want to take his 10 overs out of the equation and think that they have 40 overs in this game, because we're seeing it already. He's into his 6th over and just 6 runs.
Yeah, that's what Narine provides for you. Even if he doesn't get those wickets, he's very economical, and he's been doing that his entire career, and that's why he's one of the most sorted players in world cricket.
Once again, Imlach long forward, smothering the spin of Narine, or any hint of spin. See those footmarks that Imlach is clearing out in front of him. They're getting even more prominent now. So it could be a worry as well for the Red Force. They will have to bat last on this track. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Pitching on the line of the off-stump and moving away from the right-handed batter. Narine coming round the wicket now.
A bit quicker as well. And Adil mentioned something before he left the commentary box. The pitch is getting a little slower as the game progresses. So I would love to see Nicholas Puran just probably take a step a little bit forward, especially with 2 edges just falling just short of him thus far in Narine previous overs.
It's a difficult thing to really do, because like that one, the last 2 deliveries from Narine were a bit quicker. So had the edge been found, that would have been flying off to Puran, or even to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
We have 2 keepers behind the stump there. What a twist left.
And the keeper is on strike. So not a good over coming to an end, just a single. Narine 6 overs, 2 for 6. After 20 overs, the Harpy Eagles asked to bat first, 94 for the loss of 4. The battle always between these two sides. We see the national flags in the poles there. The Trinidad Tobago national flag and the golden arrowhead of Guyana. Half fluttering, you may want to say. Not trying to outdo each other just yet, even on the flag poles.
Yeah, just a bit of summary there. Bramble, he went for an impressive 42 of 36. Remember, he took apart Akil Hussein in that one over, hitting some 17 runs off of him. 18 runs initially with a no ball. Then we had Chandapol, he went for 25 of 32. Hit Maya, this 11 of 22. Imlak, he's not out right now, 6 of 21. So slow going for him out there. Narine, very impressive. 2 for 6. Gabriel, 2 for 28. Akil Hussein, 19 in his 2. A bit expensive. Anderson Phillips, 19 runs off his 3.
Short ball again as Seal starts a new over. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is indicating that that's the one for the over. So should Seals bowl another short delivery over the shoulder of the batter, he will be penalised, will be called a no ball. He can do it, but at that risk.
Yeah, what's also good from this bowling lineup as well, I mentioned Shannon Gabriel leading from the front. His fitness level really coming to show here. So we're really working hard on that fitness, and it was also motivation for these younger fellas going up.
Powerfully driven, but cannot beat Gabriel, the man you're speaking of, who's at mid-off. Yes, Gabriel does look much better in terms of his physical fitness. He bowled very fast here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on a pitch that you may say a bit tired. He made it look very lively. 6 overs, 2 for 28, including 2 maidens. At one time he was on a hat-trick after getting the wickets of Anthony Bramble and Leon Johnson of successive deliveries. That was the 13th over of the innings. So, Seals again. Pulled away this time, and Rutherford would get the boundary. It was in front of square that he pulled that one towards mid-wicket. So it's a vacant gap there, and a nice, powerful and confident stroke from Rutherford.
Yeah, just a bit too short on that occasion there. Seals, pretty much a nothing delivery there. Rutherford, just obliging. Easy pickings here.
It will be left to see how long will Puran persist with Narine. He's going to bowl him on the trot. He's completed 6 overs so far. Akil Hussein, like you mentioned, 2 overs hit out of the attack, 2 overs, none for 19. Anderson Phillip, 3 overs, none for 19 as well. And we're seeing Seals in operation in his second spell. Nice quick comeback delivery in the line of the off stump this time. Guided to backward point. And Jason Mohammed, the experience of Jason Mohammed, ever present on the field.
It's going to be very interesting to see when the likes of Karaya as well, who is in this team.
Oh yeah.
Probably in those middle overs. He's been doing a good job for the West Indies team since he's been there. It's going to be very interesting to see when he comes onto the attack, if this pitch continues to be a bit more slow. He's a guy who isn't afraid of flighting the ball as well.
And we've seen recently the bowling of Nicholas Puran. This one is hit in the air, down towards cover, and the man you're speaking of, Carrier, comes around and he cannot get there in time. And that was wide of the off stump. And Rutherford trying to go through extra cover. The ball got big on him, taking the outer edge and went high in the air. 2 taken, but could have easily been the demise of Rutherford.
Yeah, certainly so. And it's just probably a bit of pressure building here now. But I mean, you've already gotten a boundary in the over, so don't want to be losing any silly wickets here from a Guyana's perspective.
So Rutherford, left-handed batter. He started his career at Everest Cricket Club as a wicket-keeper, but he could have always bat. Short ball and wide signalled as the second of the over, and there is Sheriff in Rutherford, toe Seals, just telling him something as he was going back to the top of his mark, and umpire Gregory Brathwaite confirms that is a no ball, signalling there's the second one of the over.
Yeah, that first ball as well was really short, so for just letting that go away. Seals has a really good Yorker up his sleeve as well, so let's see what Rutherford does here with this extra delivery. Again, that's short. Signal wide again there by the umpire.
The 100 is up for the Harpy Eagles in the meantime in over number 21. And there we see Seals overuse of the short ball on this occasion. Rutherford not necessarily the happiest of persons receiving.
Yeah, we've spoken about Karaya having his overs up his sleeve as well, but remember Aki was saying he only bowled 2 in the beginning, so he has 8 overs remaining. Yes, he went for 19 of those 2. It's a quick single there. Yeah, he went for 19 of those 2, but Bramble took him apart in that 1 over. So that's 18 overs of almost surety spin up their sleeve there.
So 21 gone, 103 for the loss of 4. A little bit of cross-talking between the bowler and Sherfin Rutherford. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite getting in the way, and also Nicholas Pooran. Seals 4 overs, none for 29. Just using the short ball in that over. Maybe a little bit too much.
Yeah, certainly so. Imlaki's on 6 of 21, Rutherford 9 of 17. And that's that man we were talking about, Yannick Araya.
Zakaria, more known for his batting, but recently getting his opportunity as a leg spinning bowler, as a leg spinner. So as a bowler now, in this side, we've seen the likes of Imran Khan being used previously as a leg spinner. Khan played up to last season for the Red Force, but now Carrier getting his opportunity. I think he will relish the opportunity presented here on a pitch that's offering some assistance to the spinners.
Yeah, Imran Khan, he's still in the squad. I think he had most wickets a couple seasons ago. So he's still in the squad as well. So, a bit of advice for younger guys as well during their training sessions. We see Carrera continue immediately. He's getting that ball to spin into Rutherford. So that's good signs there for Yannick Carrera.
He can be a handful because if you look at the foot marks that are in front of Sherfin Rutherford, and like I'm saying, later on when the Red Force will have their opportunity to bat, those marks can be very much a handful. Short ball this time. There's a fielder short mid-wicket who had a half of a chance, Jason Mohammed. That's cleaned up by Bravo. Down at mid-wicket, right back on the boundary. Rutherford powerfully pulling, but in the air, just clearing that fielder on the infield.
Yeah, he played it extremely late as well. So that's a positive in his play. Like I said, we've seen these past couple of seasons, Rutherford plays the spinners particularly well. He loves pace on the ball though. So it's going to see how he's going to go through this middle period here. We see Imlak on strike. Those footprints very eminent on the pitch.
Nice shot, just playing it late. Devin Imlak and into the gap at that backward point. So Imlak knows about batting. He's been playing cricket for a long time, in many situations. Here he is now, having to help his team to get to a respectable total in this match. They've lost their opening game, so lots of pressure on the Harpy Eagles. Slower delivery, turning away from the left, from the right-handed Imlak. I think they may want to take on Yannick Carrier. We see Carrier's not getting it right just yet, but spin bowling, it's an art that you need time to settle, and it's a rhythm. So once you get that rhythm going, you can become a handful, and Carrier may be thinking the same thing. But bowl to a right and left hand combination can give some bowlers a little bit of headache. But playing cricket persistently and consistently, it becomes second nature to bowl to any type of batter. But some bowlers still have that mental thing.
Certainly so, and you said they lost that first game. That was they lost that first game to the Windward Islands. So we see Carrera continuing here again. It's a bit short on that occasion. Yeah, no run. So at the end of 22 overs, the score 107 for 4. Just mentioned earlier, they lost that first game back of a really good partnership, 119 for the first wicket between Alec Atenez and Johnson Charles. Johnson Charles, he went on to make 63 in that first game. Atenez, he made 133 in that first game, which a couple days ago, and today he made 140. So he's a man in some form right now.
And he got good support today from Kavim Hodge, who also made 100 of his own.
Yeah, 104 not out.
Yeah. So
Right, Kavim Hodge, he would have made 42 in that first game as well.
So Seals out of the attack, and the off spin of Jason Mohammed. We're going to see now. So Jason Mohammed coming into the attack in over number 23.
Yeah, this Trinidad Tobago side they have a lot of options up their sleeve. Like you mentioned before, the skipper Nicholas Puran, we see what he did with the ball recently for West Indies. So don't be surprised if we see him here as well, somewhere during this competition. See Jason Mohammed.
Starts round the wicket, trying to close up the angle, ball into the right-handed Imlak. And it's a ploy that we saw Jason Mohammed doing over the years.
Yep.
Like to bowl round the wicket to the right-handers.
And what he does as well, he gets his over done really quickly as well. So he rushes the batsman and he keeps the game going. And he's not known for going for much runs as well.
Quite an experienced campaigner, Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, he's
Played
been
international cricket for the West Indies.
He's been around really long.
Yeah.
Mentioned Leon Johnson earlier. Whoa, he's been around forever.
In fact, Jason Mohammed played the same year of youth cricket when the current head coach of Guyana, Harpy Eagles, played. Ryan Hercules, the new head coach for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I think it was the year 2005, 2006 or thereabout. Also that same year we had Pollard. Chance for a runner to the non-strikers end. Andre Russell would have played on that same year as well. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles under new management. We've seen Isan Crandon over the years. Crandon replaced this year, maybe because of the fact that the Guyana Harpy Eagles have not won a 50-over title since 2005. So they're looking for a change of guard, change of fortunes. Leon Johnson, who made his debut in 2007, is still at the helm as captain. Single taken quite easily down towards long off, so maybe the pressure now releasing just a little bit since Narine and Shannon Gabriel out of the attack. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles players wouldn't mind at all. They would like to settle in, cash in. They're in already. Imlak and Rutherford, the DCC boys.
Yeah, and you mentioned those names from way back when, and to know that those guys are still in cricket at this present times, it's good signs, yes, because of the fact that they're willing to help the younger guys as well move forward. And maybe that's what we need, especially with this current bunch. I would go on to say for West Indies team as well. Having that experience into that camp, especially, I get the fact that back then cricket has totally evolved and scored 111 for 4 after 23. But I was saying cricket from then has evolved. The innovativeness, it's there. It's clearly, we've clearly seen it around the world today. So by having those newer guys involved with those older guys, but those older guys playing cricket as well, that's really important moving forward. And we heard an article recently from Nicholas Puran said that he's not going to step down, but it's probably a learning curve for him for what just happened with that current West Indies team. So maybe that's a good thing moving forward.
Yeah, so a leg slip now with Nicholas Puran. As Carrier continues, it's his second over. Rutherford turns it just close to the square leg umpire, that short backward square position, and you get another single. Yeah, so you have to use the past experiences to get experience moving forward. Use it as stepping stones. If Nicholas Puran felt that it is a learning curve, what happened in the past, and he's going to use that as a stepping stone now, that's very good, because you have to recognize what you have done previously. It's like saying you have to know where you came from to know where you want, if you know where you're going, yeah, where you want to go. But this is the new generation of West Indian players now. Nicholas Pooran, who played Youth World Cup in 2014 alongside Gurikesh Moti, Brandon King, Tej Narine Chandapal. So those are the names you're hearing about at the moment. 2016 we saw Shimon Hetmeyer, Kimo Paul, Chimar Holder, Obed McCoy, and these guys, these are guys that we're seeing on the scene as well. Alec Atenes, who played in 2018, is here now getting some runs. Ashmed Ned, who played in that year as well. Then we saw Jaden Seals coming through. So single easily taken. So indeed, but you have to have those older folks, the mature guys, the experienced guys, to lead them. It's like taking your hands and say, okay, this is where we're going to go. And you must know exactly where to step and where not to step, because if you step in the wrong path, you may crumble, you may fall. But you have to have experience to take on the youths.
Certainly so. That guidance factor, very key indeed. Because when you look at some of these crucial moments that turn around games, it's the simple cricket and back to basics, if you want to call it that, that helps these teams move forward and win games. We see Karaya just trying the ball as well. It's a bit of moisture around. Remember, the rain fell a while back, so Trinidad has had a lot of rain recently.
Same back home in Guyana. You know, we're usually accustomed to the May, June rain and maybe December, January. But since rain started in December, January last year, it hasn't stopped yet. So in the rainy season, we're saying in Guyana, it's from January to December now, as over number 24 comes to an end. Just 4 runs off the over carrier, 115 for 4.
Kara doing a good job so far. 2 overs, just going for 8 runs. Imlak and Rutherford, they are happy to just rotate the strike, get that single in. Imlak is on 13 of 30, Rutherford 14 of 26. You all know the power that Rutherford possesses. Current run rate at the moment 4.79. Basically 1 over away from the halfway stage here. So you see Jason Mohammed, he's going to continue from that far end. Like we've seen him over these past couple of years, as you said, bowling around the wicket. And Imlak, no hurry here at all. Patience. Very, very patient here.
Long forward, bat and pad close together, as if he's playing for stumps. He is preserving his wicket, Imlak. Usually puts a premium on his wicket, which is very important. Nice tumbling save from Nicholas Pooran. You saw Tej Narine Chandapal and Bramble starting very confidently at the start of this match. 6-9 for the first wicket before Chandapal was dismissed for 25. Third delivery of the day from Narine. Bowled middle stump. Anthony Bramble was next to go. 2 for 76 when he was bowled by Shannon Gabriel. A short ball chopped on for a top score so far of 42. Shimon Hetmeyer did not last too long. Went for 11, caught at slip of the bowling of Narine. Leon Johnson caught Jason Mohammed of the bowling of Shannon Gabriel. Gabriel was on a hat-trick in over number 13. Since then, Rutherford and Imlak have joined forces. Have taken the score from 86 for 4 to 117 for 4 now. So nice partnership so far.
Yeah, remember, we're here at the Brandar Cricket Academy. It's a daylight encounter between these two sides. As you said, Imlak is probably just played for time. I hope he realizes that. Yes, it's getting a little later, but it's a daylight encounter here. At the end of 25 overs, the score 118 for 4. And just a quick review on that game that is currently taking place at the Queen's Park Oval. The Windward Islands team, they made 300 for 4 off the bat of again. Another impressive innings from that man. Atenes, he made 140, Kavim Hodge 104. Currently the CCC team, they're batting 109 for 4 after 23 overs. we have a change in commentary here. We welcome back Mr. Anil Lakan. 118 for 4, Mr. Lakan, after 25 overs. We are at the halfway stage.
So normally we double that score at the halfway stage. So you're possibly looking at anywhere around that 235, 240 mark. If you were to double that score, 236 would be more accurate. But Yannick Correa, he's come on and really continues to put the skid on the batters there, not giving nothing away whatsoever. But Tevin Imlach and Shufin Rutherford has taken that partnership now onto 33, a valuable 33-run partnership. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would want this pair to continue for as long as possibly, maybe close to the 40th over, where they could really unleash their middle and lower order batters, the likes of
As we see Correa continuing here. Oh, that's a loud appeal. Probably just pitching outside the leg there.
Well, I think height must have been a factor there for the umpire as well. That ball was spinning sharply back into Shufin Rutherford, and we're gonna have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, probably height there, as you were mentioning before. But you're talking about the batting lineup that this Guyana team possess. Mario Shepard still in the back. Versami Pomol very handy with the bat as well.
And what we've seen recently, Guradish Murthy, he had a wonderful knock at the Queen's Park Oval, where both himself and Versami Pomol, was practically taking Guyana towards that total. They had put on some 30 odd runs with a 10th wicket. So this got Guyana Harpy's batting lineup. They've got batting from 1 to 11. These guys are no muck with the bat.
Yeah, certainly so. And what I was about to say is that you mentioned 235 batting second. A bit of dew around as well could be a bit of a difficult task here.
Yeah, normally at the Brown Cricket Academy, the dew does come into effect. So the spinners on the Guyana Harpy Eagles, we just wait and see how they go about, working with the dew later on this evening.
Yeah, after 26 overs, the score now 120 for 4. Again, these two just patiently going along here. Yeah, it's going to see the grip factor for those spinners better due around. It's overcast conditions here currently, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays off at the end. But so far, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers doing a good job so far.
Well, Jason Mohammed, he's been doing a fantastic job for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here. Skipper Nicholas Puran, knowing that the likes of Jason Mohammed, he has shown in previous times that he has got what we call a golden arm. He normally comes on and gets a wicket, and this one is cut away between backward point and third man, and it goes into the boundary here. Shufin Rutherford just allowed that delivery to come to him and cut that ball as late as he could, and it ran away to the boundary for 4 runs. So wonderful deft touch from Shufin Rutherford.
Yeah, excellent piece of batting there from Rutherford against the run of play. It's been a while since we've seen a boundary here, so you need to be capitalizing on as much as he can.
Jason Mohammed continues. This one is played with soft hands out to that short point position. Yannick Correa trying to getting as quickly as he can to avoid that single.
It's always good as a captain. I mean, Nicholas Puran, now he's captain of the West Indies team, but being back here in the Trinidad and Tobago lineup, it's always good the way you can seek a bit of advice from a man who's captained this team for a long period of time as well. And Jason Mohammed, you have the experienced campaigners, Shannon Gabriel, Sunil Narine in your lineup. So
There's definitely a wealth of experience in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. So I'm sure they will all be pulling their resources together, and coming up with plans that they think that would be able to take Trinidad and Tobago Red Force over the line.
there's also that man on the bench, Mr. Imran Khan.
Imran Khan has been a seasoned campaigner with over 400 regional 40 wickets. So someone like Imran Khan, he also brings to the fore a lot of experience, a lot of guile as well, to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. But it's going to be Jason Mohammed. This one is crashed to extra cover where skipper Nicholas Puran does the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, and we've seen these guys, they gel pretty well together though.
Well, they know each other. They spend a lot of time with each other in terms of playing. So they're no stranger to each other. They know their games inside out, and what they do really well is complement each other when they're out in the middle.
Yeah, after 27 overs, they score now 127 for 4. And just to add something to what you've been saying as well, and recently when that game was cancelled, that practice match, even though it got cancelled, all these guys, they came out together and they practiced outside there. You saw Shannon Gabriel bowling as quickly as ever, as if he was like just 21 years old. Right? Very happy to be out there with the boys.
Of course, the likes of Shannon Gabriel, he does bring that energy to the team, and we saw what a wonderful spell he had, a second spell, where he really made the ball talk. And my word, you look at Shannon Gabriel bowling above 85 miles an hour, possibly into the 90 miles per hour range, that he's up to full fitness.
Yeah, certainly that double wicket over really turned around the momentum of this game here for the Guyana. They've slowed up a bit. Current run rate just 4.7.
Well, at that stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were going at 6.97, almost 7 runs over. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've really been able to apply the brakes on this powerful Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. And here we see Yannick Correa getting that googly. Rutherford being a bit loose there, trying to get that ball through that extra cover region, trying to punch that ball, not getting close enough to it. As a matter of fact, it was too close to him to be executing that back foot punch. So excellent communication there from both Imlak and Rutherford there. Just with a nod of the head, Hamza, they were up and running.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Since Imlak and Rutherford have been together at the crease, it's not no helter-skelter in terms of flowing of runs, but when they do run those singles, they run it extremely quick. The communication has been excellent so far.
Yeah, it's been deft touch as well from both these batters. They're not just going all out aggression. It's a lot of subtle play as well involved in terms of the rotation of the strike.
That ball just tucked away the mid wicket there. Easy single in the end there for Imlak.
Sakurai continues to wheel away with his leg breaks and googlies and sliders. Still not really settled at this time. I'm sure we're going to see that round one anytime soon. You'll want to try and deliver that delivery to the likes of Rutherford.
It's an excellent shot there from Rutherford. That ball goes racing into the boundary. That's his second boundary in consecutive overs here. He moves on now to 27 of 38. Right on that occasion, just a bit shorter.
And a very good back foot punch from Shufin Rutherford. Just rocks onto the back foot and tees that ball through that back foot point region. It raced across this lovely outfield here at the Brown Academy. That takes the score to 130 for 4. And how well Rutherford Rutherford has progressed thus far.
Yeah, Rutherford, like I said before, I mentioned, he has the ability to play the ball really late, and it will certainly help him against these spinners here. Just stuck that into the leg side. Oh, bit of a mix-up there, but listen, Phillips, he's really quick. So after 28 overs, the score now 133 for 4. So from a Guyana's perspective, they would want these two to take it as deep as possible.
Well, I'm sure skipper Nicholas Pooran will also be looking at possibly Akil Hussain to make a return, because he's still got 8 overs in his quota. How much is he going to get now? Well, as we speak, he's going to be taking over from Jason Mohammed. So what skipper Nicholas Pooran has done, he's basically gotten Jason Mohammed together with 3 overs, in quick time.
Yeah, for not much as well, just 14 of those 3, and it's almost like if you read your mind there for a second. So you see Akil Hussain, he's back into the attack.
And that's the kind of flexibility that Nicholas Pooran has within the ranks of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. He's got loads of options available to him, and sometimes, while that might be really good for a skipper, sometimes that just puts you in a position where, with so much options available, that you might be tempted to make a decision that you're not possibly too comfortable with.
Yeah, certainly. So as we see, Akil Hussain is coming back from that far end. That's immediately cut away. That's a good shot there. The fielder will come around and cut off that.
So excellent back foot punch from Tevin Imolakde, going past extra cover, but Keon Otley doing some excellent work on the boundary there, covering some ground to his right and rifling a throw into the keeper, Joshua De Silva. So that takes Imlak on to 20. That takes the Guyana Harpy Eagles on to 135 for 4.
It immediately causes a change in field. Pooran, he stuck himself off from that slip position, goes into a short mid wicket, and that's much better from Akil Hussain, because he's been a bit short of this for his 2.2 overs so far. Remember that first over he bowled only went for 1. That second over it had a no ball, and Anthony Bramble took him apart for 17 in that over.
And not very often you see the likes of Akil Hussain really taken to the cleaners. But what Akil has in his armory is the ability mentally to come back and really come back strong. So it's going to be interesting to see how well he bounced back from those early exchanges. But this is a pleasant looking off drive down to long off. Gets a single, Imlak.
Imlak, he's looked really comfortable though. He's patiently going about his business out there, but he's looked really comfortable. Rutherford had those 2 edges of Sunil Narine initially, but since then, he's looked like he's come to the party now. He's already hit 2 boundaries in consecutive overs, so...
Well, Shilton Rutherford, he's looking more and more short as he continues to grow into his innings here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Just rushing onto him there is Akil Hussain, and you rightfully mentioned that mental fortitude of Akil Hussain as well as a couple of these players have, and they need that in this day and age.
Well, when you play at the international level, you've got to be built with some kind of steel in order to survive, and he's been able to do that over an extended period of time, so that says a lot.
Loud appeal there. Arnold, that looked really close. Maybe height?
I would love to have had another look at it, to be honest with you, Hamza. But the umpire is in the best position. Mr. Brathwaite, he was not interested, and the game continues.
Yeah, Akil Hussain has played at that international level along with the likes of Sunil Narine, the recently added Yannick Karaya into that, and obviously the West Indies captain Nicholas Pooran is in the squad as well too. The score after 29 overs, 137 for 4, so this partnership building slowly but surely here.
And I tell you what, that singer brought up the 50 partnership for both Imlak and Rutherford, and how well both of these batters have played. They've played what we call Hamza, taking into effect what was required of both of them, and they really played the situational cricket. They really played the situational really, really well in accumulating a 50-run partnership. So, very well played to both Imlach and Shufin Rutherford.
Yeah, partnership 51 of 13.4 overs. They came together after the fall of Shimron Hetmeyer. So, a bit of consolidating has been done here.
So Shimron Hetmeyer getting a peach of a delivery from Sunil Narine, pitching on middle and off and whizzing past that, getting that outside edge, and skipper Nicholas Puran gleefully accepted that opportunity.
Yeah, Sunil Narine, some 6 overs, 6 runs in his spell and picked up 2 wickets.
So Imlach just goes onto the front foot here, plays a lovely off drive down to long off, and the rotation of the strike. And I'm sure that Nicholas Puram, he will be not very concerned, but he will want to try and cut out as much as possible those singles that they're just tapping and running within the 30-yard circle. Here's the leg spinner spinning sharply into Rutherford, trying to rock back onto the back foot, trying to give himself some room to access the offside.
What Rutherford is doing right now, he's showing a bit of intention here as to be a little more aggressive. But with 4 overs left from Sunil Narine, that's going to be playing on both the minds of the Guyana team as well as Nicholas Puran as to when he brings back his trump card here to break this partnership.
Well, I'm sure he will be looking forward to a breakthrough from either Yannick Carrier or the likes of Akil Hussain.
You mentioned those footprints earlier. That ball just pitched on one of the footprints there and just kicked.
Well, those footprints will come into effect during the course of this match, and with the Guyana Harpy Eagles having 2 guys who have played at the international level in Guradish Murthy and Vasami Permal, I'm sure with the left-handers in the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, they'll be looking to really hit those foot marks when it's their time at the bowling crease.
Yes, certainly so. As we see Karaya, he's just going through his overs really nicely. He's bowled 4.5 overs for just 19 runs so far.
So what he needs now is just to have a wicket to that wickets column now, and that's just going to put the icing on the cake there.
So he finishes off his 5th over here. Imlach just nicely tucking that into the leg side as he's been doing throughout his innings so far. He moves
so
on to
Imlach,
23.
what we're seeing from Imlach, he's doing a bit of movement within the crease. So that delivery, he was basically outside the line of the off stump, trying to get inside the line, and he was able to do that comfortably and tapped it out into the onside for a single. So at the end of
30 overs there, the score 141 for 4. So the partnership going along, 55 of 87 deliveries so far. So with 20 overs left, 141 on the board. Probably thinking a little more aggressive intent here now.
Well, with 20 overs to go, if the Guyana Harpy Eagles were to progress at 6th over, that would take them to 260. I'm sure they will want a bit more than that. They would want to at least get to that 275 mark, but it all depends on how well these 2 continue to build on what they have done thus far. Akil Hussain, he will want to change that immediately by trying to dislodge either of these batters and continue to make further inroads where this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup is concerned.
Akil Hussain still has 6.5 delivery, 6.5 overs left. And what is cut away really nicely, but there's protection out there. Akil Hussain, like I said, 6.4 overs remaining. Jason Mohammed, he's bowled 3 overs, he has 7. Yannick Karaya has 5, but more importantly, Sunil Narine still has 4 as well.
So when you work up 20 overs to go, with 20 overs to go and Sunil Narine still has 4 in his armory, you're basically looking at batting 16 overs to try and accumulate whatever score that you'd possibly, have, in your planning.
See, Hussain continues here.
On a diving stop there, Lovely feeling from Yannick Araya at that extra cover position there. Diving away to his left.
It's really good when you can see the senior guys in your team moving around like that on your field. So shout out Gabriel. Excellent feeling of his bowling earlier on. That just stripped in the air, but
Well,
really
I tell you
safe.
what, Yannick Carrier, he's been doing extremely well in terms of his out cricket. He's been working tirelessly at training to ensure that he maintains and exceeds the standards that he sets himself.
Yeah, and having been called on that West Indies team just a while back, certainly more motivation to work on that fitness there, Arnold.
Yeah, he's definitely a hard worker. He really gives it his all during practice sessions.
Just looking to sweep there, but ball beating him all ends up.
Well, I personally think that Tevin Imlach would definitely have missed out there, because that ball was ideal for that lap sweep, just to get some bat on there, and that would have travelled down to a fine leg very, very quickly indeed. So that occasion has been missed. A lovely delivery here from Akil Hussain.
That passed really close to the stumps there. So at the end of 31 overs, 143 for 4, but Imlach needs to look how he's leaving alone.
Yeah, that was perilously close to his off stump.
Dirty. So you see Anderson Phillip now, he's going to be continuing here from the commentary end. 143 for 4. Oh, and that's pulled away nicely. Excellent shot there from Rutherford. That ball raced into the boundary.
Yeah, loosener from Anderson Phillip on leg stump. Shufin Rutherford, being the quality player that he is, he's just pivoted inside his stumps and played that through that backward square region, and it goes away for 4.
Yeah, short there from Anderson Phillip. Pretty much a nothing delivery. But certainly slowing up a bit.
So skipper Nicholas Puran bringing back Anderson Phillip, looking for that breakthrough here, Hamza.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip, he's pulled 3.1 overs with 33 runs so far. Oh, it's a bit of a bounce. Excellent feeling there. Man, Jason Mohammed, the backward point region.
So short and wide from Anderson Phillip. Rutherford just trying to use the pace of that delivery to get between that short third man and backward point position. But Jason Mohammed, he pounced on that really well, diving away to his right and making a timely stop. Had that ball gone away there, it would have gone into the boundary. So excellent support for the bowler here from Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, just Jason Mohammed into the action again, and that was extremely close. Imlach looking for a second run, definitely not on.
So we see in the likes of Yannick Carrier reading the play brilliantly there and making a timely stop there, defending that ball from going down to the fielders on the boundary. So great anticipation there from Yannick Carrier. Backing up really, really well.
Rutherford certainly looking to be a bit more aggressive now. See Imlach on strike. Oh, ball kept a bit low there. Short and wide for the felt that you missed out on opportunity there.
Well, Anderson Phillip defeated Tevin Imlach there. Tevin Imlach was camping on the back foot there, expecting another short delivery, premeditating there, and defeating Imlach outside the off stump there, beating all ends up. It goes into the mitt of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva.
That's cut away. There's a man on the boundary there, so they're only going to get a single.
So excellent change of pace from Anderson Phillip here, bowling that cutter delivery. Imlach had to wait acres of time there in order to get that ball out to that extra cover boundary.
As you see a bit of grey clouds coming over here at the Brian Lara Stadium. Hopefully it blows away.
We already had one minor rain break.
Well, that's an excellent delivery there from Anderson Phillip. Much better length on that occasion. The score after 32 overs, 149 for 4. So after 32 overs, 149 for 4, we have a drinks break here. I'll be taking a break as well, as I welcome Mr. John back on commentary as soon as this break's over.
the Harpy Eagles got to be very watchful. That's a big appeal for a leg before immediately. Might be doing a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think that ball was spinning past leg stump there, but excellent start from Narine, asking questions immediate of Devin Imlach. And I tell you, both these players will have to be totally switched on, to negate this early introduction by Narine in his third spell. In his second spell, sorry.
How often have we seen batters losing concentration after that drinks break, and then sometimes when they have a start or they're well set, gifting their wickets away. From a Harpy Eagles standpoint, now that 150 is on the board, 150 for 4 in the 33rd over. From a Harpy Eagles standpoint, you'll hope that they cannot fall prey to that and be able to have that mental capacity to really rise above that and come out on top.
So the next 2 to 3 overs, John, is going to be for these guys to really get themselves back clicking again.
Rutherford is on 36. Had some nervous times when Narine was bowling his first spell. Before he got off the mark, he was edging but fell well short of for a slip. And he's back again. Nicholas Pooran has brought himself back at slip again. It's a mind game, Anil.
Of course, it's a mind game. It's all played in the minds, and sometimes the skipper could really create an illusion outside there that something is happening that does never exist, and that plays a major part in terms of how the batters approach things.
Quick delivery as Narine comes round the wicket to Rutherford.
So what Narine is doing is he's changing up the angles so he's not becoming predictable, John Ramsing.
Familiar way of bowling, hiding that ball behind him as he bowls. So his first over in the second spell, the first after the drinks break, comes to an end, and the partnership continues to be very solid, 64, and the Harpy Eagles 150 for 4 after 33.
Well, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the entire team, they would want both Imlach and Rutherford to bat deep into this innings, John Ramsing, with 17 overs still available in this innings. That's quite a number of overs. So just about 102 balls remaining in this innings.
I see that run rate that they're currently scoring at, the Harpy Eagles, 4.55. At that rate, they will need to up that rate, because at 4.55, 225 runs thereabout, they'll need to look to get much more than that to be competitive in this game.
Yeah,
Akil Hussain will continue. He bowls his first ball of his fifth over. So you need to be competitive in this match. Try to get that score past 250 to be competitive.
Yeah, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would be looking beyond that 250 mark, but a lot is going to be dependent, John Ramsing, on both these batters. And at some stage going forward, one of these guys are going to have to take that approach where they got to show a bit more intent.
Yeah, Rutherford might be the person who would want to step on the gas. Imlach now into his 14th match at this level. Tevin Imlach, 25 years of age.
But Trinidad and Tobago skipper Nicholas Pooran, he's really trying to keep things here tight, not really giving much away. And he wouldn't mind at all, giving away 3 or 4 singles over John Ramsing.
Not at all. We just want to preserve the boundaries. And so far we see that the bowlers not bowling boundary balls, and even if the ball is driven or played close to boundaries, the fielders have been given good support so far.
Yeah, the fielding has been excellent, to say the least. They have been diving around, training around their frame. And what a wonderful stop there by Akil Hussain to his own bowling.
So Rutherford now in his 22nd list day match. Slightly more experienced at this level than Imlach. He's also played international cricket, Sheriff in Rutherford. 60-20s for the West Indies. So he might be the one who would want to take the responsibility of batting and getting some acceleration going. But a single from Akil Hussein's fifth over. He's now bowled 5 overs, none for 26. And after 34 overs, the Harpy Eagles 151 for 4.
So skipper Nicholas Pooran continues to ring the changes, and it's important, John Ramsing, in white ball cricket, that you continue to shift around your bowlers. You don't want to become predictable by any bowler, bowling to these batters. So by changing up the bowlers ever so often, you're more or less taking away that momentum from the batting team. Because once the bowlers change, you've now got to reset yourself with what is going to be presented to you by the new option.
So Narine will continue. He's operating from the southern end of the ground this time. His first spell of 6 overs was at the northern end of the ground.
So I'm predicting, John Ramsing, that Sunil possibly is going to possibly bowl 2 overs in the spell.
Because you'll want to keep him for the back end as well. Yeah, that could be the plan from Nicholas Pooran. This one is tucked off the hip, a little bit of extra bounce from Sunil Narine. So I think the bowlers are coming from the bottom end. They're getting a bit more bounce. You see the fast bowlers operating from that end and being very comfortable. So maybe you're seeing, despite you not seeing uneven bounce, we're seeing 2 pace, one from the different ends. Both ends playing differently.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel was able to exploit that really, really well during the spell, John Ramsing. Oh, and now the appeal for stomping.
Yeah, there was Rutherford. His eyes lit up as Narine flighted that one, looking for the almighty swing. And he missed it. And wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva was equal to the task. Look at that one. A little bit of turn away, beating the outside edge of Sheriff in Rutherford as was shaping to go maybe over mid-wicket.
Well, I must tell you, John Ramsing, it would have been very interesting indeed had we had a replay for the run-outs.
Yeah, had we had a square on angle, you would have seen how close that one really was. In the end, umpire Gregory Brathwaite, who just had one look at it, said not out. And you see, well, it's umpire right, not right. Chris Taylor. Umpire Wright is actually the reserved umpire in this game. Gregory Brathwaite is actually at the southern end of the ground.
Very experienced umpire Brathwaite.
So 7 bowlers used by Nicholas Pooran to date. And I think he brought in the spin of Jason Mohammed because the likes of Jaden Seals not having a good day. Just 4 overs for 29, a bit expensive. Anderson Phillip 4 overs for 25. Maybe not as expensive, but expensive as well as the over is completed from Narine. 35 gone, 154 for the loss of 4.
So at 90 balls to go in this innings, John Ramsing, if they were to go at a run a ball, that's going to take them to 244. With 244, 250 mark be enough?
Still left to be seen because stranger things have happened in cricket. And do remember as well, the Trinidad Tobago Red Fours, they're on a winning streak. 7 matches in last season, 1 already this year. So they've played 8 matches in the regional Super 50 tournaments. They've won all 8. So they're looking to extend that winning streak in this game. Harpy Eagles, they've lost their opening game. And they're looking to snap this winning streak of the defending champions. Sweeping the ball outside his off stump, Tevin Imlach.
So Tevin Imlach looking to go for that slog sweep there, trying to play it on length. It was there for the taking, but just missed out there. But Akil Hussein has come back really impressively here.
I was about to make the point, this is a much better spell from him. finding the gap nicely this time, Imlak, but not getting the boundary. Just a single again. Rotation in the strike.
But what he has done, Akil Hussein, what he has done in this spell, he's bowling a lot quicker. Rather than those loopy deliveries, he's more going for that arm ball option, that quicker variation option.
So the left-hander will take strike now. Rutherford, he's on 37. Has a good start. And he pulls. We know that he loves to pull. This one is going to over the head of the fielder. And that straightish long on position. Jason Mohammed could not pull that one down, even as if he was tall as LeBron James. Might not have gotten there. It was well hit. 6 runs to Rutherford. He's into the 40s now.
So Rutherford showing some intent here. Hitting that one over a long on for a maximum. So clear intentions here from Shufin Rutherford. He's trying to get that move on, John Ramsing.
And the camera's picking up some of the spectators that have gathered here to watch this big battle. This time he goes much squarer and goes into the mound. And that's back-to-back sixes for Shufin Rutherford. And Hussein, Dustin was praising him for a much better second spell. He's roughed up in over number 6.
Yeah, just pulling down those deliveries, both those deliveries short on leg stump, asking to really be put away, and Shufin Rutherford hitting that ball onto the mount there for another maximum. So the second maximum in this over, and it takes Rutherford onto 49, one away from a very good half century here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
49 from 62, 4 fours to go with those 2 sixes, and missing out on the single there, and he's annoyed with himself, Sheffield Rutherford. And that's the end of the 36th over, 167 for 4.
So both these players now, I'm sure, and they're having a mid-bid discussion, and I'm sure that discussion would definitely be, John, how they're going to play the last 14 overs of this innings.
Well, I see the intention of Sheffield Rutherford now, looking to get on with things. I've seen a lot of the bowlers already, perhaps all of them. So now think to himself and say to his partner, I will have a go.
So just as we was alluding to, Narine is pull off the attack, and here comes Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, Narine. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10 is out of the attack, and in comes the lively Shannon Gabriel. First ball is guided down towards the third man nicely. Use of the pace and width that was afforded.
So Shannon Gabriel going short and wide, allowing Tevin Imlak to use the pace there to get that ball to that deep backward point region, and he was comfortably back for 2 runs. So excellent start to the over here from Tevin Imlak.
Yeah, so momentum now because of those 2 sixes in the last over, shifting towards the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Pulled quicker and got through the defense, and there is Tevin Imlak forward, beaten, bowled. Over number 5 gone. Wicket number 5 gone.
So Shannon Gabriel doing the trick here for Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Tevin Imlak, as we had seen previously, John Ramsey, he had a tendency to be hanging back, and Shannon Gabriel getting that ball to tail back into the right-hander, disturb the woodwork there. So an important breakthrough here for Trinidad Tobago Red Force. Shannon Gabriel coming back for his 3rd spell, making an immediate impact. How impactful is this dismissal of Tevin Imlak, John Ramsing?
Yeah, ending an 83-run partnership with Sheffield Rutherford. A very important partnership. Partnership broken. There you see Tevin Imlak bowled Gabriel 32 from 66 balls. Very much a disappointed man, but it was a very good delivery. And interestingly, Imlak no boundaries in his knock.
And it just goes to show that Tevin Imlak was willing, John Ramsey, to run hard between the wickets, take the twos when it was, when it's available, and that really was the cornerstone of that partnership between himself and Sheffield Rutherford. The run in between the wickets was very, very impressive indeed.
The new batsman is Kevin Sinclair. He's a right-handed batsman about to take guard and marking his guard in that familiar way. The world was amused. We were pretty much wondering what was Shivnarine Chanderpaul doing back in 1993 when he took the bails off and jammed it into the pitch to mark his guard. Since then, pretty much the world has been doing it.
Excellent work there, John Ramsing, bringing some history to the fore here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Getting off the mark immediately is Kevin Sinclair and could very well get a boundary. The ball goes close to the boundary at cover and beats the fielder who was sprinting away, Yannick Carrier. And Sinclair is off the mark with a convincing cover drive.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel just guilty of possibly going bowling a tad too full there, and Kevin Sinclair caressed that ball through backward point for a boundary. Yannick Carrier was on his skates, but he could not hold it in at the last moment.
So Sinclair, who got 33 from 24 balls in the last match, is going to be very much confident of getting another start here. He had 3 fours and 2 sixes at the Queen's Park Oval against the Windwards Volcanoes. But he's bowling to a fired up. He's facing a fired up Shannon Gabriel, who's picked up his 3rd wicket in this match. So Gabriel pumped up and looking for more success.
Yeah, Nicholas Puran, he will want Shannon Gabriel to continue to make further inroads into this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. And I tell you now, Shannon Gabriel is smelling blood. If he could get rid of the likes of Sinclair and expose that lower order, it's really going to be exciting.
No timing in this one from Sinclair. Gabriel bowled 5 overs when he played against the CCC in the first match. Picked up 1 for 18. You were here. I guess he was very lively again.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel, continuing to show all of us here and around the world, whoever is looking, that he's back. He's back to his best. He's back. Shannon Gabriel is back. He's bowling with a lot of peace, and more impressively, John Ramsing, his control has been immaculate.
He's now into his 7th over. Sinclair looking for a single. It's not on. And that's the end of Gabriel's 7th over. Successful one for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. 37 gone. 173 for 5.
So Sinclair joining Rutherford now, John Ramsing. What's the role of Kevin Sinclair at this passage of play during the Guyana Harpy Eagles innings?
Yeah, it's going to be quite similar. I say similar to what Tevin Imlach has been doing in giving support to Rutherford. But we know that Sinclair is also an attacking batsman. So you just got to be selective with his stroke making, but just be a good partner to Rutherford. And at this stage, he also would like to get some runs for himself and team. So the running is going to be very important. Just got to be supportive to Rutherford and to the team's cause.
So skipper Nicholas Puran has gone to his trump card, Narine.
It's a big appeal for a quarter. And that's the marching orders being given by umpire Chris Taylor. Rutherford, faintest of Nick, and he's caught behind Narine, switching ends and picking up his 3rd wicket at the start of his 9th over. We were saying that he was going to come back towards the depth of the innings, but Nicholas Puran decided to bring him back right away because there's a new batsman, Kevin Sinclair, on strike, and there is Rutherford facing the first ball of over number 38 and getting a faint edge to the keeper. That half century will have to wait another time. He's gone for 49.
But how well Shufan Rutherford has played during the course of this innings, John Ramsing. It had to take something really special to dislodge him, and that delivery, definitely it was a very special delivery. And when you look at the catch taken by Joshua De Silva, that was very impressive indeed.
Yeah, Narine coming back from the northern end, the end where he started, and got 2 wickets. Now he's getting his 3rd. And if you have a look at the replay, we almost saw it there. There was Rutherford looking for a big swing. Missed it, and the edge found. Gone for 49. So wicket number 6 in the bag. And suddenly, after a nice partnership of 83, the Harpy Eagles losing 2 wickets in the space of just 4 runs.
So Narine continues to spin a web around these Guyana Harpy Eagles batters, but it brings the likes of Romario Shepherd out to the middle, and we know of his ball striking ability, John Ramsey.
Yes, the world knows that as well, so he's going to take strike from Narine, who is not going to be giving him any loose deliveries. Perfect first ball, beats him outside the off stump, well bowled.
Narine continues to trouble all these batters, and then with his guile, his control, and of course his bag of tricks that he's got in his armory.
So Rutherford made 49 from 63 balls with 4 fours and 2 sixes.
So I'm sure the think tank of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, John Ramsey, they're going to be echoing into the ears of every batter that goes out there. Once Narine is bowling, try as best as you can and keep him out.
Yeah, the fact that Narine has been brought back now to bowl over now 38, it says that Nicholas Pooran is not prepared to bowl 50 overs. Driven full delivery, because if the Guyana Harpy Eagles can be bowled out well within 50 overs, Pooran will be very pleased.
Of course, so he's using Narine here as a wicket-taking option, which he is, but if Narine could strike another blow too during the course of these deliveries that's left to him, then that would really open up this guy in a batting lineup.
Shepherd gets this one off the inner part of the bat to get off the mark. Scampering for that single. So still to come, Clinton Pestano, Gurukesh Moti, and Veerasammy Pamal. So some bat in there, some firepower still. So the Guyana Harpy Eagles will definitely be looking, still trying their best to get to 250. They must look for that score, because the Red Fours, they're a very good batting unit as well, and playing at home, playing at this familiar venue, they will back themselves to get 250, but it can be a competitive total. Narine about to complete his 9th over. How well he is bowled, and over the years Narine has been that thorn in the flesh of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Just cannot get a measure of Narine at all levels. Here is the final delivery of his 9th over. That one went through with the arm and beats Kevin Sinclair outside his off stump. He survives, he's on 4. 38 gone, 174 for 6.
So with just about 72 balls to go in this innings, a lot is going to be dependent on both Romario Shepherd and Sinclair to bat possibly another 7 overs, John Ramsey, and allow the likes of a Gurukesh Moti, to really have a dash at the end.
So Akil Hussain is going to go from the southern end of the ground now. So Gabriel out of the attack. 3 for 34 from his 7. Shannon Gabriel. And now we see Nicholas Pooran looking to get his spinners into the game. This one is played down towards extra cover. Boundary for the Harpy Eagles. Boundary for Romario Shepherd. He's off the mark in terms of his boundaries. His first boundary to add to his single. And 178 now the total. But that was too wide of the off stump from Akil Hussain.
Yeah, short and wide outside the off stump, asking to be hit through the cover, and Romario Shepherd, I believe, do it with perfection there through the offside.
Get the impression that it was not hit that well, but the timing, and after it hit the outfield, it started to run downhill towards extra cover, and that really sped away. So timing has been good, Shepherd.
He's a big, strong man as well, John Ramsey.
Oh,
when he hits that ball, it stays hit.
This time he misses, looking to slug sweep. So he just got a single in the last game at the Queen's Park Oval, Romario Shepherd. And he was annoyed with himself after getting out. Puts a premium on his wicket as well. Oh, bounce and turn for Akil Hussain. This pitch has a little bit for everybody. Batsmen, bowlers, fast bowlers, spinners.
And it's what you would term a very good cricket pitch, John Ramsing.
I'll tell you who the heroes are in a short while. This one has got away nicely. Good feeling as well. Will be a wicket, will be a run out at the non-strikers end. Both batters in one crease, and that ball was played straight to the field at backward point, who had a fumble, and in the end picked it up, sent the ball to the non-strikers end. The bowler himself had a fumble, but at that time, both of the batters were in the striker's crease, and in the end, a run out. Let's have a look at it again.
This one is played out to backward point. Kean Otley picking up, not cleanly, but with both batters at one end, it gave them the luxury, John Ramsing, to throw that ball down to the bowler's end to affect that run out. Sinclair very upset indeed. Had Romario Shepherd accepted that single, he may have gotten in very, very comfortably, John Ramsing. But miscommunication resulted in that run up. And at a very untimely dismissal here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So
losing a wicket by the run out route.
Yeah, it is the 7th wicket going down. And we've seen the score being 169 for a loss of 5, 173 for 6, 178 for 7. So it means that the Harpy Eagles have lost their last 3 wickets for just 9 runs.
But excellent leadership from Nicholas Puran as well to start that engineer in terms of the middle and lower order of this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup.
Yes, did well to bring back Gabriel, who got the breakthrough. And then Narine in the very next over picked up the other batter that was well set. So Shepherd now has gotten a new partner in Gurikesh Moti, who's at a non-striker's end. Moti to left hand, right hand again for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So is it a case now, John Ramsing, where Guyana could be bowled out?
They have to be very mindful of that because they're losing wickets regularly. So it's now 178 for a loss of 7. Shepherd is still there on 5. And Moti with him, who's just gotten there, yet to face a ball. 39 overs gone, 178 for 7.
So still 11 overs available to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Both Romario Shepherd and Gurikesh Moti will be well aware of what is required, possibly for the next 6 overs before they could go hell for leather.
Yeah, 13 balls, 3 wickets, and 8 runs. Not very good at all for the Harpy Eagles. It was Stephen Imlach who was bowled by Shannon Gabriel in over number 37 for 32. And then the next over, Narine found the edge of Rutherford. He was caught behind for 49. And then in the very next over, run out Kevin Sinclair for 4, 178 for 7. Same score now as Narine Sass's final over. Left-handed Moti sweeps at this one. Looks as if got some edge and the ball is going to run down towards third man behind the keeper and into the boundary. So umpire Taylor confirms bat, and it means Gurikesh Moti is off the mark, sweeping his first ball that he faced from Cyril Narine. And we can have a look at it here now. Yes, edge was found indeed. It went between the keeper and first slip and quickly into the boundary for 4.
But that ball flew past the wicketkeeper and skipper Nicholas Puran in a flash. There's absolutely no chance that they would have gotten to that ball, that slip. And there's going to be another change in the field.
So Moti coming ahead of Pestano. Gets a delivery down the leg side. So now after being swept and a 4 conceded, Narine bowls are wide. He's in his final over nonetheless in Narine. So that is something the Harpy Eagles will be looking at. That after this is going to be no more Narine. So we just want to watch him out. That ball jumped. Where did that kick from?
Well, that came off a link. That was spinning and jumping like a snake,
rubber ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ball kicked from a good length. But Moti.
Yeah, that delivery was very venomous.
This time is very watchful. Like I said, they will all know that Narine is into his final over. So they want to preserve their wicket. They want to be very watchful. But if the opportunity presents itself, they want to take it as well.
And you've got to maintain that kind of intent when you are batting John Ramsing.
This time, there's a big space in the covers. And Moti will get an easy single. Moti blasted 100 at the Queen's Park Oval earlier this season in the regional 4-day tournament.
So he's definitely no mug with the bat.
Not at all.
He's definitely got batting ability. And what's required now is situational cricket. Keep supporting Shepherd as well and try and get that the score way past that 250 mark.
They're both very capable of getting the boundaries. They can bat as well in this situation. Just got to preserve their wicket. That run rate not being allowed to go too much far over that 4.62 mark. It was always steady, hovering 4.5 runs and over. So Sunil Narine has completed his spell of 10 overs. And what magical figures we've seen from the genius. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, 3 wickets.
What more could Nicholas Pooran, the skipper of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, ask of his premium spinner, Sunil Narine?
Excellent bowling from the right arm off spinner. And we can say that again. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, and 3 wickets. Wanted to rob him of 1. 3 wickets. Excellent bowling from the right arm off spinner. He got a very important wicket, the breakthrough. When the openers were going great guns of Tej Narine Chandapal, bowled with his 3rd delivery of the day. So he got Tej Narine Chandapal, Shimron Hetmeyer, and recently Sherfin Rutherford. So the big scalps he's accounted for Sunil Narine. So back into the attack again is the other bowler that has been showing a lot of venom. Shannon Gabriel now for his 8th over.
And that is what we've been growing accustomed to from the likes of Sunil Narine, John Ramsing. Whenever he has the ball in his hand, you know that he's going to make something happen. What a luxury it is for the likes of Nicholas Pooran to have someone in his armory, his bowling armory, at your disposal, John Ramsing.
We cannot say that the pitch is a bad one for fast bowling. That's why you're not seeing more of Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip, because look at that chance for run-outs as well, and Jaden Seals knocks it down. Shepherd did not look back to see where the ball was. He was running for the strikers in and looked up and see that his partner not going, and he turned back, and if it wasn't for that misfield, it could have been a goner.
Yeah, he definitely would have been a goner, but I tell you what, Jaden Seals really put in the hard miles there, because that ball was travelling like a rocket to mid-off.
Gabriel able to extract good bounce and good pace from this wicket, unlike Anderson Phillip and the man coming back from injury, Jaden Seals. Now into his 8th over. Nice short ball taken on the glove. Keeper comes back, takes it. Shannon Gabriel once again, pace like fire here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Gets his 4th wicket. Moti did not know where that one came from. Trying to take evasive action from a short ball and glove it. And good work from the wicketkeeper running back and took it nicely. Joshua De Silva. Wicket number 8 goes down. 184 for 8. Look at that. Trying to get out of the way and took the glove, ballooned into the air, and Joshua De Silva running back and took it quite comfortably with the gloves. Another wicket going down. Shannon Gabriel, 4 now for him.
Yeah, so excellent bowling, aggressive bowling from Shannon Gabriel, and we all know the likes of Gudadish Moti. He does have batting ability, but when facing that kind of ferocious pace, John Ramsing, it will take a lot more than Gudadish Moti to negotiate those deliveries.
Yeah, gone for 5, Moti. Clinton Pestano is now the new batter who's coming out to join his fellow Burbishan, his fellow right arm seam bowler.
And I tell you what, John Ramsing, what Nicholas Pooran has done really well here. He's used Shannon Gabriel in short bursts. So what he's basically asking Shannon to do is to really run and have a go at these batters. And my word, he's done that really impressively here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's possibly woken up this Brian Lara Cricket Academy surface here.
4 wickets for him so far, Shannon Gabriel. He accounted for the wickets of Anthony Bramble, Leon Johnson of successive deliveries, I must let you know. Tevin Imlak and now Gurikesh Moti. Here he is now looking for a 5-4 as he bowls to the new batter. A nice forward defensive stroke from Pestano.
Pestano, as we all know, he a couple of years ago he supplied straight for the Diamond United Sports Club, which is not far away from here. John Ramsing, he played a couple of seasons for Diamond United.
Diamond. Oh, I have a good friend back home, Akeem Green. He plays for Diamond as well. Diamond, yeah, he probably lives there.
Pestano, was really impressive during his tenure with Diamond United. Having 2 prolific seasons with the Diamond United Sports Club.
That one kept just marginally low. Perhaps the first sign of a 2-pace track here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Shannon Gabriel, 25 one internationals for the West Indies, 56 test matches, 2 T20s at the first class level, 120 first class matches, 52 List A matches, best of 5 for 33. He's picked up that as its only 5-4 at List A, chance of getting his second 5-wicket haul.
So I'd love to see Shannon Gabriel go right up to look for that Yorker, John Ramsing, because these guys just seems to be staying back a bit.
Short ball again. That's the end of a successful over again from Shannon Gabriel. The over in which they picked up the wicket of Gurikesh Moti and the Guyana Harpy Eagles with 9 overs available to them, 184 for 8.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles, a lot will be dependent on both Shepherd and Pestano to take them. Now that 250 seems quite a distance away,
Yes,
John Ramsing.
Yeah, that's perhaps they can look to just bat out their overs rather than thinking to get to 250. That would be much more insight.
So there's going to be the introduction of Yannick Carrier.
Yeah, because Narine has completed his spell of 10. So that's an opportunity now for Carrier to get some overs, perhaps clean up the tail. He had to pick up a wicket from the 5 overs he has bowled. But also Shepherd and Pestano would want to use the opportunity not only to bat deep to the end, but also get some runs off Carrier. This one is cut away nicely, half stop by the fielder, and is going to run into the boundary. Has enough to get there, despite being half stopped by Bravo. It was well hit. Too much of room outside the off stump. Too much turn on that occasion from Carrier, and there Shepherd taking full advantage.
Yeah, short and wide from Yannick Carrier. Shepherd cutting that ball through backward point. In all fairness to Darren Bravo, the bounce was not consistent, and I felt that defeated him a bit.
Yeah, he got a hand to it, but it was so well hit, it went into the boundary still.
And here we see Romario Shepherd just premeditating here a bit here, John Ramsing. Not really looking at what's being delivered, but taking that opportunity to go for that slug sweep.
Turn again for Carrier, but this time it's punched down to cover and cleaned up by Jaden Seals.
So Carrier is extracting some spin from the surface, but it's of a slow nature. It's allowing the batters and the opportunity to rock onto the back foot and get away that ball through the offside, John Ramsing.
That's what we call tennis ball bounce.
Tennis ball bounce, indeed.
Yep. So like I said,
Carrier will not want to possibly go a bit further up because he could be taken downtown.
kind of lost 4 wickets for 15 runs from a position of 169 for 5 to 184 for a loss of 8. And now pushing on to 189.
So they have started in the last 5 overs, John Ramsing.
Nice flighted delivery from the leg spinner.
And because of the nature of what transpired in the last half an hour, John Ramsing, both Romario Shepherd and Pestano, they cannot really take the opportunity to express themselves in the manner in which we know that they can perform.
Yeah, just trying to preserve their wickets. That one's the googly that came back in after pitching outside the off stump to the right-hander, but was just too wide of the mark again for the liking of the bowler. And Carrier collects his hat. That's the end of his 6th over. 8 overs to go in the Harpy Eagles innings, 190 for 8.
So still a lot of work to do from a batting perspective. Nicholas Pooran, he will continue to go for blood. He smells blood here, John Ramsing. He will continue with Shannon Gabriel. No.
It looks as if it's Akil Hussain who's at the top of his bowling mark with the ball in hand. So Gabriel still with 2 overs to go. And 2 wickets in hand for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So skipper Nicholas Pooran, he's still playing it a bit safe, John Ramsing, in the sense that he doesn't want to take the opportunity and bowl Shannon Gabriel out and then expose himself to the back end in the last 3 or 4 overs.
It's that very dicey situation, that difficult decision that you have to make. Should I go for the juggler or should I wait just a little bit? That's a very good delivery to start. Over number 8 for Hussain. Over number 43 in the innings.
So Hussain continues to bowl some magical deliveries.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he hasn't been able to pick a wicket just yet.
That was too good for the outside edge. This time edge found, beats the field at first slip, and Pooran chasing for all his word but will not get there. Outfield here at the Brian Lack Cricket Academy is very quick, and a boundary for Imlak. Extra bounce on that occasion, and he got the boundary.
Yeah, extra bounce there. But more importantly, a welcome boundary for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. That takes the score on to 194 for 8. And I think what's required now, John Ramsing, is for these guys to bat deep into, possibly into the 50th over.
Yeah, there's the camera pan to that ball that was going to the boundary. The Guyana Harpy Eagles dressing room looked very quiet. No encouragement at all for the ball that was going down to the boundary. Sometimes when you're down, all you need is a little bit of support.
And we know this game, you've got to breed confidence at every stage.
Ball came back in to the right-hander and again getting towards the boundary. Gabriel is after it. And a fit. Gabriel got there ahead of the ball. The ball is getting towards the ropes. Maybe a year or so ago, Gabriel would have allowed that to go away.
Yeah, so we've seen that stark, performance here from Shannon Gabriel. His overall fitness is really, really showing here today.
So runs being scored behind the wicketkeeper for Pestano. This time he plays it in front of him. Very watchful. Pestano's no mug with the ball at all. With the bat. Has ability to hit the ball a long way. But with just somebody per mall to come, want to take a lot of opportunity, a lot of chances here. Just hit that one back up to the bowler to end the over. 43 gone, 196 for 8. So
both Romario Shepherd and Pestano continues to fight for their team, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Yeah, 6 runs from that last Hussain over. All being scored behind the wicketkeeper. So the ball spinning away, the guy's going for that back foot punch. It peels away off the outside edge. But what we've seen from the far end, John Ramsing, is that the ball is tending to bounce a lot more than from the pavilion end. So Carrier is going to continue. Nice flighted delivery, and there's Shepherd exploring the possibility of driving. Missed it. Skipper Nicholas Pooran has taken himself out of slip. Yeah, there's a ring of fielders on the offside. Short third, backward point, and extra cover. It's a short ball. But there's a fielder as well at long on. So Nicholas Pooran would still like John Ramsing at this stage to try and finish off things out in the middle.
Yeah, you do not want to. 50 overs are available. If you can get a wickets before 50, you'll take that any day. And that is something some captains will want to really look at. If you have teams on the ropes, go for the kill, go for the juggler.
Well, as you say, it's a dicey situation. You don't want to play out your trumps and then leave yourself exposed, in the final overs of the innings.
Confident stroke from Shepherd, but good feeling as well from the experienced Jason Mohammed, who's at long off, running towards his left. That can lift the fielding side at any time. Good feeling.
Good feeling is always a good recipe for the team.
And the 200 is on the board now for the Harpy Eagles. They've gotten there eventually. In the 44th over now. This one sat up nicely for Shepherd to cut. Bravo's there this time, he collects.
So skipper Nicholas Puran, he would mind if the Guyana Harpy Eagles is dealing in singles at this stage of the innings, John Ramsing.
So Carrier licking some 5 runs in this over without a boundary. Flighted one that plays down towards long on. Taken! Keon Utley takes it very easily, very comfortably at long on. And that's wicket number 9. Clinton Pestano hitting down the throat of Utley at long on, giving Carrier his first wicket. And after 44 overs, the Harpy Eagles 201 for 9 with just more to come.
John Ramsing, totally unnecessary at this stage of the innings. Totally unnecessary. What was required was situational cricket. Bat as long as and as deep as possible and allow the likes of give support to the likes of Romario Shepherd. But Clinton Pestano going for glory there, only succeeded in holding out too long on there, and that man Yannick Carrier in the wickets column.
Yeah, that's Carrier's first wicket.
But what the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has done really well, having stemmed the flow, they have not allowed the Guyana Harpy Eagles to really extend themselves beyond that 4.75 run mark during the 15th to the 44th over.
And now with number 11 at the crease, Gabriel is back into the attack. The ball is 9th over, looking for a 5-4.
And how well deserved a 5-er would be, for Shannon Gabriel. It'd really be nice to see him get a 5-er here today at Verana Cricket Academy.
Oh, that's a gem of a delivery.
So a stifle appeal from Shannon Gabriel. Not sure if that ball brushed the pads on the way to the wicketkeeper. Possibly appealing for a leg before decision there, John Ramsing.
So Narine finishing his 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 17. Yannick Carrier just picked up his first wicket after 7 overs from him. So 5 overs to go after this one. So some options for Nicholas Puran. Not a full delivery, playing over it this time.
But if you look at Joshua De Silva, he was you could see his hands. He's really trying to cool those hands. That was a very, very quick delivery indeed.
Yeah, a very vicious one from Shannon Gabriel into his 9th over now. I think the entire Trinidad and Tobago will be very pleased to know that Shannon Gabriel is back to this level of fitness, running in very hard, bowling very fast, even on a flat track here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The lights are on. Lights have taken effect here, despite not losing daylight as yet totally. Confidently driven, but nicely fielded as well by Sunil Narine.
So Romario Shepherd now, how does he play it for the next 5 overs, John Ramsing? Does he wait to the final, to the last 2 or 3 overs, or does he try now to get as much as possible?
He's backing himself right now, as you can see, just trying to find the gaps, trying to get runs. He has a capable batter the next end in Versame Pamal. So he's on strike and he's trying to just get as many as possible. Mind you, he's bowling to bowler as well, pumped up. Oh, perfect! Straight drive, the lofted straight drive goes back over the head of the bowler. And what a way to treat Shannon Gabriel. That one is an excellent lofted drive from Romario Shepherd.
Excellent straight drive from Romario Shepherd, just standing and hitting through the line of that delivery and depositing that ball as straight as an arrow over the boundary. What an almighty hit there from Romario Shepherd. Considering that Shannon Gabriel is bowling as impressively as he is at the moment, to really take on that shot, it really says a lot about the likes of Romario Shepherd.
Very well played, and that's just the fourth six of the innings. We saw Anthony Bramble hitting one, and Sheriff Rutherford consecutive sixes before he was dismissed. And now the fourth six of the innings, and that is off the bat of Shepherd, the man from Tugborough Park in Berbice. After being hit for that six, strays down the leg. So Gabriel will have to compose himself.
He will have to reload that delivery, just trying overcompensating a bit here, John Ramsing, possibly going for the leg stump, a Yorker, and missing his line there.
Earlier we saw when the cameras were following the balls going into the boundaries, some spectators building up. So these two teams always bring out spectators regardless the level that they're playing at. And once again we saw some spectators here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This time he tugs this one into the onside. There's a fielder deep mid wicket. Bravo collects. Lot of bottom hand in that shot. Not timing it the way he would like, Shepherd.
Yeah, possibly he could have played that ball a bit later, John. But just trying to muscle that ball through mid wicket. Not getting the timing that he would like or the connection that he wanted at that stage.
The last batsman to be dismissed, Clinton Pestano, caught by athlete long on for 8. In the last match at the Oval, the Harpy Eagles batted 46.4 overs as well. Did not bat their full 50. On the verge here of being bowled out below 50 overs as well, if they're not very careful. Beautifully bowled, well bowled Yorker from Gabriel to finish his 9th over. Bamal survives. Shepherd is 21. It's 209 for 9 with 5 overs to go.
So with Sarami Purmal showing us that he's got batting talent as well, John Ramsing. And I'm sure that conversation in mid-pitch, Romario Shepherd will be echoing into his ears. We need to stay here till the 50th over. We can't afford to get bowled out inside 50 overs. Once you get bowled out within 50 overs, you are always behind the 8 ball. John Ramsing.
The last match, Pomal was at the end. He was the last batter to be dismissed for 28 in a fighting partnership with Gurukesh Moti. 48. So he can also not only hang around but score. Now we're seeing Hussein bowling his 9th over. So Gabriel completing 9. Narine bowling out his 10. Gabriel has one more as well. Will it be needed? Let's see. This one is cut away. Beats the fielder. Beats a diving fielder at backward point and into the boundary. So Shepherd getting another boundary. A much needed one as well for the Harpy Eagles. He moves up to 25.
So Shepherd continues to fight for his team. Short delivery, cutting out, cut through that backward point region. Jaden Seals not being able to affect that stop, and it goes into the boundary.
This one is on the line of the off stump. A little bit quicker as well from Hussein. Trying to breach the defense of Shepherd. Shepherd playing a very good hand here. top scorer of the innings. 49 from Rutherford, 42 from Bramble.
So getting starts and not really carrying on Bramble.
Oh,
That one was very, very close to the off stump there, John Ramsing. A bit too close to cut.
he was caught in two minds actually, whether to pull, whether to cut. And in the end, looking to cut was too close to him.
But how well the young Taser and Chandapur looked during his brief stay out in the middle as well.
So brief. You can hardly remember it. He needs a bat longer. Taser and Chandapur. Give the selectors headaches. Let them speak of you in every sentence, if possible.
Yeah, allow the bat to do the talking for you.
Beautifully bowled from Akil Hussain. Ball spinning away from the outside edge of Pamal. It was too good for that bat of Pamal's. And that's the end of 46 overs. Hussain completing 9-1 to go for him. He's picked up, actually yet to pick up a wicket. Not for 54 from 9. 4 overs to go, 214 for 9.
So with just 24 balls to go, I'm sure they would want to score at least a run a ball. So that'll possibly take them anywhere close to that 240 mark, John Ramsing.
So Pamal, who's played 7-1 internationals for the West Indies, with the best score of 10, has played 129 first-class matches to go with his 96 List A matches. He has a highest score at this level of 39. And he got 28 in the last match, 28 out. His highest score is 39 not out.
So it's going to be Jaden Seals from the far end.
Seals now into his 5th over. Started impressively, then was thumped out of the attack. Oh, that was pulled confidently and over the head of Bravo. Perhaps losing it in the light as he's indicating, but it's gone for 6. You'll see it was a short ball to start with from Jaden Seals into Shepherd, and he pulled, and there's Bravo. Perhaps, I would say perhaps, losing it in the light, and it went into the boundary for a maximum.
Yeah.
Bad miss again from Bravo.
How important that miss is going to be.
Yeah, not having the best of days in the field. Darren Michael Bravo. Instead of Bravo being on his shirt, he has Michael on his shirt. He's maintained at number 46, however. Through the legs and through the keeper as well. Little scamper a by, looking for the second. Oh, leg by, it actually brushed some part of the body on its way through. So a leg by to the Harpy Eagles. They'll take every run they could get at this stage.
And it's important that they continue to run well between the wickets as well. But Romario Shepherd, he's moved on to 32. So he's going more than a run a ball. He's striking above 100.
It's a very good innings from him. Much needed. Time when his team came in when his team was struggling. At 173 for 6. Still there. 221 for 9. Pamal gets off the mark. And also gets Romario Shepherd back on strike. Pamal from the Albion area in Berbice on the Quarantine Coast. Romario Shepherd, a New Amsterdam boy. That one is slugged away down towards long on. Just a single, however.
Jaden Shields choosing to go the short back of a length delivery.
Gabriel did that as well, but with the extra pace, made it very uncomfortable for the batters. Seal searching for his first wicket, which will be the last of the innings. This one is squeezed down towards backward point. Keon Otley is in the way. I think Shepherd will be telling Pamal, just bat one delivery to go. Just survive that one delivery. So he'll be on strike at the start of the new over. So the lights almost taking full effect here. We haven't lost the daylight totally, but it's a wonderful facility here for cricket, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Very impressive indeed is the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So a dot ball to end the overs. That's the end of 47. So 3 overs to go. 9 runs from that last over. And if the pair at the wicket continue to bat and survive the last 3 overs, perhaps can get not only 9, but 9 threes 27, and that will take the score perfectly to 250, to 240.
Yeah, so
250.
250 is still on the cards here, John Ramsing. But Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they will want to clean up this last wicket here as quickly as possible. And if they're able to do that, it will give them the momentum going into their batting.
Anderson Phillip will be back, is now brought back into the attack. We haven't seen him for a long time. 4 overs before this, none for 25. Shepherd is on strike. He's on 33 from 30. Very good knock from him so far. Oh, and there he goes. This one is pulled away and into what is it known as the party stand here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And that's 6 more to Shepherd to start over number 48. Phillip, maybe a bit cold, starts with a short ball and is punished.
So short from Anderson Phillip, and Romario Shepherd, with his ball striking ability, deposited that way over a deep mid wicket for a maximum. So not a good start from Anderson Phillip at the start of this over.
Shepherd packs a punch. That one went quickly into the boundary. So that's his second 6 now, Romario Shepherd. $229 now. So putting some respectability to the total.
It has been an excellent recovery from the Guyana Harpy Eagles, having had that excellent start of 69 for their opening partnership, and then basically lost their way a bit, John Ramsing, to be now 229 for 9. It has been an excellent recovery from them. But what they'll want to do is to bat until the 50th over.
No ball. So it's all happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Chris Taylor very quickly to call no ball. Anderson round the wicket to the right-handed Shepherd and overstepping. It means Romario Shepherd will have a free hit.
And I'm sure Romario Shepherd, he will want to take him downtown as well. He will want to capitalize on that free hit. But Anderson Phillip changing his line, and I'm sure he's possibly looking to arc that ball into the pads of Romario Shepherd.
No ball again. So despite it being on target, it could have been a dot ball. Could have been a good delivery as a free hit. But he overstepped again, Anderson Phillip. I guess he's enjoying the way Romario Shepherd is batting. He wants him to prolong his innings.
Yeah, so struggling a bit, Anderson Phillip there, not getting it right. But there's another free hit on offer.
Phillip in the team today at the expense of Jad Gooley, who's injured and not having a good match so far, Anderson Phillip. Bottom hand, a lot of bottom hand in this one. And goes down towards mid-wicket of the thick inner part of the bat of Shepherd. He was closing the face of that one.
Yeah, so using the bottom hand to good effect there, just getting enough bat on that delivery there. and squeezing it out to that deep mid-wicket region there, where there's acreage of space available. So we could see the plan from Anderson Phillip. He's looking to go full and wide, but has not really been able to execute the manner in which he would have liked.
Just to give you some news, the Rain had the final say at the Queen's Park Oval. The players never came back after 23 overs in the run chase. Combined campuses and colleges were at 109 for 4 after 23 overs. When the rains came, they were chasing 300 for 4 made by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. At that stage, they were 50 runs behind on the Duckworth Lewis and Stern method. So the Windwards winning by 50 runs on the Duckworth Lewis and Stern method. So their second consecutive victory for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They've beaten the Harpy Eagles in the opening round and now getting the better of CCC.
So this contest between Trinidad and Tobago and the Guyana Harpy Eagles is even more a mouth-watering contest.
Full toss, and that one is travelling, has wings, and that one has gone downtown for a maximum. Romario Shepherd moves up to 47, and Phillip not having a good day.
Yeah, just seems to be struggling a bit. Anderson Phillip going full there. Romario Shepherd just extending those levers and hitting it way over a long off.
4 sixes now to the powerful right arm all-rounder to go with 3 fours. So it's 47 from 35 deliveries. The top scorer of the innings so far is Sheriff Rutherford with 49. Let's see if Shepherd will go past him and get the first 50 of this match. Straight down the ground again, but fielder is well placed at long on. Otley.
So that one is on driven to long on.
And 2 deliveries to go in over number 48. Permal, who's faced 7 deliveries for 1. Perhaps will just want to either get 2, 4, 6. And to survive the remaining 2 deliveries, of course. Full toss again. It's a bit too easy now for the last pair. 241. So getting closer to 250 that we spoke so highly about earlier.
And I tell you what, John Ramsing, that single brings up the 40th run in this in that partnership. So the 10th wicket partnership is now worth a
40.
valuable 40 runs.
Yeah, at the last game they got 48, the Harpy Eagles, for the last wicket. So the lower order definitely showing that they can bat. This one is nicely driven down towards extra cover. And he'll keep the strike, Romario Shepherd, at the start of over number 48. So 10 runs, 16, 19 runs from that Anderson Phillip over. And he's perhaps bowled his last over of this match. 5 overs, none for 44. 2 overs to go, 242 for the loss of 9. Shepherd has now joined Sheriff Rutherford with a joint highest score of this innings.
And what a timely knock by Romario Shepherd. How important these runs are at the back end of the innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and how important this score would be in terms of the final result here tonight, John Ramsing.
So Shepherd,
he's really now given his team a very, very competitive total to defend going into the second half.
he'll be celebrating his 28th birthday later this month. He's played 18 one-day internationals for the West Indies to go 23 T20 internationals.
So it's going to be Akil Hussain.
Yeah. Shepherd with already 2 half centuries at the list A level. This is his 50th match at this level. I'm sure he'll be looking to take on the left arm spin of Akil Hussain. Romo said the off stump cutaway beats the field as well, and will go into the boundary for 4. 50 to Romario Shepherd, 50 convincing style. He's now on to 53 from 38 balls, 4 sixes, now 4 fours, and the 27-year-old raises his bat, acknowledges his teammates, and that also takes his team closer to 250. They're 246 for a loss of 9.
So excellent half century from Romario Shepherd, showing the middle the guys who batted out in the middle exactly how to do it.
His third listed half century. Now reverse hitting, but missed it. A little bit of extra turn as well. Good grip on this surface from Akil Hussain. Into his final over now, Hussain, the left arm spinner.
So Romario Shepherd, really setting the tone here in the final.
Yeah, not often we see Hussain bowling 9 overs now in the stint and not having a wicket at this level. So it's cut away nicely. Will come back for the second. Could run between Shepherd and actually 47. Dabbed away again. So put on the bat in display for us at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And I can get people, and the crowd is certainly growing nicely. We will not have a massive crowd here by any stretch of the imagination, but those in the stands are very much enjoying this play. He's not got bat onto that. That might have been called a wide. So the partnership we're seeing now, 48 from 31 deliveries. Timely.
Very timely indeed. We've seen excellent ball striking from Marshall.
Support from Pamal, who gets his third in the partnership.
I was very taken aback by Romario assisting 250.
Yeah.
That single. But
bring up to 250, yeah.
But that single brings the magical figure of 250, and getting the 250 now will definitely give the Guyana some level of comfort in the second half. But they will want Romario Shepherd to possibly get as much as he can in the first 6 deliveries of this innings.
So down to the last over. Seals, it looks like. It's going to be both the last over. It is Jaden Seals. 5 overs on 7. Shannon Gabriel, who has 1 over up his sleeve. 4-42. Surprisingly not given the opportunity to get out innings and get a 5-4. Single taken quite easily by Fred Pamal.
But more
Moses. Wide and deep. Oh. They take a look here. Ball it, ball it. It was a big max. Really to go. Said Shepherd. 4 6. The mound.
extra maximum. That takes on the 267. What from the
At this time, there was 4 6.
Well, I hope that you're playing. That's middle lineup. You cannot be held. I'll tell you what, John Ramsing. It's not going to be your is points. He put very put to the run. Oh, we go rounding. Gabriel, how you say it? He's really and he's so much run.
So to see
That that
welcome back to the coverage here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 269 for 9. And I'm afraid at this point in time, if you're a TT Red Force supporter, you might be a bit concerned because what happened towards the back end of the innings caused what is called a momentum shift. And if the TNT boys can't get that out of their minds during the break, going back out there, they will be timid. All sorts of things will be running through their mind, and it's going to be difficult for them to get up to 270. Let me say a very good evening to Hamza Mohammed, who has joined me in the commentary position. An uphill task, Hamza.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to each and everyone, and thank you again, Mr. Mamchan. You mentioned momentum shift, and it's because of that guy who's going to bowl right now that helped cause that shift from 201 for 9 after 44 overs. Guyana blazed their way to 269, more so because of that blistering knock from Mario Shepherd, 74 from 46 with 6 towering sixes here.
Yeah, it was an amazing innings towards the back end, and one shot that particularly stays with me was the one that he crashed over cover for 6. It was a short and wide by Anderson Phillip, and he jumped into the shot and he was able to get it over a cover for 6. So here we go. It's going to be Shepherd around the wicket, and pulling away is Otley, who got a fine half century in the opening win.
Yeah, Otley, he would be hoping that he could carry on his momentum. Some 60 odd not out in that Trinidad win. Momentum for Trinidad in that first game, but Guyana, they'll want to bounce back after that loss to the Windward Islands in their first encounter. So 2 very important games here for both teams.
So Shepherd starting with the lone slip. And just feeding that one onto the bat there. Otley. Silva will be off to Australia pretty soon. Want to have some runs under his belt, so to speak.
Yeah, this star-studded Trinidad and Tobago team will be looking, like I said, to carry on their momentum. They're playing on home soil, so that's a momentum builder for them alone. So we have some fans out here. Hopefully they can give them something to smile about this evening.
Looking for a quick single, and that's good. And that's a good attitude there by Otley. He was on the move, playing the shot, and just De Silva, it was his call, and De Silva responded well. So that is going to be a feature that can really help. It helps any team, any batting team, once you can take those quick singles, once you can make singles into runs that were non-existent, turn singles into doubles, those sort of thing.
And what the Trinidad and Tobago team will be have going for them, especially in this first 10 overs, there are just only 2 fielders allowed outside that circle. So they'll be looking to probably capitalize on that. And we saw the importance of running from this Guyana team, especially from Imlach and Rutherford in that middle stages, that helps set up that fine finish to the end to the Guyana innings.
Shepherd. It's a good delivery, just back off a length. You can see De Silva looking for that possible single. It's not there.
Guyana really come in, even though they lost that first game, they pronounced themselves, especially with that lower order, some 76 runs for the last 2 wickets today. Pretty much almost the same thing. So some positives to look for this Guyana team, batting from 1 to 11 literally.
Well, a number of all-rounders packed in there, and you have Permal batting at number 11. That should tell you the strength of the batting unit. Even off the field, they have John Ramsing in the commentary box at number 12, and that tells you how good the batting lineup is.
And you mentioned about all-rounders, and there's one bowling right now, but in those lineup they have Kevin Sinclair Schuff and Rutherford, the slower bowlers, as well as a man who had most wickets for them a couple seasons ago, young Clinton Pestano.
Hey, Shepherd. Good delivery again. Just bowling those hard lengths. Back of a length. Silva, unsure if to come forward or back. And there is no run.
Yeah, and also a name who has been trending throughout Guyana is that young Gudakesh Moti. So it'll be very interesting to see the impact he and Pumal can make on this pitch. We've seen the spinners from the Trinidad and Tobago team, they've been getting the ball to turn a lot here.
Sometimes getting the ball to turn a lot means nothing. It's all about control, variation, and what you do with it. So those guys will be looking for that. Slow delivery. Silva will be unhappy with himself, stretching out and finding Hepmeyer. It's the end of the over, is it? At the end of one, TNT chasing 170. They're 1 for none.
And it's not a surprise here at all that we're going to see spin from the other end. It's something that Guyana have been using a while now, especially Versami Pumal opening the bowling.
Pumal is one of those consistent players, one of those consistent performers. Seems to be playing cricket forever. Versami Pumal brings loads of experience to the setup. Here, with this Guyana outfit, and these two teams, TNT Red Force and the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're the two most successful teams in 50 over cricket in the Caribbean.
Yeah,
TNT ahead though with there's about 13 titles. Guyana might have, I think, around 9 or 10. We'll get Ramsing to check on that for us as soon as he finishes with his chicken in the rough. Pulled away for 4. Short delivery to start with, and all he had to do was to pick his spot.
Yeah, easy pickings there for a man in form. Young Otley just on the back foot. It's too short there to start off with Pumal.
$265 to get off 293 balls. Oh, that's good. They'll be looking for 2. You can see Otley on that occasion just delaying the stroke to access the onside and to get it away from backward square. He's very good at doing that, picking gaps.
As you mentioned before, Trinidad and Tobago securing their 13th title, the defending champions coming into this Super 50 regional competition.
That's much better from Pumal.
And what I like about Otley, he doesn't get tied down too easily.
It's coming forward with soft hands. It doesn't carry the slip.
When you talk about a man who's had a bit of form recently, is this guy here on strike. Successful time with the West Indies so far. Joshua De Silva really bringing some of his experience over these last couple of seasons into this lineup. Really talented wicketkeeper batsman is Joshua De Silva. And what is good for this team, he's playing alongside another young player who's now the West Indies captain, that of Nicholas Puran. So a lot of experience being shared there in this Trinidad and Tobago camp, as I should say in the Guyana camp as well, especially with this man who's bowling here.
You can see Silva going right back onto that back foot, deep in the crease, looking to maneuver that ball past mid-wicket. Just can't happen. And at the end of Pumal's over, it's 8 without loss.
Trinidad and Tobago just being watchful here at the start of this innings, and why not Otley? He has scored all 8 of the runs so far.
So it's going to be Shepherd to continue round the wicket. Oh, that's a lovely shot for 4. 2 straight and over pitched, and all he did was a length into that. Down the ground, all timing.
Yeah, perfect there from Otley. Not gonna miss out on something like that again. But just only 2 fielders outside the circle, so all he had to do was get the ball past that man at short mid-on.
Well, they say that the on drive is one of the hardest shots to play in cricket. Otley made it look easy. Driving and edging! Just short of slip. Good delivery there by Shepherd. Outside the off stump, just shaping away. And in the first game, Otley had that problem of playing outside the off stump, not getting close to the ball. Let's have a look. Yeah. Just driving, dropping inches before first slip. Shepherd was brought Guyana right back into this encounter.
Yeah, what he has done there though is he's corrected his length immediately, pitched up that first delivery, and since then he's brought back his length for his last 2 deliveries. With the new ball here, he'll be hoping to get a bit of swing and hopefully bring back that first slip back into play again.
It's forced away through the offside. Lovely bit of fielding there at point. So one more.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to get from Otley. Like I said, he's a man, he doesn't like to be tied down. So you're going to get those expansive drives ever so often. But that man on the other end will have to keep him in check, and hopefully they need to build a solid partnership here into securing a win for the Trinidad and Tobago outfit.
So are you saying that some men like to be tied down?
Well, as you see Shepherd continuing here.
Right smile coming from Anil Lakan. "13 without loss." And again, that troublesome area on the bowling crease continues to be a worry from the very first match that was played on this ground to commission the venue. A couple of years ago, there was an issue with that area. We saw it in the first game again. Good delivery. Shepherd is living back off a length. It's the end of the over. At the end of 2, at the end of 3, the latest score at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, 13 without loss.
That crease is going to be one problem, but that foot mark as well. Shannon Gabriel didn't help the course of his shot to make a batsman earlier on, because he definitely made that spot show, and there's about 3 foot marks outside the drive of the left-handed batsman, and Pomol may look to exploit that.
Especially to the left-handers. There is a slip in place. Leon Johnson, a man who I have a lot of time for in terms of his leadership ability, took Guyana through their most successful stint in first-class cricket. I think it was 5 successive first-class titles.
Yeah, and you mentioned people who've been around for a long time. If I can imagine, he's been around for a really, really long time, along with this guy who's bowling here. So, talk about the experience factor in Trinidad and Tobago team. Can't write out that of Guyana as well. And Johnson has always marched his troops through thick and thin, and you can see they have a lot of respect for him out there.
Silva just making room, looking to get off the mark, and he does. Finally, after 9 deliveries, he's off the mark. So runs required and balls remaining, starting to get closer together.
And it's something that you would expect. It's something that you would expect, especially with Guyana having these slower bowlers up the arsenal.
Well, it's something you might not expect in a power play. Take nothing away from Guyana, they've been tight as the economy.
As you can see from that last delivery, that ball pitched just to the edge of that foot mark and turned dramatically in to Otley. But he's playing them late, so that's really good from his part.
Well, that's what is prescribed. Again, just easing it on the offside, allowing himself time to get a single. Admire, collects.
Because of those foot marks, especially for left-handed Otley, I would probably love to see one man just in close again. Probably maybe for that ball that pops up. But Purmall is an experienced campaigner and he knows what he's about, so
well, that's going to run away into the boundary for 4. Playing it very late indeed. He was able to get it fine. And that's 4 to the silver. So he's getting into the thick of things now. At the end of 4, it's 20 without loss.
yeah, Purmall just straight into line there. Bit expensive, 14 from his 2 so far. Shepherd's doing a good job at the other end, so they'll want the pressure to keep building, especially for these 2 opening batsmen here. Otley already showing his intention in that last Romario Shepherd over.
Shepherd is now going to go over the wicket. He'll be looking to angle those deliveries across the left-handed Otley. Slip in place. Backward point. Waiting for anything that goes off the edge on that offside.
Yeah, and he has a man on that. He has a third man. Almost like a wideish third man, so we're looking to see if he could just bowl that ball outside that off stump, hoping to entice a drive from Otley that he did in the last over.
Driving off the edge. So the plan is clear against Otley.
Yeah, that's Purmall there, back on that third man boundary. See, the plan was almost executed there. Just not carrying to Purmall. It's going to be a little bit different now from Joshua De Silva.
He has kept him quiet. De Silva has not been able to score off his bowling in this innings. And he's playing around that front pad. He has to be careful. Could be a leg before candidate doing that. Shepherd in his 3rd over, just the 7 runs given. Found the outside edge of Otley's bat that dropped mere inches before full slip.
Yeah, Silva is walking across a lot here. He went for 17 in that first game of 25 deliveries. So he'll be looking to spend a bit more time here. More so capitalize and have some runs under his belt moving forward.
Well fielded. So De Silva, he continues to keep De Silva very quiet indeed.
Just one run off this 5th over so far. Being cheered right around by his teammates and deserves all of it at the moment.
Oh, that's a good shot of the back foot, and the quick hands gets it through the onside. That's 4. It's a good shot. That's a top shot there from De Silva, playing off the back foot. Let's have a look.
Just stuck them up a bit there, but De Silva was up to the task. And not for the first time tonight, we've seen some beautiful shot off the back foot. We've seen a couple huge sixes, one from Bramble in that first innings and from Romario Shepherd. So there's still a bit of life here on the surface. Shannon Gabriel certainly woke up the pitch earlier. Score 25 without lost after 5.
Well, with John Ramsing being in the press box, Guyana has no really hostile fast bowlers out there. Playing away on the offside, Ramsing, of course, covering the series not only for us here on the production side of things, but also for locally for media in Guyana. Sean Devers, the other Guyanese scribe across here in Trinidad, he played for Guyana under 19, I believe it was. And these guys have been coming to Trinidad on a regular basis, covering the fortunes of their country. Down the leg side, and it eludes Bramble.
Yeah, it's really good to see a partnership, if you want to call it, both on the field and off the field as well. It's not just good for the cricket, but just good for both countries, just sharing that love they have for each other. We all know the rivalry between Trinidad and Guyana has always been there. It's probably one of the biggest rivalries we have in the Caribbean. So
Pomal looking to get into his own. His captain continuing with him.
that's good from De Silva now. Just rotate the strike. I mean, you got to keep the scoreboard ticking. Makes no sense you just out there soaking up deliveries. You want to build the innings, keep that scoreboard ticking and not add pressure on the other end. Otley, he's on 16 off 18 so far. Again, Pomal just bowling into the rough. Ball just taking off. It's good bowling there from Pomal.
Just easing it away. So a good opening stand so far from these two. 29 without loss after 6.
Yeah, at this stage, the Guyana team, they were 38 without loss. Bramble, he was going helter-skelter at the top of the order.
Guyana did get off to a frenetic start. So it seems as if Pestano is going to come into the attack now. Clinton Pestano. Very nice name, Hamza.
Yeah, certainly a nice name, and for the Guyana fans, they'll hope a name that is going to be etched in this game. They hope he can pick up a few wickets here. Like I mentioned before, he's not done a bad job representing the Guyana team in the 50-over competition. The 2019 season, I think he was the leading wickets taker for this Guyana team. So we'll be hoping to pick up a few wickets here.
chance. No. They take one. That's all they're going to get. So Pestano looking to create early problems.
What he is going to get, though, he's going to get a bit of bounce off of the surface because of the high arm action that he has.
He's a tall man. So that adds. Let's have a look at his run-up. Very strong action there. We're just straying down the leg side. That's 4. 2 straight, and Silva not trying to overhit that. Just allowing it to come on to him. He was able to force it down behind square. So that's 4. 34 without loss.
Yeah, Pestano just straining his line there. And what the Silva will do, despite he's going to be patient, he's not going to miss out on deliveries like that.
The thing about guys like the Silva is that they could also be ultra aggressive. So you respect the good balls because they have the ability to take advantage of the bad balls.
Just like that on the legs again. There's protection this time. And that's why it's always going to be so dangerous to have these guys out there, because their strike rate could go to 50 to 120 in no time. Pestano will be looking to correct his line here. Bowling to the left-handed Otley now.
Hoiked away, and that's into the boundary for 4. So Pestano, again, this time straying onto the leg side for the left-hander. So this left-right combination is not going to help Pestano.
Not the best start. He's been all over the place. First De Silva, and now Otley.
Well, Otley's aggressive as well. We all know how aggressive Keon Otley plays. So anything off line or length, it's going to go. This is good captaincy here from Johnson. He immediately gets into the head of Pestano, giving him some advice. So he's not leaving the young man to fend for himself.
They're going to be coming from around the wicket now. They've moved the slip.
These two openers will want to stay there for quite a bit.
Yeah, they wanted to make more runs, especially early days here in this competition. Man who just fielded that ball, he'll be hoping that he can make some more runs for his side as well in Shimron Hitmaya. That's what you're going to get from Motley. He's always going to be looking for that drive, and at the end of 7 overs, score 39 without loss here. Run rate just over 5.5.
Which is not difficult. But I think what these two needs to do is to produce a good foundation. Bat for as long as they could. Because for far too many times we've seen teams get off. It's a good foundation and then crumble. We saw it with Guyana. If had it not been for that wonderful 74 not out in the end, they might have been all out for 200.
Yeah, definitely, and especially the way how the batsman got out as well didn't really help their cause. Not to take away anything from the bowling of the Trinidad Tobago bowlers, especially the way Shannon Gabriel led the attack. And even though there was a bit of a rebuilder there in the middle with Imlak and Rutherford, I just found that they went a bit too slow. And I think that would be the difference between the Guyana and the Trinidad and Tobago, because of the aggression in the Trinidad and Tobago team as well. I think that's what they'll want to do to capitalize, hopefully win this game, especially in those middle overs. What might be going for them is that Purmall is bowling up front here as well.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through the offside. Just laying back and crashing it through square for 4.
It's just the perks of Otley playing late again on this surface.
And he's on fire. It's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, what was key for that? You saw the line again targeting that foot marks, but it was a bit too short on that occasion. Yeah, this is lovely from Otley here. He's keeping that scoreboard ticking. And just like that, they've already got the 6 runs off this over. As I was mentioning those middle overs before, Puma will probably be the guy they'll be wanting his economy probably to be around 3-4. He's going at 6 over so far. So that's a plus for the Trinidad Tobago team. And at the end of it, 45 without loss.
So after 8 TNT, 45 without loss. Remember, they need a good foundation here to chase down that 270 to defeat the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
And because they're getting 6 runs over from Purmall, I'm not going to say that they'll want to be relaxed, but they can be a bit more watchful to Kevin Sinclair. We both all know that he's a guy who can turn the ball, but he gets a bit of bounce as well. Because he's a tall guy, so it's going to be very interesting now to see the field setting here. See Otley taking off the helmet. It's really hot out there, I should tell you. Kevin Sinclair, man known for his celebrations here. And I'll be hoping they could see 1 or 2 of that here tonight. You see Otley. That's cut away nicely, and that's a bit of misfielding there from Shimron Hitmaya. And again, Otley playing on the back foot. Excellent shot here. Sinclair just a little bit too short on that occasion. Shimron Hitmaya should have done a bit better. And as we've been seeing, Otley hitting a boundary and just rotating the strike. So this is good stuff here from the Trinidad and Tobago opener. Chris carried on being left off from last game.
Yeah, he's shown a mature hand, and that's important. And that's a 50 coming up in over number 9, the silver 16 of 21. Kevin Sinclair.
Leon Johnson again just being a bit vocal there with his bowler. Something we've known from him over the years.
Hey, Sinclair.
Well, this is good from the Silva as well. After being tied down a bit in the beginning, he's on 17 of 22 right now. It's good batting from the Trinidad and Tobago team.
It's a powerful lineup.
Sinclair probably just looking for the arm ball there. Utley up for the task. He's driving and he's driving well. Strong return for that man on the boundary there. Oh, that's good. This is really good here from this outfit. Some 8 runs off the over. What they're doing is they're getting a boundary early on, making the rest of the over very easy. So after 9, the score 53 without loss.
Well, if you get a boundary early in the evening, only early in the over, it puts you in good stead. Just to knock it around, remember the required rate is not all that. So far so good from these two. Chasing a target of 270, you always tend to need a good foundation. The openers have done that.
We see Pumol continuing from that far end. The Silva is a man, he loves to cut anything slightly short. He is going to go back on that back foot. He's had a lot of success in the past doing it.
Oh, that's 4. Given the width, and he was able to access the offside easily.
Pumol just trying to pull back his length here, and because he's getting a bit of a turn. Easy pickings there for Joshua Da Silva.
So it's 57 without loss.
Current run rate just above a runner ball, so nothing too extravagant at this moment, and they're on par at the moment, the Trinidad Tobago team, especially not losing a wicket.
Driving is Da Silva. So Da Silva is also coming into his own. 3 deliveries to go in the over. A good start, 58 without loss. Pumol. Oh, that's 4 more. Overpitched. And just taking the hands through the shot. That's 4 more.
Yeah, some talent is this guy, this Utley, as you see in the replay here. Just waiting last moment. Excellent batting from Keon Utley. Oh, false start there, Pumol. Just playing some games here with Utley.
Pumol has not been at his best, I dare say. That previous delivery overpitched and driven away. So TNT have made a good start here to chasing down 270.
Pumol's already gone for 33 runs off his 4.5 overs. Not what the Guyana would be wanting, but
so it's the end of the over after more thoughts from from Hamza Mohammed. We're going to have a double change with John Ramsing and his cousin from Penal, Anil Lakan.
yeah, Trinidad Tobago going along here nicely. 62 without loss after 10. As I take my leave, I welcome Mr. John and Mr. Anil to continue with you all for the next 10 overs or so.
Thank you very much, Hamza Mohammed. Trinidad and Tobago chasing a formidable target of 270 for victory. They've started really well here, the batting power play, getting off to 62 without loss. Kean Otley, he scored 37 from 34 deliveries. Joshua De Silva, he's going at almost a run a ball. He's on 23 from 26. So let me welcome John Ramsing, my co-commentator.
Thank you very much, Anil. 6-2 without loss after 10. The Guyana Harpy Eagles were 6-9 for 1 after 10. So nothing really separating these two teams. While the Harpy Eagles have lost their first wicket in the power play. The Red Force, they're some 7 runs behind. Sinclair continues.
So we have seen the dispensation of the seamers very quickly, John.
Yeah, not surprised at all. I think the Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to extract whatever little turn they're getting here. But they got to be very careful. They cannot just be bowling long hops or serving too wide of leg, too wide of off. They must be bowling to a plan as well. Take nothing away from Otley. So after a very good start again. Good support from De Silva. Nice firm push to extra cover. Hetmeyer collects this time in the last over. Had a bad misfield. Hetmeyer, the last over from this end, that is. Nice confident drive to long off again.
So Sinclair just looping this one up outside the line of the off stump. And Kean Otley just getting that front leg out and playing a lovely off drive down to long off. Long off. That takes the score on to 64.
A nice confident push towards extra cover again. So they're picking up the singles easily, the Red Force.
Well, as you alluded to earlier, John, the Guyanese bowlers, they haven't been able to really stitch the groupings in terms of how they want to execute, and that has really given the opportunity for both De Silva and Otley to execute.
Otley off a 65 not out in the first game, whereas De Silva got 17 before he was bowled by Matthew Ford.
I tell you,
And that's the end of 11 overs, 6-6 without loss.
I was on set when Joshua got bowled. John Ramsing. It was a peach of a delivery from Matthew Ford, that young, exciting fast bowler. It pitched on and just clipped the top of bail. Any bowling coach would have been very proud of that delivery.
And Matthew Ford playing for the CCC. From West Indies on the 19 fast bowler. Very good young player.
Batted brilliantly as well.
I saw him in the CPL this season. And he looked the part playing for the St. Lucia Kings. So 11 overs gone. And looks as if Pestano is going to be switched to the southern end of the ground here. While Vinod Mamchand and Hamza Mohammed were on, the question was asked about the regional titles. How many regional titles these teams have? And Vinod said Trinidad Tobago will have more regional titles than Guyana. But he also mentioned that it will be in a very close gap. So indeed, Trinidad Tobago with 11 titles at the regional level, as opposed to 9 by Guyana. Barbados, Jamaica, 8 each. Leeward Islands 6, Windward Islands 3. However, in 1996, the title was shared between Trinidad and Guyana as well. So not only that they're hustling for the top spot, jostling each other, they also love to share. They shared one in 1996. These two teams. It takes a lot to separate them. Culturally, the two countries, the two nations, very similar.
Very, very similar indeed. And excellent research work by as well.
Pestano starts his second over. Went for 10 in his opening over, bowling from the northern end. Now we switched to the southern end. So you said the paces have been somehow disappeared. So now Pestano is back. It's important to get through some of these seamers. You saw how well Shannon Gabriel bowled from the southern end. If the Guyana Pacers, the Harpy Eagles, Pacers can extract similar kind of purchase, they can be a handful from the southern end of the ground. Smart fielding from Tandapol. Yeah, go ahead.
So Pestano coming back really well in the second spell. Only his second over, mind you.
Second ball.
But he
As
has
well.
made an excellent start bowling from the top end.
Quite similar happened at the Queen's Park Oval in the opening game against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Had an ordinary start with his first spell, but came back to the death and pulled things back nicely. But the singles are coming too easy for the Red Force, so they need to put some pressure on the batting of the Red Force openers if they're going to create opportunities.
Well, what we witnessed in the first half is the fact that this pitch is a really good cricket pitch, and for bowlers it could be a nightmare for them, because we see the likes of Akil Hussain. Once you're a bit offline, the batters are able to cash in.
That is very short ball pulled straight to Hetmeyer, and he floored it.
That is a sitter by Shemran Hetmeyer standards, and Pestano must be a very disappointed camper at this time.
So that was a short ball from Pestano, and went on to the back foot immediately. De Silva and gifted Shimon Hetmeyer a catch.
Yeah, so putting on that effort there at mid-wicket, and how costly this miss is going to be for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
We'll have to see, you have to wait and see, but Hetmeyer do not like gifts. Just do not want to take that one. Hetmeyer, who will be celebrating his birthday on Boxing Day, do not want an early Christmas gift. Pestano working very hard for that wicket.
And you know that would have just been what the doctor ordered as well. You know, for Pestano to change ends, you know, and make that initial breakthrough for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
The breakthrough would have eluded the Harpy Eagles so far. This time, he feels it cleanly, Shimon Hetmeyer, and a little bit of applause from the little gathering of spectators here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 12 overs gone, 67 without loss. Nice opening partnership so far by the Red Force openers.
Yeah, excellent assessment from both Kian Otley and Joshua Da Silva. And at this stage, from the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting perspective, they were 67 as well, but they lost their first wicket at the score on 67. So basically, even Stevens at this stage, yeah.
Slight correction, 69. And I cannot forget 69 for many reasons. So the first wicket went down at 69, then they lost the fifth wicket at 169, and eventually the innings finished at 269. So 69 is a number to remember. A lot of guys do not like that number.
So at this
To be
stage,
mentioned, I must say.
at this stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were well placed at 76 for 1.
And at that stage as well, Anthony Bramble and Shimon Hetmeyer were putting together a little partnership. And then the second wicket fell. So Sinclair continues. Right arm off spinner.
But I tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see how long the skipper continues with Sinclair.
He's now with his third over. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Just touching down and spinning away from the left-handed Utley. He was shaping to play. Missed it. Well bowled.
Yeah, lovely top spinner from Sinclair there.
This time too full from Sinclair. The last time these two teams met was the final of the 2021 edition of the Super 50. It was played at Coolidge, and the Red Force won that game and took their 11th title. Guyana bowled out for 210, replying to 362 for 5 made by the Red Force. That was a big victory for the Red Force. During that season as well, like I said, the Red Force played unbeaten. It was a tournament where all the original teams they played each other once, and the top 4 teams went into the semi-final. So Guyana lost both times, or two times, to the Red Force in the preliminary stage and in the final.
So very convincing victories as well.
Yeah,
But this is a brand new game.
it's a brand new game. Some of the players are not even here, like Jason Mohammed, who's yet to come. He made 327, but Evan Lewis not here, Lendell Simmons not here. They played a major part with Bat in the Red Force getting to that title last year.
And I'm sure the Trinidad Tobago Red Force will be looking for the return of Evan Lewis as well.
So steady over coming to an end from Sinclair. 3 singles in that over. At the end of 13, the Red Force looking to get 270 to win. They're exactly 200 runs away at 70 without loss.
So excellent start from the Trinidad Tobago Red Force opening batters. Both Kean Otley and Joshua De Silva, they complementing each other whenever the opportunity presents itself. Otley has been the enforcer thus far in this innings, but he's played extremely well up until this time here. He continues to play with sound defense, and when the opportunity arises, he's able to express himself.
That's lofted and into the gap as well. What a way to greet Pestano at the start of over number 14. Otley is a man on a mission tonight.
He's definitely a man on a mission, but that's what we call a big man shot. Pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and Kean Otley going up and over that extra cover region. What a wonderful sight is it indeed to see this young man really establishing himself and putting the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowler under some pressure.
There he goes again. He's taking the outside part of the bat, the outside edge, and it flew down towards just backward of point. The fielder who's sweeping Pamal collects just a single.
At least.
So I want to mention some of the heroes of this match here tonight, because you can see that Otley is getting some value for shots. The pitch is playing very good. The ball is running off this outfield really nice. And I just want to mention some heroes after this Pestano delivery. That was on the line of the leg stump and just clipped away nicely for a single.
Just too easy at the moment.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's been easy is because the bowlers are bowling on both sides of the wicket, and it's not helping their cause.
Not bowling to a plan just yet, you may want to say.
Not executing. I'm sure it's not what the skipper will want.
Oh, what a piece of feeling from Shimon Hetmaya this time. Diving full stretch and rolling over. That is the type of feeling you want to lift the bowling side.
And that is the kind of feeling that we've grown accustomed to, the likes of Shimron Hetmaya.
Yeah. He was diving away full stretch.
Had that gone past him.
We saw him letting go one earlier, then flooring a chance. This time, slightly making amends. Chance for a run at the non-strikers in. If he hits, it would have been very close. Now they got an extra run via the overthrow. But they had to hit, had to take a chance there, Gudakesh Moti. Cannot blame him for trying.
Not at all. Excellent effort from Gudakesh Moti, going for the stumps here, the direct hit. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to disturb the woodwork. But the score moves on by 1. It takes the score on to 78 without loss.
There's an appeal for a leg before. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite says not out. Perhaps just pitching
Outside the line of the leg stump.
Correct. So that's the end of Pestano's third over. He's trying, but just not getting that breakthrough. He's conceded 18 from his 3. Like you said, 77 after 14. I just want to mention, we have to spare thought for our heroes here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We have Harish Raghunath spearheading a good team, who also includes Deolal Prasad, Adrian Lachman, Ramnath Sanasi, Kalaprasad Sanasi, Mario Alberto Roberto Miguel Jose, Devanand Samuel, and Rajendra Sankaran. Those are the staff here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and they've been doing an excellent work over the years. I saw them today very early, putting everything in place, rolling, sweeping, patching. Kudos to those guys.
Yeah, excellent work from Harish and his entire team. You know, Dave comes out of Williamville, you know, the long-standing cricket club from South Trinidad, the Cosmos Sports Club, and he has been a pillar when it comes to that sports club. Even at this stage, yeah, he does everything possible to ensure that, you know, they participate in the tournaments that they engage in. So kudos to, you know, Devo and his boys.
Devo also travels to Guyana to play cricket with the Enterprise Sports Club and also the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown. And he says he has been doing that for a long time, since the late 70s. Moti comes into the attack, starts outside the off stump and leaks an easy single.
Kudigesh Moti, left arm orthodox spinner. So he have had some good times at the international level as well.
Yes, just getting his feet in at the international scene. When he felt he should have been given an opportunity the last T20 World Cup, perhaps given an opportunity at a test level as well. Hitting hard, but once your name is being called, it means you're doing something right.
And I'm sure sooner or later he is going to get a foot in. But he's got to continue to be consistent.
Yeah. So like Devo and his guys, when was the last time you were in Guyana?
About 10 years ago.
Okay. So November, it's Tourism Awareness Month in Guyana. So next time you're thinking to go to Guyana, remember November Tourism Awareness Month. Lots of activities happen at all sectors in tourism. So you're welcome.
Well, thanks a million for the invitation, John. I look forward to something like that in the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
The last time I've been to Guyana, I attended a wedding.
I hope those persons that you attended that wedding for, they're still married and have lots of children.
Well, I am unable to confirm that information, but it was indeed a lovely occasion.
So Utley getting closer to his half century. Here he is now, awaits Moti, pushes to Pestano. He's going to be kept on 49. It will be consecutive half centuries for Keon Utley should he get there. 65 unbeaten in the last game. Turned out to be a match winning half century for him as well. This time he hits it back up the track and he's gone. Caught and bowl. What a way to go. Soft dismissal after doing all of the hard work. Gets into 49. Must be a mental block. Cannot get one more to get to 50. He's gone. Give him Moti a regulation catch in his very first over. And we can have a look at it. It was flighted just outside the off stump, looking to hit it back past the bowler, but it was in the air. And Moti accepts it very easily. 79 for 1. Partnership broken in the 15th over.
Yeah, so a welcome partnership breaker from Godidish Moti, taking that return catch as well. Somewhat, I felt that Utley was beaten in the flight there. He was through the ball before it had arrived, and it resulted in him just tamely hitting that ball back to Godidish Moti. But the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they would welcome that breakthrough at this stage of the innings, having gotten rid of one of the set batters in the Trinidad and Tobago Red 4 setup.
And he was the one that was a bit more aggressive as well. So now they've seen the back of Utley. In comes Jason Mohammed, last season's most productive batsman. Scored heavily in Antigua. 327 runs, including 122 to go with another 50 as well. So Jason Mohammed, big repetition player. He's been around the circuit for a long time, and he has an opportunity here to take his team home, coming in a very crucial number 3 position.
Yeah, number three. When you bat at number three, you're really one of the cornerstones of the batting lineup. And this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they've got a lot of depth in their batting, but they will want Jason Mohammed to continue in that rich vein of form that he had in last year's Super 50 tournament.
So here he is, awaits Moti. 2 slips now, what a beautiful delivery. Pitching and just moving away slightly as he was shaping to defend Mohammed, and goes into the gloves of the keeper. Successful over coming to an end. 15 gone, 79 for 1.
So excellent over from Moti, doing exactly what his skipper would have asked of him, and that is to get that initial breakthrough for his team.
So the Silver has a start. The one and now take over in terms of responsibility, take the leading role in this partnership, because the Red Force will looking to build another partnership here. They need partnerships if they're going to get anywhere close to 270.
And I have to ask you this question. Why is it that most of our players in the region have not been able to convert, the 50s, the 60s and the 70s into big hundreds? What do you think is lacking when it comes to getting, more consistent scores over the 100 mark, or getting to that converted figure of 100?
Yeah. So Shepherd has switched around. He's going to be coming from the southern end of the ground now. Yeah, it's a complex kind of situation where you just cannot say A is the reason or B is the reason. We look at fitness first of all. Getting a start or getting to maybe 40, 50, 70 like you mentioned, and not able to carry on. Could be fitness, that's one. Could be that the situation of the game has changed as you approach a milestone, so you may have to approach it differently. I may not just play for a personal milestone, but play for the team. Also, could be that the bowling has gotten on top, and you certainly don't have the mental nor the physical technique to really go past that score you have.
So is it a case where it is is it a mental fitness? Is it mental or physical?
Pulled! Suddenly, the Trinidad Tobago Red Force losing another wicket. So the first wicket going down on over number 15, and the very next over, Romario Shepherd, bang on target. Joshua De Silva missing a very full ball, and his middle stump is carted.
So Josh, we have a look at it here. In comes Shepherd. Full delivery. Joshua De Silva was guilty of playing across the line of that delivery there and paying the ultimate price. The woodwork has been disturbed, and Joshua De Silva, having played extremely well for his 28 of 38 deliveries, he's got to leave.
It's now 2 for 79 in the 16th over, and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they've lost 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. For the addition of no run. 2 wickets at the same score.
So very timely dismissal from Romario Shepherd, getting rid of another set batter at this stage of the innings. But it brings out the likes of Darren Michael Bravo out to the middle. So it's going to be a very interesting passage of play, John, in the sense that both these batters have not really not started as yet. So I'm sure that the skipper, he's going to try and apply a lot of pressure on both these batters before they get themselves set.
So Joshua De Silva, 28 from 38 deliveries, with 4 fours in that innings of his. Whereas Utley, he hit 7 boundaries from 53 balls for his 49. Fresh legs at the crease now. 2 new batsmen, both with international experience behind them. So they want to use that to their advantage, much like what we saw the man who's operating with ball now, Romario Shepherd, did, coming a level down to this regional level and showing their class, showing their authority.
And that's what you want to see from guys who are playing at the highest level, at the international level. When they come back to the regional level, you want to see them dominating.
Yes, the delivery down the leg side is a half-hearted appeal from the bowler. Not getting the support, but the umpire does not signal a wide for the ball was down the leg side. It means some part of Bravo was touched with that ball. Let's have a look at it and see if you can pick it up with your younger eyes, Anil.
It may have just brushed the tie pad on the way to the keeper there.
Yeah. I heard you mention Darren Michael Bravo, because if you look at his shirt, it's not saying Bravo, it's saying Michael, and that's his middle name. And his brother, Dwayne John Bravo. Oh, what a beautiful delivery this time as he goes round the wicket. Shepherd beats the outside edge of Bravo. Every batsman starts at 0, have that nervous energy at the start of their innings. Are we seeing a little bit of that from Bravo?
Indeed, the Coolies, the Babas, so all these guys have butterflies at the initial start of their innings, and it's no different for Darren. But you need to weather this storm here, because I tell you what, the Guyana Harpy Eagle bowlers, they have their tails up here at this stage.
Yeah, having picked up 2 quick wickets. The Harpy Eagles looking for further success. Short ball this time.
And tennis ball bounce as well. I'm surprised that wasn't called a wide.
Yeah, I was looking at the umpires. I guess, well, they're in a better position, of course. They're right there.
Of course, they are well placed, and we will go with their judgment in terms of the height.
Shepherd went wicketless after 9 overs in the first game. The Harpy Eagles played at the Queen's Park Oval. 9 overs, none for 68. Picking up a wicket very early in your spell gives you a lot of confidence. There he goes outside the off stump. Bravo looking to pull, and then he pulled out of the shot, and at the end of a successful over, Romari Shepherd 1 for 11 from 4, 16 gone. The Red Force set a target of 270, 79 for 2.
So still a lot of work to do for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. But they've gotten themselves to 79, and I'm sure both Jason Mohammed and Darren Bravo, they will have to do their assessment and start working that ball into spaces, which is important in terms of the rotation of the strike.
So I want to say hello to everyone right here in the Twin Island Republic. It's All Souls Day today, I was told, in Trinidad and Tobago. And I saw it on the news, the local news, since arriving in Trinidad and Tobago a few days ago. And I saw last night, All Saints Night, the cemeteries around Trinidad and Tobago, well, where I was traversing, lots of activities, and tonight it will continue. So with your local knowledge, maybe you can enlighten those that are not familiar with what we're talking about, All Saints Night, All Souls Night.
So the All Saints Night is when your ancestors...
Moti starts a new over, and Jason Mohammed will get off the mark. Slight misfielding. The fielder in the ring. Sheriff Rutherford and young Chanda Paul does the cleaning up.
Yeah, so just continuing. It's where the family members go to the cemeteries and lit candles and put a lot of flowers in remembrance of their family members who have departed before. And the Saints Day is the day that follows, where it's like a day that people really reminisce, the past, and it's like a fasting day.
That tradition has been going on since you were a little boy, since you're born into that.
Yeah, and I'm sure it would have been there even before I was born as well.
Yeah, it's a good. It was interesting. The first time I'm hearing about it. I've been coming to Trinidad and Tobago just a few years now, but.
So yesterday I went to the cemetery. Both my grandparents, they were buried, in DB cemetery.
2 slips now for Moti, and the right-handed Jason Mohammed gets another single. They're on the attack now, the Harpy Eagles. Saw Johnson at first slip, gesticulating to his bowlers, and the ring of fielders as well to just try to prevent the single. They want to keep Jason Mohammed on strike. But now the left-handed Bravo is on strike and slips have disappeared.
But what you don't want to do as well, you don't want to be coming too tight as well. Because if the batters are able to pierce the gap, then it could result in a boundary.
Yeah.
So the guys within the 30-yard circle, they've got a responsibility, and that responsibility is to cut the angles off when the ball is hit into their region.
Nice flighted delivery again from Gurukesh Moti.
So Gurukesh Moti giving this ball some generous flight to Bravo.
Yeah.
And with both long on and long off in position, I guess he's inviting Bravo to go for that lofted shot over the top.
Completes the second over. 1 for 4 so far from the left arm spinner from Albion in Berbice. 17 gone, 82 for the loss of 2.
So the run rate just hovering around that 4.82 mark, which is decent enough at this stage. With 8 wickets still in the shed. Once they continue to bat for an extended period of time and maintain that run rate, and I'm sure at some stage in the innings you would get an over or two that you'd really be able to cash in, and it may come maybe later down where the batters, once they're set, they could take advantage and possibly get overs in excess of 10 runs per over.
At the start of the innings, Red Force were asked to score at 5.4 runs to get 270 from their 50 overs. You can see the required run rate now 5.7. Shepherd starts a new over.
Jason Mohammed going for his signature shot there, crashing that ball, but excellent feeling at backward point.
Yeah. He has come alive. He's come alive now. Shimron Hetmeyer holding on to everything now. The cameras are on him. I'm sure he doesn't want that kind of embarrassment. He wants to lift his game. As a senior player, you want to have that as well. Down the leg side, wide signal this time by umpire Gregory Brathwaite.
So just possibly overcompensating there a bit and getting his line wrong. You'll have to reload that delivery. Is Romario Shepherd. So Romario Shepherd bowling with a slip, a backward point, a third man, cover sweeping, extra cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, and a fine leg. Oh, and
that's a gem of a delivery. Beats him as we're shaping to play Jason Mohammed. And that's what you'll get from Romario Shepherd. A little bit of a way movement. And just enough to beat the outside edge of the experienced Jason Mohammed.
Possibly just guilty. In comes Romario Shepherd. So playing away from his body.
Yeah.
But he was beaten by the ball that was shaping away from him at the last moment.
This time much closer. He drives to mid-on. So Jason Mohammed has been playing list day cricket since 2007. Made his debut in Barbados, against Barbados. Also playing first class cricket since the year before, 2006. So he is considered a veteran. Some 36 one internationals to go with 90 20s. Last time he played international cricket would have been last year in Barbados against Australia. Last year, July.
Still a very supreme fit person.
Yeah, you also almost mentioned a young man. He's 36 years old. Very experienced.
Very experienced indeed. And the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, they would be looking for him to really set a platform for the batters to follow.
Just on 2 runs, Jason Mohammed.
Romario Shepherd into a really nice spell here. We're seeing, his rhythm is right. He's actually hitting the deck very hard as well. But Jason Mohammed is equal to the task, just stylishly playing that forward defense. And it goes out to extra cover where Shimran Hetmaya does the fielding.
They call him Shadow in local, can't say local cricket only, because all over the world he goes, I'm sure. People refer to him as Shadow.
It is his alias name.
23 he got in the last game he played. This time he gets a single. I will keep the strike at the start of the new over. 18 gone, 84 for 2.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles just pulling it back somewhat here in the last 3 overs here, John.
The breakthrough came in over number 15 at 79 for 1, and now 3 overs later, 84 for 2. So just 5 runs added, 2 wickets gone, and now the players will have a refreshments break, and we'll also take a quick break, maybe just about 3 minutes, and we come back. We bring you the action as we get closer to the end of this day-night game here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's a summary for you on screen. We take a quick break and we come back. Academy. 84 for the loss of 2 wickets. The Trinidad Tobago Red Force looking to get 270 to win. Moti continues. This is now his third over, 1 for 4. Magical figures so far from Gudakesh Moti.
Yeah, he's had a very impressive start to this innings thus far, giving nothing away.
And he's bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Jason Mohammed. This one is cut away, but nicely knocked down again. So Shimon Hetma has come alive in this game. Made just 11 and started ordinary in the field, but now pulling out some wonderful stops.
And putting himself in a very...
in the high traffic area, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, the high traffic area there. And it's also an area where Jason Mohammed scores very heavily as well. So he's taken that responsibility to try and stem the scoring through that backward point region.
So Moti's having a very memorable 2022 so far. He made his maiden first-class century against Barbados at the Queen's Park Oval earlier this year. Made his one-day international debut in July. He played his only test match in June just before that. And we saw him playing T20s last year, so one of the international players on show here in this year's tournament.
And it's great that even though these guys came back from Australia prematurely, if you ask me, you know, they've made themselves available to participate in the CG 50 over tournament.
Yeah, and that for me was missing in previous tournaments when the international players were on international assignments, obviously, and do not come and give their experience and so on to rub shoulders with the young ones, to bring them up to a level, so to speak. And we saw that missing, but this time around, all of the players are available. Well, just a few are back in Australia, preparing for that test series.
So I'm sure the likes of Narine Chandapur, he must be licking his lips to get on that plane to travel down under.
Yes, he's very happy. I had a chat with him today. Looking forward to the opportunity that has been given to him. He's worked hard to get to that position. Single taken easily by Bravo. So the first over after the refreshments break coming to an end. Moti now bowled 3 overs, 1 for 8. And after 19 overs, the Red Force 88 for 2.
So the run rate is just hovering around that 4.5 run per over. But the required rate now has gone to 5.9. So I'm sure that the batters, they would be taking a close look at the required run rate and will try to keep on par with what is required.
I always like to say that the required run rate is 6 runs and over rather than 5.87 or 5.9 like you mentioned, because the batsmen do not score a 0.9 of a run or a 0.87, so it's got to be 6 runs and over from here on. And we can see 182 runs needed from 186 balls.
So just about a run a ball.
Almost a run a ball. Yep. But the very capable batters, we have the two at the middle. There's Nicholas Puran still to come. We know Akil Hussain, he can also bat.
Then you have the likes of Sunil Narine, who's...
Yannick Curry is still there as well. We know, well, I know him mainly as a batsman. Recently saw him getting opportunities with the ball.
And I must admit, he's come on by leaps and bounds. You know, with all facets of his cricket is concerned, batting, bowling and fielding.
Shepard starts in the over and already beats the outside edge of Bravo as he was shaping to play.
But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he pulled out at the last moment there.
What's quicker from Romario Shepard?
So Romario Shepard into his 6th over, and one wonders how long the skipper is going to continue with him.
We saw him earlier, Shepard, blasting a 74 from 46 balls. A top score, not out that is, to get his side to 269 for a loss of 9. This time Bravo defends nicely.
Yeah, looks solid in defence there. Very stylish indeed is Darren Bravo. He has all the shots in the book. So this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they would be looking for the likes of Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed to consolidate and to further strengthen the platform that the openers had the opportunity to perform.
And Shepherd riding on that wave of confidence that he got from his batting, looking for further success. This one is tucked off the hips. So Bravo, classy batsman, but just not getting runs for the longest while across the formats as well.
Well, I tell you what, you look at some of the greatest players who have graced the field. You know, at some stage of their career, they had instances where they were going through some really tough times in terms of scoring. But you've got to back yourself. You've got to back the process, and more importantly, stay as positive as you can. Because you don't become a bad player overnight.
Extra bounce this time, and Jason Mohammed a little bit watchful as the ball goes over his bat and into the gloves of the keeper. I know you mentioned bad patch and don't become a bad player overnight. Chef Narine Chandapal recently launched his book. It's called Tiger Tiger, Burning Bright, the Shiv Narine Chandapal story. It's actually available on Amazon at the moment. Mohammed opens the face of the battle. Not feel it cleanly, we get a single. I remember Chandapal towards the end of his career had just a little bit of a bad patch against I think it was South Africa or England, one of those teams, and then was dumped almost immediately. And that was actually captured in his book. And he said he was not ready for retirement. That's one of the quotes in this book from Chandapal. So you do not become a bad player overnight. That has brought back so much of memories of what happened to this legend.
And then added to that as well, no one except the player himself should know, you know, when is the best time, you know, to leave.
Yeah. Hamza Mohammed will come a call in because that's the end of 20 overs. And the Red forced 90 for the loss of 2. Mohammed is on 6, Bravo 4. Remember, they're replying to 269 for 9 made by the Harpy Eagles.
But at this stage of the Guyana Harpy Eagles batting, they were 94 for 4. So it's a difference of 2 wickets at this stage. So I'd like to welcome Hamza Mohammed.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Mr. Anil Lakhan. As we see Mohammed there just playing that ball on the leg side. 91 for 2 after 20.1 overs. Trinidad Tobago just stuttering a bit, losing those 2 quick wickets, but they're able to do like Guyana and just consolidate here and build a partnership. They're going along quite nicely so far.
Yeah, and both Bravo and Jason Mohammed, they're just getting started as well. So they will want to, you know, continue knocking it around and keep the rotation of the strike, but more importantly, continue to maintain that 5-6 runner over, which is the required rate at this stage of the innings.
What I like about Gudakesh Moti, he's not afraid to actually flight the ball on this surface. Getting that turn away is going to be key here, especially with the bounce he's going to get because of his height.
Well, his stock delivery is going to be the ball that pitches and spins away from the right-handers outside edge. But then he's got in his repertoire that arm ball as well.
Cut away nicely there from Mohammed. 2 very experienced campaigners here. Bravo's played 122 one day with 4 centuries under his belt. So you talk about bad patches. I mean, he'll want to just build an innings here and hopefully build this momentum. Early days in this tournament still.
Yeah, Darren Bravo will want to make a good start here. Very classy player indeed, Darren Michael Bravo.
And that's white away. The fielder could only watch that sail over his head. Darren Bravo, what a shot that was.
So this one was pitched up outside the line of the off stump, allowing Bravo to extend his arms, and how well he did that. Depositing that ball wide of long on for a maximum. Welcome, Darren Bravo.
Talk about pressure release there, what a shot that was. See Moti continuing again. And immediately just pulling back his length a bit. At the end of 21 overs, the score 99 for 2. But Trinidad and Tobago, they're going at 270 for victory. On the back of a blistering innings from Romario Shepherd. 74 from 46 not out.
And at that stage when Romario came to the crease, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they were really on their back foot. They were just about 180 for 8 at that stage. And he totally transformed that innings with a blistering 74. And he was ably supported by no other than Persami Pomal. That 10th wicket partnership was in excess of 70 runs.
Yeah, consecutive 10 wicket partnerships, 48 and then 70 plus here. See Pestano, he's back into the attack. It's a bit all over the place in his first spell. He'd be looking to make amends here and probably just line up a bit. Yes, Bravo hit that 6 in the last over, but it's not gotten away from this Guyana team. They've kept things a bit steady. Again, the fall of those 2 quick wickets kind of brought them back into the game. So perfect timing for Pestano to bowl here, Anil.
Yeah, 2 batters just trying to establish themselves. And Jason Mohammed missing out there short and wide. Very lucky to get away with that delivery is Pestano. Just bending his back a bit more with this delivery. So what's needed here is for bowlers to bowl in tandem.
Well, the outside edge there, but luckily for Mohammed, just went between those 2 fielders there. Shepherd doing the fielding. Good delivery there from Pestano.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Pestano. Just beating Jason Mohammed there with a change of pace. Playing a bit too early. And it just looped between that backward point fielder and that cover fielder. But it brings into strike Darren Bravo.
Yeah, Bravo, he's on 11 of 18. Mohammed 9 of 20. Pestano. Oh, Bravo just looking to cut that away. He's showing a bit of intent here, Bravo. Which is not bad signs at all here from a Trinidad perspective.
But he's definitely looking, to change gears here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy is Darren Bravo. And it's great that, he's showing that intent in wanting to score and push on.
Yeah, if you look at a shorter version of the games, when he shows that bit of intent when he's tied down after being in a rough patch, that's when he actually gets a bit of runs under his belt and he carries on for a bit. And that's pulled away again, nicely finding the gap. Darren Bravo. Excellent shot there, but Pestano short again on that occasion.
Yeah, poor delivery from Pestano, and I'll tell you what, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, their plan is to bowl short to Bravo, because he has been in the past very, very...
You see that ball just sitting up there for Darren Bravo. Easy pickings in the end.
Yeah, Darren Bravo has struggled in the past with the short pitch delivery, and at this early stage of his innings, they're really looking to pepper him, but, he really executed that pull shot to perfection there.
Oh, that's much better there from Pestano.
But I tell you what, Darren Bravo, he's really looking the part here tonight here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. His feet is moving, he's getting behind the line of the delivery, and more importantly, is the fact that he's very balanced when he's moving either forward or backward.
Yeah, so at the end of 22 overs, Trinidad Tobago, they're going along nicely here. They're 104 for 2. Mohammed, he's on 9 of 20. Bravo, he's on 15 of 21. As we mentioned before, these guys, they can up their strike rate in a matter of deliveries. As we see St. Clair, he's coming back into the attack as well. He's bowled some 3 overs for 15 runs. Not bad start here from him.
So the pitch continues to play extremely well here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, and many congratulations to the stadium manager, Mr. Harish, and his entire team, who continues to do an excellent job here by preparing excellent cricket pitches here. And this pitch, having looked at the first half, there is no demons in it. There's something for the fast bowlers, there's something for the spinners, and if the batters stay long enough, they can cash in as well.
Here's St. Clair. Just tucked away nicely there. Do you think we'll see one of those backflips here today if St. Clair picks up a wicket?
Well, it's his signature celebration, so if I'm a betting man, yes, indeed.
Certainly a risky celebration though.
Well, I'm sure he's done it over and over again, and he's got that confidence to execute, so why not? Any gymnastic would be very, very proud of those backflips.
I remember seeing Lamachani trying to do it, but unfortunately failed. But thank God he didn't injure himself in the process. So. That's pulled away again from Bravo. Bravo certainly looking like a man on a mission here now.
So St. Clair just pulling that ball down. Bravo. Pulling that ball down to long on.
Oh, that's well bowled there from St. Clair. Flighted delivery again.
Yeah, and that ball just going on with the arm and beating the outside edge of Jason Mohammed's bat.
That's cut away nicely. Jason Mohammed, Anil, leading run scorer last season, 327 runs. Certainly psychological momentum, I should say.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed is what we refer to as a big day player, in the sense that he liked the big occasion. He's a big occasion player, is Jason Mohammed.
And on that note as well, the leading wicket taker in last season, Gudakesh Moti, 17 wickets. 4 players playing here tonight.
Well, Gudakesh Moti, he has already gotten into the bowler's column, and I'm sure he's got a role to play as we go deeper into this innings.
See that man Mohammed. Oh, that's just nicely tucked on. So good over here from St. Clair. At the end of 23 overs, the score 108 for 2. Just 4 runs coming off that over. Not bad.
So a steady start here by St. Clair in his second spell. Not really spinning the ball much. More or less just trying to bowl wicket to wicket and take away the levers on the batters. So the run rate, the required run rate at this stage is 6 runs over. The run rate at this stage for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force team, they're going on just around 5 runs per over, so they within striking distance of the run rate. And both these players will be keeping a keen eye on what's the required run rate going for an extended period of time. So we're just about 2 hours away from the halfway mark as well.
Short again from Pestano. See, he doesn't have the pace as Shannon Gabriel. Right, but what he can do is if he gets his line and length correct, probably a still bit of movement on offer here.
Well, the fact of the matter is, on this pitch, there's hardly any room for any error in terms of if you're short on wide, you're going to be punished. If you pitch up, you're going to be punished. So the margin for error, is so small that the batters are able to really navigate and break, get the singles.
Let's pull away there. And that's timed brilliantly in the end. 4 runs for Jason Mohammed.
So Pestano going into the wicket again and paying the ultimate price. Short. And that ball just sit up.
Yeah, beside being short there, as you can see, the badly lined as well on leg stump. For a moment it looked as though the fielder would get there, but it was timed to perfection.
Well, this Brian Lara Cricket Academy outfit is lightning fast, and you are getting value for your shots as well. Once it goes past the fielders, more likely than not, it's going to go into the boundary. Oh my God!
And that's definitely a no ball there, just probably slipping. Bit of dew on play here.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be given a warning as a start. And we're seeing the effects, Hamza, of the dew effect taking effect here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, something we would have mentioned earlier. That ball certainly was high. As you can see, yeah, just slipping out there.
And that could have taken Jason Mohammed out completely.
Certainly surprised.
But I'm sure the conditions, possibly would have resulted in Pestano delivering that very high pitch delivery.
So we have a free hit on show here. Let's see what Jason Mohammed can do. And that's pulled away. Not connected well, just over that man. That's short mid wicket, and it's going to run away for 4. So making good use of the free hit here was Jason Mohammed.
So Pestano going into the wicket again, a bit more quicker with this delivery, but Jason Mohammed was sensing that he was going to go into the pitch. He was early into position and camping onto the back foot there, depositing that ball over a mid-wicket, and it goes into the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So that takes the score on to 118 for 2, and quickly Jason Mohammed has moved on to 19.
Oh, that's driven and driven well. But a good piece of...
Excellent piece of fielding from Sinclair there at that backward point region there. That ball was peeling off the outside edge, but moving smartly to his left and affecting that stop.
Yeah, so immediately some intentions being showed here.
So both Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed, they're getting set here now, and it could be ominous times here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. But just as we said that, Pestano goes past the inside edge of Jason Mohammed's bat.
It looked like a slow delivery there. Showing us variation.
That ball was pitching on, and then at the last moment it chipped away. What a beauty of an outswinger there from Pestano.
Nicely played there in the end from Mohammed after 24 overs. The score 118 for 2. Bit of an expensive over there from Pestano.
Yeah, Pastana going into the wicket on 2 occasions and paying the ultimate price with boundaries. But more importantly for the Guyana Harpy Eagles is that if he were to deliver another delivery of that height, he will be taking off the ball immediately, because he has gotten a warning already for that full pitch delivery above the waist against the batters.
Yeah, Pestano in that last game against the Windward Islands, he would have bowled some 9 overs of 45 runs. Picked up an important wicket though of Andre Fletcher. Sinclair would have opened the bowling in that game. So he's here now bowling to Darren Bravo, who's looking a bit aggressive at the moment. That's well bowled.
So Bravo just pressing onto the front foot there, tapping it back to the bowler. Beetle, as he's fondly called.
Just that nagging link there, Anil. Bravo not sure if to go back or play forward at the moment. That's a good single there.
Hetmeyer was moving smartly to his right, but was unable to stop that single. So lovely a placement from Bravo, just playing the ball at the last moment and getting that ball between the fielders there at backward point.
Let's see the approach here now from Jason Mohammed against the spinner. That's well played. That's a good piece of fielding. Guyana, they've upped their fielding, especially the last few overs here.
So the skipper doing the job there. Excellent stop from him.
Oh, that's good work. This is good work here from the Guyana team, just raising their spirits a bit in the field. Not afraid to dive wrong here, the Guyana team. A good over from Sinclair comes to an end. So at the halfway mark now, Anil, 120 for 2.
So normally we double the score after halfway stage, but the difference between the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, they would have lost 2 more wickets, and at this stage it's basically even Stevens in terms of the score. But what Trinidad have benefited from is having lost only 2 wickets at the halfway stage. So excellent batting from both Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed. They continue to set the platform here when chasing this total of 270.
And it's no surprise that Versamy Pomal, he's going to be back into the attack. He has 5 overs remaining. He was a bit expensive for his liking. 5 overs, 33 runs, no wickets at the beginning. He would have opened the bowling with Romario Shepherd.
Yeah, so the partnership now is worth 41 from 59 delivery. So not bad going at all from both these batters.
So as I say goodbye for now to Mr. Analakan, I welcome Mr. Mamchan back into his throne.
Thanks a lot, Hamza. So TNT fighting back here, 120 for 2 after losing those 2 early wickets. Well, I shouldn't say early, but those 2 quick wickets. Mohammed on 20 of 34. And Bravo is on 19. Delivery going down the leg side. So this partnership of 41 of 61 balls, very important indeed.
Yeah, we would have had a similar partnership in the Guyana innings. We talk about that winning moment. I just believe if Trinidad could up their run rate here a bit, could definitely put them in the driver's seat going into the latter part of this innings. (20 of 36), typical Jason Mohammed innings.
Yeah, good experience of again being shown by Jason Mohammed. Brings that sense of stability to the innings every time he plays for Trinidad and Tobago. Probably the right man to have in this situation.
Yeah, we spoke about Darren Bravo and all as well. 100 plus, 1 days, 4 centuries to his name. Man who has a lot of experience, but definitely want to put it on show here. Kind of lacking a bit of runs from a Trinidad's perspective. I think he's doing it with the right man on the other end, a man with a cool head in Jason Mohammed.
Henry Pommel, who was not that impressive early on, so he's looking to come back. These middle overs are always so important. I'm a firm believer that you win matches, white ball matches, because of the way you navigate the middle of the innings. Bravo has been less than impressive in recent times. There's a unique opportunity here. Again, just pushing at this one, beaten, fanning at it there. Bravo brings the over to an end. The latest score at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. TNT Red Force 121 for 2.
Yeah, Pumal just using all his experience there. All know he was going to come back in these middle overs. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to accompany him from the other end. It looks like it's going to be St. Clair here. Trinidad and Tobago, what's important is that they keep the run rate going. Knowing these guys, they would look to put away the bad ball, but what's important is between those bad balls, getting those ones and twos.
So 149 required of 144 balls, and that's not a big ask in terms of the run rate, but as the legendary Sir Geoffrey Boycott always says, you add 2 wickets to the present situation, you get an appreciation of the situation you could really be in. So it's 121 for 2. Johnson taking his time, setting the field. It's back at full slip. It's going to be Moti, who's a wicket taker. Udakesh Moti.
Johnson just making sure he gets his field precise here. Looking to get a breakthrough as soon as possible.
So we have Mohammed just going deep, just looking at him very carefully indeed. Doesn't want to take too many unnecessary chances against the left arm orthodox. Short, he's back and cuts well. Should look for 2 here. But Pestano making quick ground, cuts it down to 1. So it's a situation here now, Hamza, where they just need to play proper cricket, play each ball on its merit. No need for panic here. It's about batting through the middle overs, looking to keep this partnership going. Set yourself targets, small targets. Let's say you get up to the 150, you then look to push it to 175, look to take it to 200, and all of a sudden you start to see the finish line.
But what I like from a Guyana's perspective is that the responsibility given to this young man who's making a lot of inroads, especially being called upon in that West Indies team in Gudakesh Moti.
This one takes the leading edge. Bravo. Not looking too secure with that shot. So at this point in time, it's 123 for 2. I want to say very good evening to a friend of mine, Timothy Suraj-Bali, man who has scored 50 plus centuries in the United States. He's logged on and listening across in Dallas, Texas. Suraj-Bali, who would have played cricket with most of these Trinidad and Tobago players early on in his career. And he normally takes care of the boys when they're across in America. So, good night to you, Timmy.
Sure, he'll be eagerly looking on for Trinidad and Tobago victory here.
Yeah, there's great interest with fans from the diaspora. Suraj-Bali, of course, would be there hoping that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force can get over the mark. And then you have Brian and Jody out there in Hartford, Connecticut. And Brian is an attorney who is a very avid cricketer. He was actually some years ago he was the captain of the United States under-15 team. So he continues to get himself involved in cricket. These days not playing that much because of work commitments, so he's actually an administrator. And would you believe, he and his dad, they are the owners of the West Indies Legends team at the Legends World Cup, and they've won back-to-back titles with that West Indies team.
So big congrats going out there to them. After 27 overs, 124 for 2.
So Brian and Mahadeva Jody continues, and a number of West Indians, they have done great service there. Of course, Mahadeva originally from Guyana, and they have done so much for the development of cricket across there, and they've used West Indian players to take across the Hartford, to play in the leagues. They own a team there, and they're looking to build cricket. They're also giving opportunities to young players from the Caribbean to go across. And this time Mohammed plays a shot in the dark, looking to force that off the back foot. That was the arm ball coming in with the arm, and lucky is Mohammed to still be there.
Yeah, we spoke earlier on about the legends, that names that you've constantly been hearing that giving back to the sports, and it's great that you mentioned those names, those behind the scenes guy, if you want to call it that.
So Guyana knows that if they can break this partnership, they can then start working into the middle order.
It's a bit of mind games there from the experienced Versami Pumal.
Spark cutting away. So it's a situation here now, Hamza, where by no means it's done and dusted. 125 for 2 always looks healthy, but a breakthrough which they're yearning here, the Guyanese, can really give them an opportunity, to go, as I said before, further into the middle order. Of course, the West Indies wide ball captain Nicholas Puran is another man who's up soon. He'll be looking to spend some time out there. Sammy's back. Bravo. Needs to spend time out there. Darren Bravo hasn't been himself for quite a while.
Yeah, certainly so. And like I mentioned earlier, senior men on either side, himself as well as Shimron Hitmaya, be looking to try and build some sort of foundation for themselves moving forward in this competition. Again, we said early days, but this is the time where you want to build that platform, build that momentum, and get yourself in some form moving forward to help your team in those crucial stages of the competition.
So we have a number of. This time it's short, pulling, and he's gone. Terrible shot there by Jason Mohammed. That ball just did not get up, and he was through the shot early, and diving forward was that man Shimron Hetmyer and taking a catch. You can see Mohammed not getting hold of it. Let's have a look. And this is where things go awry. It was short and just not getting control of the shot. It was initially playing it on length. He saw it was short. He was looking to go back, just doing a bit on him, a little extra bounce, and he was just not in control. This is an opportunity here now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to come back.
Yeah, I thought that was really poor from an experienced campaigner like Jason Mohammed. It was a nothing delivery, you should say. But a good catch in the end by Shimron Hetmyer, though.
It was dying on him, and Hetmyer showing that commitment, getting on the net and taking the catch. So Nicholas Puran is out there, the captain of this team. He's going to join the experienced Darren Bravo. And say goodnight to the Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow. I'm sure he's logged on. And he has been working very, very hard indeed to have tournaments rolling out, tournaments after tournaments. You know, Cricket West Indies, I think, is one of the leading cricket boards around the world in terms of getting cricket back since COVID. You know, they were very, very keen in getting cricket back. Dr. Shallow himself out in St. Vincent held the first cricket tournament in the world after COVID. It was held in St. Vincent, and you know, he continues, he takes that to the West Indies Cricket Board, Cricket West Indies, and you know, they've really been forthright in their thinking in terms of getting things back to normal, and it's great to see this tournament back. You know, we haven't had it since COVID. It's now back here in Trinidad, and of course the attendance this afternoon has been pretty good compared to what you normally will see for these matches. It's a Trinidad versus Guyana game, and again we want to thank Cricket West Indies and Dr. Kishore Shallow for all the hard work that they are putting in. And you know, West Indies cricket, there are a lot of bright and sunny days ahead.
Yes, certainly so, and for the future, just competitions after competitions, just keeping these guys in that sort of playing frame of mind, which is really good moving forward. A guy who's in the spotlight a lot lately is skipper of the Trinidad Tobago team, skipper of the West Indies white ball team. It's Nicholas Puran. Looking to make some amends here. Didn't have a good time in Australia. A young lad, did 27 years captaining in this home team, captaining the West Indies team. Some big responsibilities on his shoulder. But he's been around a while. Looks like a guy always willing to learn, and that's exactly what he said. He will learn from this experience, so hopefully he could get himself in some form here moving forward. St. Clair's keeping it really steady here.
I'll tell you something, Hamza. You know, speaking earlier on about, you know, cricket administration, and this one takes the outside edge. So Puran not pushing hard at it, and that is what saved them there. Speaking about cricket administration earlier on, just last week I was telling someone that, you know, I've had the experience of being around the world covering cricket, commentating, and you see things happen in terms of cricket administration. And I think we are not fair to our very own in the Caribbean. You know, take example of some things that I would normally see in the United States, where I'm pretty involved in cricket across there as well. And you think that, you know, we at this time, Bravo, give him credit. I think he realized that that ball was leaving him in the end, and he just dropped the wrist. Did take the edge, just not carrying. Let's have a look again. Sinclair was pushing at it. He was going to go at it, and then in the end, you can just see him there. So Bravo, not comfortable. One normally leads to two. When you have a long partnership, he has to be careful. This time he's back, just punches it away. Yes, and when you compare our administrators here in the Caribbean, they're pretty good compared to what obtains outside. I've seen things happen. Look at certain cricket boards. Look at what's happening in America. And we tend to come down on our administrators here in the Caribbean, and the people who are normally coming down on them, unfortunately, they've never had the experience of seeing what happens and getting a look at the workings of cricket administration across the world. And you tend to want to be harsh and to come down on the cricket administrators in the Caribbean. I'll tell you something, we are right up there. And Dr. Shallow and these guys, President Ricky Skerritt, all these guys, they must take some credit. I know right now the team not giving the results that one would want, but look at that West Indies team that went to Australia. There was never a lack of preparation. I mean, the administrators, they cannot go out there and play. They can put things in place. That is what they're there for. And, unfortunately, the team just did not fight. It was as if they never appeared. And this is why they disappeared.
And I hope that all these people who actually criticize it probably are listening to you right now, because you rightfully said it. They are the administrators sending these guys out there. They didn't have the one actually playing the cricket. And if you look, you said something very important. You look at the preparation leading into that. They had a lot of cricket playing here due to the administration.
Yeah.
Right.
And definitely. So you can't blame them for that. Now, Pura needs to be careful in this situation here, Hamza, because he's going out there like a cat on a hot tin roof. He has to play situational cricket. And this is what you're not seeing from our regional players. They're not playing situational cricket. They're not looking at the scoreboard. And this is what makes you a good player. When you can go out there, access a situation quickly and play accordingly.
I just want to mention one more thing on the administrative purposes.
Mm-hmm.
When we had games going on here and we were broadcasting, we had games playing throughout the Caribbean. There were competitions playing throughout the Caribbean just to get these guys prepared for that next step. So that alone should say something. It wasn't just Trinidad alone.
Yeah, definitely. And I would not want to be a West Indian cricket administrator at this point, because I'll tell you why. I think franchise cricket has been a bit of a cancer when it comes to West Indies cricket. I understand that the guys will want to be out there making big bucks, but it has to be controlled. The BCCI controls it.
Definitely,
the PCB controls it. I remember a couple of years ago at the CPL when Mohammed Amir and these guys were called back to Pakistan midway during the CPL. And they were not called back to Pakistan to play for Pakistan. They were called to send to a camp. Every man responded. So, we have to take all these things into consideration. And, when we criticizing people. Having said that, it's 132 for 3 after 30 overs. And I'm now going to leave you for the next period or so in the very capable hands of Mr. John Ramsey.
I'll say a pleasant good night again to Mr. Ram Singh. Always smiling to be here on commentary. Pleasant good night to you, sir.
Hello, Hamza. Hello to our viewers near and far.
Trinidad Tobago, they're motoring along steadily, I should say.
Yeah, a lot of attention in this match, I can tell you that. I was looking at the gathering of spectators right here at the stadium. Good sharp run is an appeal for a run out as a direct hit. Square leg umpire Gregory Brathwaite says not out. Some anxious moments there for Nicholas Pooran running to the danger end.
You see the replay here. An excellent bit of feeling there.
Yeah, Kemal Savory, the substitute, he's a live wire. Plays for Esquibo in Guyana.
I mentioned something a few minutes ago, and I know you've been keenly looking on here. This past half hour or so, well, a little more than that, Guyana's feeling has been excellent. And what that has done, it's immediately up the spirits out there. They're playing like a totally different Guyana team out there.
And then you can hear the team spirit as well, the clapping, the encouragement, because earlier we saw some of the fielders allowing balls to go by, not chasing hard enough, and so on. And suddenly, the feeling has been lifted. I think that super catch from Shimron Hetmyer turned things around. And that is what you need. You need persons in the high traffic area to really put their hands up. And Hetmyer has been in the traffic area, high traffic area, pulling out some wonderful stops. And that has lifted the other players around him who want to do well as well. Top edge! But it's going to fall well safe of the field at fine leg in Veerasamy Permaul. Some anxious moments here now for both of these batsmen, Bravo and the new batter, Captain Nicholas Pooran.
And look at where it's coming again. It's that crucial middle over period that we've all been talking about ever so often, right? Pooran again just needs to assess the situation and lead his team here now. At the moment, he doesn't look like he wants to stay out there for long, John.
Yeah, perhaps he wants to get the total quickly, get his target, get his game over with quickly, but he needs to be very selective. That's good bowling from Sinclair now into his 7th over.
He's looking very impatient, as Nicholas Pooran. I can understand as after 31 overs, 135 for 3. But as I was saying, I can understand you want to get this runs as quickly as possible. You want your run rate to go up. But also you need to take into consideration it's not worth risking losing the game. That's one. But also you would have done that in the first game as well. Right?
Captain Pooran is in the middle. He will say, I am in the middle. I can tell you what it's like. Yeah, but I take your point. So we see now 135 needed from 114 balls. The last few overs been very tight by the Harpy Eagles. Here is Permaul again. Two days ago, Nicholas Pooran came 9 not out from just 6 deliveries, hit a 1 maximum. So he wanted to end the game quickly then. And today we're seeing now with a chase of 270 in front of them. Captain Pooran just got into the crease. Look at the step the ante up early. Sometimes you would say that the batters do not want the bowlers to get on top of them. This one is swept nicely, powerfully into the gap on 4 runs.
If there was ever an excellent shot, it was that one.
Yeah, that will do his confidence a world of good there, Nicholas Pooran. It was on the line of the leg stump to begin with. That you can have a look here and you'll see. In fact, it was on the middle stump and slightly turning away, and he swept it all along the ground, fetching it from outside off. Pooran, but that's when you back yourself to play a shot. So you've seen Otley, Cotton Bowl Moti 49, 79 for 1. The Silver followed at the same score. Bold Shepherd for 28. Jason Mohammed.
Short and pulled away again. What a connection that was from Nicholas Pooran. Not the best of bowling here from Sperm, although he had a couple good overs coming back from this end. Remember, he would have bowled 5 overs from the previous end and gone for 33. Not having the best of over here right now. He's gone for 9 of 3 so far.
Yeah, that sweep shot early in the over really made it a little bit difficult for Pamal now, looking to see where he can actually bowl to keep Nicholas Pooran quiet. And that long hop not helping it at all. And some friends of mine have been describing the action from far. And that ball that got the wicket of Jason Mohammed, Hetmaya took that catch in the deep. They said it was an effective long hop.
It was one of those balls that could have gone anywhere, John.
It did go to the hands of the waiting Shimron Hetmaya. So Pomalo on over number 9, leaking 2 boundaries in this over. Played his part with the bat in that 68-run unbroken partnership for the final wicket with Shepherd. So 10 runs in the over so far, 2 deliveries to go. And Bravo is on strike. Bravo usually saves his best for the Guyana attack at any level.
Yeah, I remember him a few years ago hitting Runsford Beaton for that final ball 6 to win that game for Trinidad.
Yeah, that ball went sailing into the night sky. So getting closer to 150. The Red Force, 145 for 3 in over number 32. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite having a look at the ball. Thinks it's okay. Allows Pamal to continue.
Must say it's something that's been kept a close eye on as of recent times. Just inspecting that ball. Especially with a bit of dew around here as well.
So the 50 is on the board for Veerasamy Pamal. 1 for 50. He's picked up the wicket of Jason Mohammed, was just not as effective as he usually is as the over comes to an end now. So that's the end of his 9th. 32 overs gone, 146 now for the loss of 3. In fact, they could have a little bit of a discussion. The over not quite completed. 1 ball to go, but to see the 2 umpires with the ball, and they've called on Chris Wright with a box of balls. So they're going to change that ball that Pamal was asking the umpire about. So Gregory Brathwaite and the Chris Taylor, yeah, they've come together and decided that they're going to have a look at the ball. And Jeremy Solazano was speeding on with some refreshments, and he was sent back. And also the other reserve player for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the new kid on the block, Quentin Sampson, he's running out with some drinks, and the umpire said, "It's not a drinks break, let's go back." The umpires have been doing an excellent job in this game.
Okay, they've certainly done, and they've kept the game going really nicely as well. So must commend them for that.
They're really in charge and showing that they are in charge, not the players. I remember when that little interval of just about 11 minutes, we had that rain earlier in the first part of the game. The umpires were out there quickly, ready to resume the game, while the players were late in coming back on. So these umpires ruling the game and really doing so effectively. Gregory Brathwaite of Barbados and Chris Taylor of Jamaica.
It's actually a really good sign for the game as well, and the players respecting that, which is excellent.
Yeah.
So Pamal now, he has 1 delivery left in his 9th over, his 2nd spell so far. He's picked up 1 wicket, that important wicket of Jason Mohammed. He's gone for 17 runs and 4.5 overs. So it's 3.5 overs, I should say.
I was actually going to call over very early, and it is part of the game. Sometimes the umpires would give you an extra ball, and there's someone would take a ball But these umpires, we've just been praising them. They're not going to do that at all. Confident push for one. And Pura will keep strike at the start of over number 33. 32 gone, 147 for 3.
Yeah, the Trinidad Tobago team, they require another 123 runs for victory.
From 108 balls.
So certainly not an uphill task, I should say here, because they have 7 wickets left. Guyana has been bowling really well, but more importantly, like we've mentioned before, their fielding has saved them a lot of runs so far.
Yeah, look at our required rate now. Just under 7 runs and over. There's Sinclair taking a deep breath, similar to what Chris Green does at the start of his run-up. Off spinners alike. So Puran on 13. Like to bat right through to the end to give his team that opportunity of overhauling this target. This one slapped down towards long off.
And if he can't stay there till the end, they're more than likely Trinidad may just cross this line. He's come out here and shown a very aggressive intent so far. That's probably not a bad thing from a Guyana's perspective as well.
Yeah, because once you begin to be very aggressive, you can become over-attacking and cause your demise.
And he's played a few loose shots as well. He's faced some 16 balls so far. He's on 14. Bravo. He has been out there for a period of time right now. He's faced some 45 deliveries on 29. But again, the kind of player he is, if he can just dispatch a few, that strike rate will go up in no time.
He certainly has the ability to do so. Short ball. Punch down the ground. The call is 2. Imlak is very quick, moving to his right at long off. Some players in the field you can target and say that you can get an extra run, or if it's half of a run, you can get a run from them, not to Tevin Imlak.
But as we've seen from recent times, some keepers on the field, they're excellent outfielders. Nicholas Puran, he's great on the field as well. Even on the international scale. Johnny Biesto, excellent on the outfield.
This Harpy Eagles squad, 3 wicket keepers on tour. Over completed, just 2 runs from Sinclair's 8, 149 for 3. And now, the umpires are calling on the refreshments. So now the players will have an opportunity for an official refreshments break. 33 overs gone. 149 the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. The target is 270. Currently scoring at 4.52. We'll also take a refreshments break and be back with you in about 2 to 3 minutes to resume the action and to bring you the exciting end of this game. So the final 17 overs to go in this gripping encounter here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's the first meeting of these two teams in this year's CG United Regional Super 50 Cup. .33 overs gone, 149 for the loss of 3 wickets. Still 121 runs away from victory. They have 102 balls in which they can get there. But the way Nicholas Pooran is trying to get on with things, they might get there very quickly if he stays to the end. So here is Romario Shepherd in his 7th over. This one is cut away. Slight misfeeling from Kevin Sinclair and allows the single to be taken. To the 150 coming up on the board as we welcome back Anil Lakan. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, John. So the 150 for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, just going about a bit under 4.5. But I'm sure that both Darren Bravo and skipper Nick Pooran, they'll be keeping an eye on what's transpiring on the scoreboard as well.
Shepherd again. Pooran not quite picking that one up. Still to come. Yannick Karaya, Sunil Narine, Akil Hussain, Jaden Seals, Shannon Gabriel, and Anderson Phillip. Some good artillery there in the tank.
Yeah, and both teams does pack a punch in terms of their batting. They bat right down to number 11.
Here's Shepherd looking for his 2nd wicket. Outside the off stump, this one is in the air but falls short. And in the gap as well. Kevin Sinclair is at backward point and it fell well short of him. And there's a fielder at cover in Devon Imlak, and he was also just a spectator. That ball fell right in the middle of the two of them.
So they say 14 favours the brave. So the skipper of the Guyana Harpy Eagles calling on Romario Shepherd to try and pry out another wicket here.
Short ball, good use of the bumper. So the format is quite different. Last year we saw each of the regional teams playing each other once, and the top 4 teams playing semi-finals. This year we have 2 zones, Zone A and B. Zone A here in Trinidad and Tobago. We have Trinidad and Tobago, the defending champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and the combined campuses and colleges. Each team playing each other in their zone twice. No timing in this one from Bravo, but we'll get a single.
Just possibly at the last moment there, getting that bottom hand involved there, John. Darren Bravo not getting any kind of timing whatsoever.
So this is the first meeting of these two teams. It's a day and night encounter. The next time they meet each other will be a day match at the Queen's Park Oval. So not only that the teams are getting to play each other twice, they're playing in different conditions as well. 34 overs gone, 152 for the loss of 3.
So TNT Red 4 needs another 118 runs from 96 balls.
Shepherd just completed his 7th over, 1 for 18.
And how well he's bowled.
Riding on the confidence that he got when he was batting 74 from just a handful of deliveries. And that really set up the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They put up 269 for 9. A very good last wicket partnership of 68 with himself and Veerasammy Parmal. Got them over that 250 mark that we were speaking of. 5 fours and 6 sixes from Shepherd from the 46 deliveries he faced. The only half century of the match to date. And we have seen lots of runs, but a few players getting 49. Rutherford, who's about to pick up the attack, and also Keon Utley not getting to 50. Got to 49. So Sheriff Rutherford is going to come into the attack. This is over number 35 of the innings. We saw him bowling as well at the Queen's Park Oval when the Harpy Eagles played the Volcanoes. So it was not he's not tear away by any means, Sheriff Rutherford, but can give you that surprise delivery. Sending 4 overs at the Queen's Park Oval for 21 runs. So he does have a very good short ball. Pace on and pace off. Players have been really working on that pace off bouncer, that slower bouncer.
So is he a hit the deck bowler or more of the skitty type?
He actually gives you both. Yeah. But he hits the deck hard. Taking quite some time to get into his delivery stride. He had the ball in his hand for quite some time. Now he's marking off his run. Got 49 with the bat today. Came in at 86 for a loss of 4 wickets, and he had to weather that storm. Really batted well. Starts on target. Well bowled, Rutherford. Himself and Devon Imlach repaired the innings, the middle innings, with 83 runs for the 5th wicket. So now with ball.
So Trinidad and Tobago just falling away a bit with the run rate. The run rate is now hovering around that 7.5 mark. And the partnership is with a 26. So it hasn't been the most aggressive partnership thus far.
There he is with that short ball that I was speaking of. It's pulled away, but there's a fielder, there's protection on the mid-wicket boundary.
So Bravo moves on by 1. That takes his score on to 33. That takes the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force the total onto 153 for 3. It brings the like of Nick Puran, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, back on strike for the first time from Shufin Rutherford.
So Rutherford is the 6th bowler to be used. Shepherd 7 overs, 1 for 18. Pamal 9 overs, 1 for 51. Pestano 5 overs, none for 34. Sinclair 8 overs, none for 29. Moti 5 overs, 1 for 20. And now Rutherford into his first over.
So the skipper ringing in the changes here.
Was played nicely. Good controlled shot from Puran.
So Rutherford going into the pitch again, hitting the hard links.
So the umpire telling Rutherford to stay off that danger area. The pitch has actually stood up nicely.
It has been an excellent cricket pitch and continues to really...
Oh, just through the diving figure of Pamal and into the boundary for 4. But it was pulled powerfully by Bravo. It deserved 4.
Yeah, very disdainful from Bravo there. Short delivery from Rutherford. And he really climbed into that. That was hit like a tracer bullet there.
Pamal dive over that one. It went through him. So Rutherford and Bravo played for the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots this year in the CPL under 60. So they're coming against each other now. Here's Rutherford. Wrong the wicket to the left-handed. Not a short ball. This time it will be fielded by Pamal. He's persisting with this short ball, Rutherford, in his first over.
Well, it seems like the plan is definitely to go into the wicket with Bravo when Bravo is on strike.
Pestano, just 5 overs. Shepherd given a break. And now we're seeing Sheffield Rutherford. Those are the seamers that Johnson has turned to. This one is turned into the onside. Coming back for the second will be tight, but he decided against it. Rutherford had to run all the way to the square leg umpire area to pick up. That's the end of his first over. 8 runs conceded, 35 gone, 160 for the loss of 3.
So Bravo and Puran running very aggressively there, trying to attempt that second run. But Rutherford covering ground ensured that they weren't able to get that second run. So Bravo looking more and more assured here, John.
He's always wonderful to look at when in full flight. Darren Bravo.
Very elegant indeed.
Yeah. You know, they say take a book out of someone's, but he has taken the entire book from Brian Lara, the way he plays his strokes. Not a type of production, however. Looks a lot like the legend himself when he's playing his on sound.
But we're going to see a bowling change from the far end. It's going to be Sinclair.
Yeah, switching ends. The off spinner coming from the southern end of the ground now. He's bowling economical, Sinclair.
But you'll want to try and get a wicket in the in the bowling column there.
Protection again at mid wicket. He actually opened the bowling in the last game at the Queen's Park Oval, Sinclair. 8 overs, none for 45. So he's yet to get a wicket in this year's tournament. Also from the New Amsterdam area in Berbice, Guyana. Short ball. Straighter as well. A little bit of pace on. It's a partnership 35 between Captain Puran and Bravo, the experienced batters. Trying to get 270 to remain winning in this tournament. They've won all 7 matches in 2021. Came here, they won the 8th on the trot. So over 2 seasons, they've won 8 matches. They've gone 8 matches unbeaten. Will that reign be extended to 9 tonight, or will it be snapped? We'll have to wait and see. Here is Sinclair. Outside edge found. Short third man does the fielding. But this game, tell you this, is going to go down for an exciting finish tonight, whichever way it goes.
Yeah, we are heading for an exciting finish indeed. And a lot is going to be dependent on both these batters to take Trinidad and Tobago Red Force as close as possible to that 270 that's required.
Sinclair completed his 9th over, 36 gone. Bravo still there on 39, Puran on 18.
So still 108 runs required from 84 deliveries.
162 for the loss of 3. Looks as Pestano might be brought back into the attack. No, Rutherford collects the ball.
So is it the case now where the bowling options available to the skipper now is becoming limited, because Mario Shepherd, he's bowled 9. Sinclair, one of his main attacking options, he's bowled 9 as well.
Yeah, Rutherford sent down 1 quite late into this innings. This has happened because Kimo Paul, who's not in this side this year because of an ankle injury, heel injury, may want to say. So Pestano might have been lucky to get in. So Kimo Paul usually would bowl his quota of 10. We see Pestano just 5 overs so far.
And how has his rehab been going, Kimo Paul?
Well, it's one of those injuries that will take time. It's a heel, and so he's actually resting, which is what is needed. He worked very hard, Kimo Paul, earlier this year. Pace looked right up. He actually has, like Shannon Gabriel, got a personal trainer, Mark Seymour, and he's doing some gym work.
Well, I looked at him in the second innings of the Trinidad and Tobago 4-day game at the Queen's Park Oval in the second innings, and he was really hitting in straps.
Yeah, one former West Indies bowler that was very impressed was T. Gray. Tony Gray felt that Kimo Paul has done very well to get back into the West Indies side by putting all the hard work in Trinidad and Tobago in those 4-day matches. Those pitches were not the best or the most conducive for fast bowling. And right after that, Kimo got his opportunity, took it with the West Indies side, but then injury again.
And it's something that becomes very, very frustrating over an extended period of time. You look at the likes of Jofra Archer, who made an immediate impact in international cricket, but unfortunately for him,
yeah, that's good feeling from the substitute Kemal Savory, running in very quickly from the boundary to prevent the second run. And Savory's on the field because someone is off, obviously.
it looks like Pestano.
That Maya does the fielding there. Yeah, so like I said, Pestano not having the best of nights. So now looking to Rutherford to bowl some of those overs. Missing the services as well of left arm spinner. Might be considered part-time, but he's very effective. Chandrapal Hemraj, who would come in and bowl some very tidy spells, get the breakthrough on the occasion. But he's out with a finger injury. How long he'll be out for is still left to be seen. Got some runs last year for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the second leading run scorer for them. And when Chandrapal goes to Australia, it's left to be seen if they will use one of the reserves or will go back to Chandrapal Hemraj. Overcompleted, 165 for 3.
So that single takes Bravo onto 41. So still a lot of work. And now that run rate has gone above that 8 mark. So I'm sure that both Nick Puran and Darren Bravo at some stage here, sooner than later, they will want to have a move on.
So Mario Shepherd will be coming for his 8th over. Johnson looking to break this partnership. He wants the breakthrough. This partnership can be worrisome so far. 39 runs, the value for the 4th wicket. We've seen the fall of Utley 49, Joshua Da Silva 28, Jason Mohammed 24. All getting starts but not carrying on. This partnership has used some 55 deliveries. Shepherd coming from the southern end of the ground. Sinclair's 1 over is kept for a bit later. Playing it hard into the ground, no timing. Chance for a run out, should he hit? He misses at the striker's end. That's Captain Leon Johnson parading the covers. It's a nice little crowd on hand here tonight, Hanhill.
Yeah, it's always very well supported when Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana engage in battle.
Nice confident flowing drive. Imlak collects.
So you could see a bit of frustration now is getting to Darren Bravo. but he's experienced enough to know that somewhere along the line, a big over is not far away.
This time he gets it down toward point. And we get the single to get Puran back on strike. They have to consider this as well because we're into over number 38. A maximum of 4 fielders are allowed out of the 30-yard circle at this phase of the game. And from over 40 to the end, it will be one more. So they'll have that extra fielder to protect the boundaries. So that's something that the anti-red force will be looking at closely.
Yeah, so that's going to be the bowling power play from overs 40 to 50.
That's when the bowlers will have the extra protection. This one is hit in the gap nicely by Nicholas Puran, 4 runs.
What a glorious cover drive by Nick Puran there. Romario Shepherd presenting a half volley on off stump. Nick Puran just leant onto that delivery and it sped away for 4 runs in the arc.
Yeah, very wide of the mark. And goes where Nicholas Puran wanted it, into the boundary.
Yeah, bisected the mid off to his right and the extra cover to his left.
So the runs needed now, exactly 100. Good comeback from Shepherd.
So Shepherd just running his fingers on the ball there, taking the piece off. Very important at this stage of the innings. Your variations, come into effect.
Oh, this one is pulled away into the lap of the waiting fielder, the only fielder at that side. Shimon Hetmeyer accepts it. And what a night he's having. A 360 turnaround from Shimon Hetmeyer, who started quite ordinary in the field. This time pouches it. And Nicholas Puran, just after hitting that glorious cover drive for 4, has to go. Short ball, pulled away. And straight into the fielder. The lone fielder at the backward square. Hetmeyer accepts. And Puran goes for 23. And the TNT Red Force losing the captain in the 38th over. It's now 170 for a loss of 4.
Yeah, very important breakthrough there by Romario Shepherd, getting rid of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force skipper Nick Puran. All he had to do was hit the ball either side of Shimon Hetmeyer and it would have gone into the boundary. Unfortunately for him, he found him.
170 for a loss of 4. Puran goes 23 from 30 deliveries and exposes the lower middle order. Yannick Carrier makes his way into the middle. Carrier, former West Indies 119 player. Got his opportunity with the West Indies A team. Looked impressive. And then got his maiden call up to the senior side. Then went on to the World Cup. Did not play in the actual World Cup. Played both of the games against Australia on that tour, but not in the actual World Cup. Now he's back home and into the Trinidad Tobago Red Force side. More known for his batting.
But his bowling has come on by leaps and bounds in the last year, picking up wickets at vital times as well. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would be looking forward to Darren Bravo, staying there to the end.
Still 100 runs needed. 12 overs to go. Ball is in the hands of Rutherford again. So Bravo on 42 will have to start all over again with a new partner. Nicholas Puran just dismissed in the last over, after hitting 2 4s and a 6.
So Rutherford going into the pitch here again. Going hard lengths. Darren Bravo rocked into the back foot. Only able to get it to mid-off. There's no run. This one is played down to a backward square. It's only going to be a single.
Up on one leg there, pretty much like the Prince of Port of Spain in his heyday.
Yeah, the Prince, the signature pull shot, getting that right leg up.
So Yannick Carrier is about to take his first delivery. Does some gardening. There was another Carrier that played cricket as well in Trinidad Tobago, isn't it?
I'm not too sure, John.
So let's see how he goes. The left-handed batsman opens the face of the bat, gets it past the field at point. Will get a single. He's off the mark immediately, Carrier. And there were thoughts of a second, but they had to cancel that very quickly.
So Rutherford doing an excellent job for his skipper. Skipper Johnson. But I'm sure it's not going to be long before we see Gurukesh Murthy comes back into the attack. And I'm really looking forward to that matchup with these left-handers batting out in the middle.
So the runs needed now under the 100 mark. So into double digits and not triple digits.
Good variation of the slower ball there from Rutherford. Just changing it up a bit, running his fingers across the seam.
This year, Guyana as a nation hosted CPL final for the first time. And then it will be happening again for 2 consecutive years more.
And how that experience has been for you guys.
Yeah, that was really wonderful because the government had used the opportunity to do what's called a cricket carnival around the same time. So persons visiting Guyana for cricket had the opportunity to partake in the first ever cricket carnival as well. And persons visiting for carnival had the opportunity to go to cricket as well. So it was a win-win for the Guyana government and for the people of Guyana for cricket, for CPL. You know, it was really something that many persons enjoyed. It was busy, it was buzzing all around.
So excellent marketing as well.
Yeah.
In terms of marrying the cricket with the carnival.
Yeah. Sinclair will now come for his final over. Sinclair will be coming from the southern end of the ground. And he's brought back into the attack because the extra left-hander is there as well. Pooran was there, did not get the wicket. Now Carrier is perhaps looking to prize out his wicket. It's quite a strange story with Kevin Sinclair. He was about to make his one-day international debut this year against New Zealand in Barbados. And he lives with his grandfather in Berbice. His grandfather left his home to go with his friends to watch his grandson, who he's very proud of, make his one international debut, only to get a message while he was watching his grandson make his debut that his house is on fire.
My goodness.
Yeah, that was some story. And he said, you know what, that is gone. My grandson is the future. He stayed and watched the game until the end, then went to think about that disaster. Kevin Sinclair said he had promised his grandfather that when he makes enough money on cricket, he's going to build a house for his grandfather. And it was a promise he has kept. Kevin Sinclair, his grandfather, is living comfortably in a brand new house thanks to Kevin Sinclair.
Wow, what a wonderful story indeed.
So hello to everyone in Berbice, hello to everyone in Angois Avenue, the Main Street, the Pitt Street, Strand. Oh. The Berbice is considered the ancient county in Guyana, but the Berbicians will tell you it will be soon the advanced, the developed county. Lots of development planned for Berbice by the government of Guyana. Final delivery is driven down towards extra cover. Feel that long off, running around, does the field in, and that's the end of Kevin Sinclair's work for the night. 10 overs and done for 35, 40 gone, 178 for loss of 4. 92 needed from the last 60 balls. I think Anil has done his part for the night as well. He's going to disappear. And Hamza Mohammed is in the hot seat, and I think he's going to take us home tonight. Hamza, this one is setting up for an exciting finish. Just over 9 runs and over now. 92 needed from 60 balls.
And as you would say, it's 9.3, so you rounded off the 10 and over.
It, yes.
Right? So just about, let's just say 10 and over, these last 10 overs. Certainly some exciting time in this part of the game, because if Darren Bravo can do what he would have done in a CPL mode this last couple years, more so for the TKR, now TKR team, could certainly be a bit of a battle here. That signature on drive for 6. Certainly a beautiful shot indeed.
Classy.
He plays it right up there with the best. Is Darren Bravo.
So umpire Chris Taylor signaling the bowling power play. Now the start of the bowling power play, it means that a maximum of 5 fielders are allowed out of the 30-yard circle. Sometimes you find that teams are really in control at this stage and do not take that opportunity to have 5 fielders outside. But this time we'll run through the field and let you know as Rutherford starts his new over. That starts with a short ball. So there's a deep cover, there's a long off, mid on, well, long on in fact, deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. Those are the 5 fielders out of the 30-yard circle for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Bravo is on strike. The fielders in the ring at the moment. We have a third man, backward point, extra cover on the offside, and just fine leg on the onside, asking Rutherford to bowl a very tight off stump line. So hello to all the guys down there at the Everest Cricket Club watching on this game. Hello to Andy Alley and his family and friends in Providence. The VNet Communications crew, always in tuned. This is coming out very close. A good over here so far from Rutherford, following Carrier on that occasion.
Yeah, Karaya, he's now starting off here. He's on 4 for 7, but he doesn't have much time to settle down at all. Required run rate tripping just about 10 here right now.
Oh, that misses the leg stump. Every dot ball, you'll see that required run rate climbing as they get closer to the end of the innings. So Chris Taylor, the umpire, did not call a wide on that occasion, perhaps brushing the pad on its way.
Yeah, Karaya certainly missing out on a gift there.
Yeah.
And they'll want to capitalize on everything that they got.
This time, it will not be speared. It goes down further down the leg side. Does not take any part of the body. And it goes into the gloves of Bramble.
Still to come is a guy who is known for hitting some big ones as well. That's in Sunil Narine. So they won't want it to reach that stage, but if needs be and he has to, Trinidad will hope that he could come out all guns blazing here.
We know what Akil Hussain can do as well.
Very interesting tactics set in Karaya in this position here, John.
I think they're looking for someone who perhaps thought that Bravo would have been stepping on the gas by now. He's been there for a long time. Darren Bravo. Hello to Lennox and family down there in Nevis, in tune to this gripping encounter as well. Large contingent of Guyanese in Nevis, in that Twin Island Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. This one is pulled away. So that's the end of over number 41. Rutherford bowled 4 overs so far. Not a bad night for him. 4 overs done for 17. 9 overs still to go in this contest. 89 runs needed.
Yeah, Rutherford, he had a good time with a batter as well. A very crucial partnership in the middle there with Tevin Imlash. He made 49 of 63 deliveries. So certainly not a bad night for him. It's definitely not a bad night for Romario Shepherd as well.
So the substitute fielder, Kemal Savory, is off the field. Sinclair is back on. So 3 of the 14 in fact, 14 players came with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 3 of the 14 players yet to feature in this year's tournament: Quinton Sampson, Kemal Savory, and Niall Smith. Niall Smith, fast bowler, right arm fast bowler. Quinton Sampson, the all-rounder, who's very explosive with the bat, can also bowl useful medium pacers. And then the wicketkeeper batsman, Kemal Savory. Play him as a wicketkeeper, play him as a batsman. Take your pick.
Either way, he's a genuine fielder as well. This guy's
Extremely
like
lightning.
lightning on the field as well.
Moti comes back into the attack. Starts with a very good delivery.
I think Moti might be looking to bowl a bit more quicker here.
This is his 6th over. Will he be used at this end for the rest of the innings? Is left to be seen.
I wonder if he'll just take his chance of flight one to Bravo, knowing what Bravo is capable of here. But Moti is more than well. If he could just pull it back a little, get that ball to turn into Bravo as well, you can never tell what could happen.
Yeah, got 2 wickets in the last game at the Oval. 1 so far this contest. Looking for more success. Looking for the big wicket of Bravo, who's well set on 46. There he goes, down, back over the head of Moti. Moti pitches up and is punished. That's a big 6 to bring up the half century for Bravo. Well played. He's now on to 52 and taking his team to 188 for 4 in the 42nd.
Excellent there from Darren Bravo. And isn't that a beautiful shot? It's just so glamorous to the eyes. Darren Bravo, he plays that shot almost better than anyone else. And if he's on sound like this, never could tell what could happen in the ending stages here for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Is this the innings, not just for Darren Bravo, but to continue the momentum for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team?
That's his 37th listed half century for the 33-year-old. So bringing it up in grand style. You just asked if Moti is going to pitch up to Bravo. There's your answer. You're going to flight it, you're going to pitch it up, and Bravo will take that any day.
I think the key to that is he pitches up a little too wide. Supposed to be a little more closer there.
There he goes outside the off stump again and beats the fielder. The diving fielder sprawling away will not cut it off, and even the chase of Pramal not quick enough. And 4 more. Follows up that 6 with a boundary. Moti 2 wide on this occasion. So 10 runs for Bravo in 2 balls.
Yeah, that's excellent stuff there. Again, Moti a bit too wide, and that's what it's allowing Bravo to just free his arm, and it's releasing the pressure here. So not really an ideal start here from Gudakesh Moti, but Bravo, he's happy nonetheless.
Yeah, Captain Leon Johnson backward point, full dive, sprawling away on the carpet, and could not stop that one. And we see the ball is thrown all the way to Johnson at that same backward point position. Who has the towel? The rags are coming out because we have some Jew here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Certainly have the due factor. Certainly something here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
This one is played neatly again by Bravo. We can see that not only his confidence is up, but his stroke playing is up as well, because earlier he was just playing that ball defensively. Now he's actually getting the bottom hand involved and getting a single quite easily.
I think Karaya, he'll have to take the initiative of trying to hit some big ones here as well. Can't leave it all to Bravo. At the moment, he's very contented just to rotate the strike. But I mean, they already got 13 runs in this over, so why not play it safe for now? The end of 42 overs, the score 194 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago, they require a further 76 for victory of 48 deliveries. Certainly build up here for an exciting encounter. I should say an exciting finish.
They will not want that required run rate to go past 9.5 as it is now. They want to keep it within touching distance. If it goes to 12, it means they have to score 2 runs at least off of every ball. It means they have to hit boundaries in every over. At this same stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were 190 for 8. So TNT Red Force are ahead by 4 runs, and they've lost 4 less wickets. So you can say they're ahead of the game at this stage. But then we had that big partnership towards the end between Romari Shepherd and Versami Pamor for 68 in no time. That took this total from 201 for 9
Yes, that's
to
68.
269 without further loss.
That's 68 coming in just 6 overs.
Yeah.
They were 201 for 9 after 44.
So Rutherford given a 5th over now. We saw him getting 4 2 days ago at the Queen's Park Oval. This one's too short, not putting any pressure at all on Carrier. 75 from 47. The countdown is on. It is the final countdown. There's a song like that, you know. I'm very pleased to see that some persons come out to watch this game. I know cricket is well supported in South Trinidad and Tobago. Well, South Trinidad.
Yeah, I was just outside there. There's better people on both sides
Yeah.
of the ground, so certainly a good sign here. I think from Trinidad's perspective now, they'll be hoping that Bravo could face as much deliveries as possible. He's well set right now. He's on 58 of 76 deliveries. Karaya is very handy with the bat as well. But again, I think they wouldn't want him to just be there rotating the strike. They'll want him to see if he can get a few away as well.
Nice change of pace there. Chance for Rutherford. Non-strikers there. And once again, missing the woodwork. Leon Johnson close in at cover, at short cover. Got to the ball very quickly. Turned around and missed.
Well, he was definitely out there.
Yeah, it would have been a goner. Once again, Johnson especially not getting his radar right, not hitting the woodwork. So it's pulled away, but there's protection there on the boundary at mid-wicket. Imlak does well.
Yeah, Rutherford, he's very happy at just bowling that short of a length delivery. And what he's doing as well, he's varying his pace really nicely. So the batsmen, they need to muscle this ball if they want it to go anywhere on this surface. The dew on the ground would certainly hold up the ball as well.
Oh, this one is edged away, calculated edge. And it's going to run away down to third man and into the boundary for 4.
It's probably what Karaya needed to kickstart a bit of momentum into his innings here. He's on 13 of 16 so far.
That was just too wide from Rutherford. And there is Karaya throwing everything that he'd got the outside edge. Had there been a first slip, that would have gone comfortably. Perhaps would have taken it reverse cup. Third man in Pestano had no chance. It was speeding across this outfield.
There's only that man at that deep extra cover position there, so I'm not understanding why the bowlers are bowling so wide. Even Gurekesh Moti in that last over was bowling everything outside that off stump. Looking to come in closer to the body here.
The margin for error is very small. Sometimes you go too full and you're dispatched down the ground.
And as I say that man from deep square leg, he comes into the circle and we have a long off right now.
Deep cover comes into play.
Looks like that's from Mario Shepard out there on the
It
boundary.
is Shepherd. So Rutherford has completed 5 overs, none for 26. Together with Pestano, they've done 10 overs. So if he's been all into the attack to make sure that that 10 overs has been secured, they have done that. So at this same stage, the Guyana Harpy Eagles were 196 for 8. It means TNT Red Force, they've gone way past them by some 7 runs clear, and still Red Force losing less wickets at the same stage.
Yes, certainly. If you can come into this stage as a quote-unquote part-time bowler for this Guyana team and go for less than a run a ball, you've certainly done your job on the night like this.
So the bowling options very limited for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
You talk about guys who having a good night, and this guy is at the forefront here, Mario Shepard. He's bowled 8 overs, 23 runs, 2 wickets, and it looked like we're going to have a change of ball again here.
Yeah, the umpires are inspecting their balls. Remember, from each end there's a separate ball, so they're comparing their balls at the moment. Perhaps looking for one with similar condition to whichever one is the better one. Chris Wright, the reserve umpire, very busy tonight. So look at the bowling options. Rutherford with 2 remaining. Shepard with 2 remaining. Pramal has 1, but last over was very expensive for him. Pestano has 5 remaining. Moti 4 remaining. And if Rutherford will be given more, he has 5 as well. Just Sinclair finishing his quota of 10. None for 35. So now, with 7 overs to go, you have 4 bowlers that are available to you. So then you have options. But will Leon Johnson be using Pramal maybe towards the death? Will he persist with Moti? Questions. Will Sinclair have the energy and the desire and will be brought back? Not Sinclair, Pestano, sorry. Shepard starts his 9th over.
Yeah, Pestano's gone for a few here tonight. It's been all over the place, to be fair. The Trinidad Tobago batsman, he just capitalized on it. I think Darren Bravo now, he'll be the key for the Trinidad Tobago team in this run chase. Well set, he's on 59 of 77.
He's on strike. Some adjustments being made to the field by Captain Johnson. All seems well now. And now Bravo does some gardening. Single taken easily. Shepard himself does the fielding. So between Pestano and Rutherford, 10 overs, none for 60. Looked much better because of the 5 overs, none for 26 from Rutherford. Pramal picking up 1 wicket, but once again expensive. 1 for 51 from his 9. Short, slower bumper by Brathwaite. With all of his experience, says that's 1 for the over in terms of a short ball, and allows it not being penalized for bowling wide of the off stump. That's a serious art you have to bowl those tennis ball kind of bounces.
There is a wide line there, so
This time he goes much fuller, and it's going to be hiked away down towards the backward square. Nice flick shot from Yanakaria, and he gets another boundary, straying on the pad and paying the price.
yeah, a bit too straight on that occasion there was from Mario Shepard. A rare bad ball, you should say, from him. Just forgetting about the earlier bumper, but excellent shot there from Karayan. As I was mentioning before, you need to capitalize on those deliveries, especially at this stage of the game.
Karayan started slowly, but 2 boundaries recently, and getting much closer to that 100 strike rate. 19 from 20 deliveries. He has a key role to play here with Bravo if TNT will overhaul the target. TNT Red Force. Slow bounce again. At this stage of the game, this is where the game can be lost by the Harpy Eagles if they continue to be sloppy. But they can also win it from this stage with some tight bowling and some very good fielding. Hetmeyer has certainly given them the opportunity with in the field, taking 2 wonderful catches, pulled off some good fielding after an ordinary start to his fielding tonight.
They certainly misfield a few. Was it Maya? That's got away really nicely. That's gonna raise it to the boundary there. Valiant effort by the fielder, but I think as we see the replay here, I think he should have done a little better there. But that was struck really hard from Darren Bravo.
It was not.
Oh no, that was wide of him. Fielder had no chance on that occasion.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair at backward point, and that ball was not very wide from Shepherd. That's the end of his 9th over. He's gone for 34, but he's picked up 2 wickets. 44 gone, 214 for 4.
Yeah, he's certainly one of those bowlers that teams usually use him as well, and a lot in the back end of the innings. So I think he will more than likely bowl out here. He isn't doing a bad job at all. Yeah, he went for some 11 runs in that last over, I think it was.
At the same stage, the Harpy Eagles were 201 for 9. It's at that stage, Shepherd was joined by Virasambi Pamal, and then that exciting partnership started after 44 overs.
Yeah, the onslaught started from there. It was as though he was just tearing apart some ordinary bowling, and that's pulled away nicely. But there's protection. That man you were talking about, Shimron Hetmeyer, he's patrolling at leg side boundary.
So Rutherford as well, given the 6th over. So who will bowl the remaining 5 overs?
Leon Johnson is probably a happier man, knowing that Pestano didn't really perform as he wanted, and Rutherford has just taken up the slack here. Doing a good job for his team so far.
Pestano had a similar start to his spell at the Queen's Park Oval 2 days ago, but came back at the death and looked quite different and bowled very economical. Maybe given an opportunity to do the same again, you'll never know.
I mean, somebody will have to come in because, like I said, Shepherd, he only has 1 over remaining, so just maybe might be the time for Pestano to come and shine here.
And the last over for Moti was not the best. Maybe we have seen the end of Moti for the night as well. Oh, this one is chipped nicely, but there's a fielder coming around, up short of him. Come on, Kemal Savory, that's what the crowd is saying. And he's being urged on as well by the bowler Rutherford. That ball spent a year and a day in the air, and there was Savory, who we speak of earlier as a very good fielder, just waiting for that ball to fall, not going for the catch, trying to protect the boundary.
Yeah, I think that was really, really poor on his part, and Rutherford let him know that. He was very vocal towards him.
So now runs flowing off the bat of the Red Force batters. Bravo, who's up by 1. A very good important innings from him. Not only that he's given his team the opportunity to overhaul the target, but he's gotten himself into form. Bravo. 4 singles in the over so far from Rutherford.
Yeah, they need a boundary here now.
So is it in the air? Savory's getting under it, but it's going to go over his head and into the dugout of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. And that is the boundary you're asking for. 6. Quite a timely boundary, quite a timely hit by Yannick Karaya.
And that's a beautiful shot there. Fielder could only watch that go over his head. And what's even better, he hit it straight into his dugout as well. That young man there, Jeremy Solazano, another bright perspective in the Trinidad Tobago team, just picking up the ball and throwing it back. One delivery left to go. 10 runs off the over so far.
Single taken. Rutherford, 6 overs, none for 37. 45 gone, 5 to go. 225 for 4. 11 runs from that over ball by Rutherford.
Yeah, that's his most expensive over so far. 45 remaining in final 5. 9 runs and over. Now we can see an even 9 runs and over now, Mr. John. Trinidad and Tobago definitely ahead by this stage. By this stage, Guyana, they were batting 209 for 9. But what is very important to remember is that the momentum kept going with Romario Shepherd straight till the end.
That's our background here today as we look out onto this field. That's the beautiful Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the hospitality section. The think tank has decided to give Clinton Pestano the ball.
Yeah, 3 senior players there, Leon Johnson, Versami Pomal and Shimron Hitmire.
Yes, Johnson captain, Pamal vice captain, and like you mentioned, senior player Shimron Hetmaya.
Was previously captain of that CPL team recently.
Yep. Winning captain, West Indies under 19. Only captain to date that has done that.
So Correa, he's going to be on strike, and just like that, his strike rate is above 100 right now. He's on 29 of 25.
He's about to receive from Pestano, who's operating wrong the wicket to the left-hander, and gets a good delivery. Chance for a run-out if he hits. Does some football work. He misses. Yes, no between the batters, and in the end, they ran back into the respective creases, and Pestano was getting anxious as well.
Immediately, a different Pestano came in hittable. Something just looks different about him in that. An excellent delivery to start off with. So Leon Johnson will hope that he could continue this here.
Well, he has nothing to lose, Clinton Pestano. Team needs him at the moment. You want to come good, and he has started with a very good delivery, and even his approach in trying to get that run out, he looked much different. Here he is again. Short ball, but it will just be a single.
That ball took forever to reach Correa. It's an extremely slow ball there from Pestano.
Played in the regional 4-day this season, Pestano, early in the season. Was not picked for the latter half of the season. Started to work on his fitness. Lost some of the extra baggage on his body. Looking trim. Chance for runner this time. It will be easy. He's just going to walk with the ball. Clinton Pestano. And the breakthrough coming via the runner route is Yannick Correa, who's going to sacrifice himself. There's a mix-up there, and Correa has to go. Wicket number 5 going down for the Red Force in over number 46. Correa run out for 30. Wicket badly needed by the Harpy Eagles, and one that the Red Force could not afford to lose.
Yeah, an excellent start to this over here from Pestano. So he conceding just 1 run so far. Crucial wicket here. Correa, he was now starting to flourish a bit. But from a Trinidad's perspective, it's going to be very interesting to see who's walking out here to bat.
Sunil Narine.
And if ever they needed a flourish from this guy who's done a lot in the past, they'll need one right now. Wearing that number 24 in his back, if he can make that in quick time, certainly cause some worries for this guy on the team. Immediately by saying that, I remembered when he hit Glenn Maxwell those 4 sixes in Australia a few years ago.
He has replaced Yannick Correa, who's just run out for 30 from 27 balls, 2 4s and 1 6. Ending a 56-run partnership with Darren Bravo. So they've gotten some partnerships, the Red Force. 79 for the first wicket. Nothing for the second wicket. 47 between Bravo and Jason Mohammed for the third wicket. Bravo and Puran put on 44 for the fourth wicket. And for the fifth wicket, 56 with Bravo and Karai, who has just run out. So Pestano, not a bad start to his spell in the death. Quite similar to what we saw at the Oval 2 days ago. So Narine is not going to be on strike. He's at a non-striker's end because the run out took place at that end. Powerfully driven to extra cover. Just a single.
An excellent over so far from Pestano. Only conceding those 2 runs. He would have bowled 5 overs for 34 runs before this over started.
So Bravo's on to 67, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Holding the innings together, holding the run chase together. He stands between the Trinidad Tobago collecting 2 more points or handing 2 points to the Harpy Eagles.
Pestano, he's bowling to Narine now.
Oh, almost driving back to the hands of Pestano, but he's off the mark. Sunil Narine. So look at that. Dot. 1. Run out. 1, 1. So 3 runs, 3 singles. And a wicket by run out in this over so far. Leon Johnson telling his bowler the plan. So they're pretty much on the same page.
So far he's bowling to that plan.
Bravo surveying the field. Gonna finish well, Pestano. Slow ball again. Bravo will keep strike at the start of the new over. Moves up to 68. Pestano, not a bad return. 4 singles and got the wicket via run out. 229 for the loss of 5. 46 gone. 4 to go.
That's an excellent over in this stage of the game, I should say. Just 4 runs conceding in that over. Important wicket as well. 41 required now of 24 deliveries. And this is the nervous times that we've been talking about. A little shift in momentum compared to when Romario Shepherd blazed.
No need to panic.
Runs.
Look at the stage. Look at where they are. The Red Force, 229 for 5, while the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 214 for 9. So we can look at that. But sometimes you need to spare a thought for the batters out in the middle. We do not have that comparison that we're seeing thanks to the excellent work of our production team here.
And scoreboard pressure is a hell of a thing, I should say, John. Sometimes 10 over at this stage can seem like 20 runs and over out there if you get 2 dot balls.
So, Shepherd is going to come now for his final over. 2 for 34. 41 needed from 24. Starts with a very slow ball. Look at that commitment from Moti. Take some of the soil with him as he was diving to save that one.
Yeah, the ground's a bit moist on that end of the ground.
Yeah, you can tell us from your experience. You were walking out there.
Yeah, certainly the boundary edges are really wet. A bit of rain didn't really help the course, but I mean, kudos to the ground staff for having this pitch prepared in such lovely condition for this encounter.
Yeah, Harish Raghunath and his team doing a good job indeed. Shepherd to Narine. Full toss. And that's scooped away, but there's a fielder right back on the boundary. Savory again on the field. And looking for the second is Narine. Narine's intention is clear.
Yeah, certainly so, and there's no other way for him to play at this stage of the game. 5 wickets still in hand. He has to go at everything, and we know that's how he usually plays on a normal circumstance. So they need for him to kick off here.
No stranger to this facility. On target again, Shepherd. But a single again. And Savory does the fielding again.
Yes.
The designated towel person is Captain Leon Johnson. So the ball goes to him almost every time for him to take off the whatever moisture the ball gathers as it goes into the outfield.
Because he's that take charge leader, it's not a bad ploy at all.
Swing and a miss. Dot ball very crucial at this stage.
Yeah, just 3 runs in this over so far.
All singles. So the Harpy Eagles won't mind the singles at all. Those singles will not do them any harm. But it's the boundaries that they're protecting. Rutherford is at long off. Savory at deep cover. Long on. Long on in Sinclair. And that ball goes over his head. That's the maximum. That's Sunil Narine. Short ball from Shepherd. And it's punished.
Yeah, Narine just telling Bravo there, you can play your own drive. I can pull that in that same position. A short ball there from Mario Shepherd. And a desperate boundary from Sunil Narine. There's no holding back from this guy, and we all know that's what he was coming out here to do.
Just as I was saying who the deep fielders are, may not want to take on those fielders. There was Narine backing himself, and that one went over long on quite easily. There's a deep mid wicket and there's a deep backward square as well. Full delivery picked up nicely, and Imlak, a deep mid wicket, comes off the boundary, does the fielding. 3 overs to go now. 10 runs from that Romario Shepherd over. He has completed his spell of 10 overs for tonight, 2 for 44, and after 47 overs, the Red Force looking to get 270 to win. They're 239 for 5.
Yeah, 239 after 47 overs. 31 needed of the last 3. Shepherd, excellent night for him. 2 for 44, 70 plus with a bat.
He was a recent MVP of the inter-county tournament in Guyana before coming to Trinidad and Tobago. So not only that he's been bowling well, he's been batting well. And crowning off another good all-round performance, Romario Shepherd. Will it be match winning? It's left to be seen. Bravo still there. Can rain on his parade. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, over the last season and this season, they've won 8 consecutive CG United Regional Super 50 matches. Will that streak be extended or will it be snapped? 18 deliveries still to go.
We'll be hoping that this guy on strike can say something about that as well. He's already hit one monster 6 here. They need a few more from him if they are to win this game.
Destano continues. This time he goes over cover. Still in the Narine. And we get that into the boundary. 1 bounce, 2 bounces on a roll. And rolls over the rope ahead of Tevin Imlak. And Narine, 13 from 6.
Yeah, that's an excellent shot there from Sunil Narine. Pestano just giving him a bit of room, and he's gonna just take it on. What Pestano is doing in this first ball that he didn't do in the last over, he didn't give the batsman no room at all. That's not what Leon Johnson would want.
Has an opportunity to correct himself. Full toss this time, and it peels off the outside edge and goes down to third man. Sunil Narine is a man on a mission tonight.
It was at the same stage that Romario Shepherd got that outside edge and raced away for 4. Sunil Narine just repeating it here.
There we see another full delivery, maybe slipping again from Pestano as he was looking for that Yorker.
Fortune favors the brave.
Yes, Narine going very brave at the moment. 23 from 16, and just a couple of boundaries, the 6 in the last over and consecutive 4s in over number 48, and suddenly that equation gets very close. 23 to get from 16.
Pestano, no, he needs the correct line and length here.
Much closer. To the body of Narine. Look, Bravo wants a second. It's not on.
Narine isn't running any of the first ones hard if you look at it. I think from Bravo needs to walk down and say, here's what's going on. Let's just run the first one hard. There's a possibility of fumble in the outfield there. He's willing to go back for two, and why not? Narine's hitting the ball. I understand Bravo has been there a long time and he can certainly muscle a ball for six. But at the moment, Narine is doing the job.
This game is on a knife's edge. Cricket is not for the weak heart.
Certainly so.
So I hope those of you watching at home, whether you're in Guyana, out of Guyana, in Trinidad, out of Trinidad, hope you've taken your pressure tablets. This one is played out to third man for a quick single. Direct hit, but Bravo is very quick. Well, Narine is very quick on this occasion to get into the striker's end.
That's excellent run in there from Sunil Narine. He was out of block hole extremely fast. Look at that. He was like lightning there. He was there quite comfortably in the end as well. So this is excellent from Sunil Narine.
21 from 14. Which way will this go? Hamza, I saw you at the concession area spending your money. If you have any remaining, where will you put that money? Going for a quick single. May very well be a leg by.
The stage I might just split it and cut my losses evenly. You talk about a cool-minded person or co-commentator, Mr. Adam Lakan. He's as cool as anyone here. Certainly seen this and been in this position so many times.
Is he cool because of the air conditioning?
Well, he has the window open as well, so certainly a lovely fellow is Mr. Adam Lakan.
Yes, you've
Certainly
seen this many, many times before.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's getting emotional at all.
He would have to coach kids to be in positions like this as well.
Yes.
So again,
Looks as he's made of steel.
to see Pastano, he's continuing here.
20 to get from 13. One-handed shot from Bravo. A trademark shot. Two fielders are coming in. Settles, takes it. And that's the big wicket. Kevin Sinclair. Will we see the somersault? I don't think so because it's a bit slippery out there. But he has taken a wonderful catch to get the big fish. Bravo. Gone for 7-1. Good catch from Kevin Sinclair at deep mid-wicket. And Pestano picks up a wicket at a very crucial stage at the end of 48. The 250 is on the board for the Red Force, but they've lost another wicket. 6 down now.
Yeah, Pastano, what he did correctly there is he bowled that ball as close as possible to Bravo. Bravo just taking a foot outside the off stump. Pastano, fuller delivery, closer delivery. Trademark, as you said, but the variation on this stage outfoxed Darren Bravo, and an excellent catch there in the outfield by Kevin Sinclair. We all know what a wonderful fielder he is as well. Bravo could possibly have put Trinidad in a winning position here still. With 20 required of 12 deliveries, we've seen this so many times around the world. Excellent inning though from Darren Bravo, 71 from 88.
4 fours and 2 sixes in that knock. Very good knock from him, but he's disappointed that he has gone. But like you said, he's done enough to put his team in a winning position. And Akil Hussain, the new batsman, he is quite capable as well. You've seen what he has done recently on the international stage, also during the Caribbean Premier League, and with Sunil Narine, who's hitting the ball clean at the other end. This pair can very well finish it in maybe the next over.
Yep, Darren Bravo is getting a standing ovation from everyone here, and a well-deserved standing ovation indeed. I hear what you're saying about Akil Hussain, but what's really important from this Trinidad and Tobago side is that the experience of Sunil Narine, he's going to be on strike right now. Rutherford, he's bowled 6 overs for 37 runs. He went for some 13 in his last over.
So, fine leg and third man are in the circle. It means Johnson protecting the boundaries. in front of the wicket. So there's a deep backward square mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a deep cover. Here's Rutherford. The penultimate over begins. Driven nicely, splits the gap. There's a fielder at extra cover, Leon Johnson diving, but not quick enough, not good enough. And the ball goes past him and into the boundary for 4. Boundary to start over number 49. Well needed for the Red Force.
That just sounded beautiful off the bat there. Sunil Narine, he's middling them at the moment. That was struck fiercely. That fielder had no chance.
By the time Johnson got down, the ball had passed him already. That was well hit from Sunil Narine.
But Rutherford on this occasion, again, too short.
Narine already with 3 fours and that towering 6 earlier. This time he goes down towards long on. Sinclair is there. Just 1. 15 needed from 10. So Rutherford under pressure already, conceding that boundary very early. Now he's going to be bowling to a new batter in Akil Hussain, also left-handed. Can also hit the ball a long way. Akil Hussain plays for the Queen's Park Cricket Club.
He certainly pulled off some.
So here he is about to receive his first delivery. Drives powerfully down towards long off. Chandapal does the fielding.
That ball reached extremely quick to Tejai Chandapal, who is patrolling that boundary area there.
So Johnson perhaps saying to Rutherford, just 3 more deliveries. Keep it tight because this over is very important. Whether they will win this game or lose it. They can lose it in this over if Rutherford is not very careful. In the air! Johnson comes around. Takes the right, Chandapal is there as well. Johnson drops it. And that could be the match. The captain has dropped. He had to move a fair distance. The ball was in the air for an eternity. And there is Johnson. Not in the perfect position, but got both hands to it. And eventually floored it. Bad miss.
That ball took a very long time to come down.
Is that the match that Johnson has dropped tonight?
One would have thought that could have been the longer fielder there.
Running in. That could have done a better job. But the captain himself called for it. Looking for 2. It's not on. Good work from Sinclair. Look at the equation now. Hamza. 12 to get from 7.
Certainly a bad drop there at this stage of the game. But they'll want to forget that now. There's still a game to win here. 12 of 7. Both teams still very much in it.
How much will it leave in the last over for Pestano? Most likely I'm saying Pestano because he bowled a good over in the last one, got a wicket. Let's see how much they're gonna give him to defend. In the air again. Just short of the fielder coming in, Sinclair.
But Narine, he already signaled his intention with the way he was running. He wants to stay on strike for this last over. So with 11 required of the final over, Narine, he's going to take strike. Like you said, more than likely, it looks like it's going to be Pestano to bowl this final over.
Must be Pestano because the way he bowled the last over, the way he came back, he must take the responsibility. So captain and vice captain, they're having a discussion with him. Johnson must be dejected. Nothing with the bat today. First ball duck. Ordinary time in the outfield. Floor the catch. And now, what can he be telling his fast bowler to do? Get a wicket. Get dot balls. 11 to get from 6 balls. Clinton Pestano, perhaps the most important over of his career, about to begin. Narine taps away. 26 from 13. Very good knock so far. Short ball. And it goes down towards long on. Hetmeyer. 10 to get from 5.
Yeah, Narine. Can see his intention there. He just looks like he doesn't want to go back for a second, even though if it's on.
I'm looking for your money. You don't have any money? Let's bet some jewelry. It's at that stage in any cricket match, the bookmakers will be getting very anxious. Where will it go? The odds are here. The odds are there. Pestano into his 8th over. He's gone past 50 runs in terms of what he has conceded. But he's picked up a very important wicket, that of Darren Bravo. Swing and a miss from Akil. They're going for the single. They're going for the bye. They'll get an extra as well via overthrow because there's no one backing up. And with the gloves, Bramble, the wicketkeeper, took the opportunity, took the responsibility of throwing down the stumps, missed it by a mile, and they got the extra run via the overthrow. So 2 byes.
I just thought that was extremely poor of Anthony Bramble behind the stumps. I don't think there was any need. He didn't even look like he was aiming for the stumps there.
I think instinct from the wicketkeeper, threw the ball back, and the ball in its follow through was on the other side of the pitch, had no chance of getting it. And we see now the players are on their toes in the dugout. So this time just a single is an appeal from Clinton Pestano asking umpire Brathwaite, how is that? He signals a leg by, not the leg before decision that Pestano was asking for.
Bramble's face looks like he's still a bit. That was really ordinary there from Anthony Bramble, but say what? 7 required of 3. And that ball looks like it's just that's going way down leg side. So
Yeah.
no problems there for the umpire.
Very good decision indeed from umpire Brathwaite.
But an excellent delivery nonetheless from Pestano. Came back really well here in his second spell.
7 to get. 6 will tie the game. Will not get 6 on this occasion. Once again, Johnson diving, not stopping the ball. Leon Johnson not having a good match at all here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Allowing the ball to go by and giving the extra run as well. Good tidying up by the fielder deep cover. Savory is there.
5 to get of 2 deliveries now. There's an extra cover. Long on, long off. A man at deep square leg. A man at the mid-wicket region.
Another mid-pitch discussion between Akil Hussain and Sunil Narine. So Narine took 2 runs there. He's back on strike. Very important innings from Narine, who also loves to phase the Guyanese bowling attack.
Everyone's on their feet, and you can tell it stands because even Mr. Lakan, he's on his feet as well.
Yeah, the cucumber, very cool as a cucumber. And he is actually having some anxious moments this time. 2 deliveries to go. 5 runs to get. Here's Pestano to Narine. Drives down to long off. Will not take the single. Will not take the run. And it's fielded by Tevin Imlak. So we're down to the last ball in this contest. And a boundary will do it for the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. If it's a 6, they win. If it's a boundary, it's a tie.
Some mixed reviews about that there. Captain Nicholas Puran, he doesn't look like he's happy with that decision not to run. But Narine is the senior man out there, so
Boundary needed. 4 to tie. 6 to win. Narine on strike. And just like Anil Lakan, Narine is pretty much composed. Very cool. They say it's a batsman's game. Let's see if the batsman will win it tonight, or if the Guyana Harpy Eagles can snap this winning streak of the TNT Red Force. Here comes Clinton Pestano. There goes Narine. It will fall well short of the boundary and will protect the boundary is Shimon Hetmeyer. Guyana Harpy Eagles defending 269 for 9 nicely. Well, too close for comfort, you may want to say. Winning by 3 runs, restricting the TNT Red Force to 266 for 6 from their 50 overs. Narine just could not get the 6 needed to win the game in the last ball. He finishes on 30. Hussain with him is on 2. 3 runs victory. Congratulations to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They have snapped this winning streak that the TNT Red Force have started since 2021. 8 matches they've won on the trot. Not the 9th one tonight. Red Force losing tonight. Harpy Eagles getting their first points.
Yes, that if there was ever gonna be a momentum build, it was certainly gonna be this one. Extremely close game. We know it was gonna be close. It came right down to the final ball. Remember, they wanted 5 off to Narine, refusing that single in the end there. Could only muster it straight to the fielder at that deep extra cover position, to that mid-wicket position, I should say. And he could only manage one in the end. An excellent comeback though by Pestano after being taken to the cleaners in the beginning.
So the Narine 30 from 17 was just not good enough. Akil Hussain was there in the end on 4. Earlier we saw Utley 49, De Silva 28, Jason Mohammed 24, Bravo well played 71, Puran 23, Karaya 30, and TNT Red Force falling short by some 3 runs, 266 for the loss of 6. And what a game we've had in this CG United Regional Super 50 Cup. So the Red Force having their first defeat in this year's tournament. They've played 2, just like the Harpy Eagles played 2, won 1, lost the other. The Windward Islands Volcanoes unbeaten after 2 games. CCC, the only team to lose 2 games as well. So Zone A, very much open with a format, each team playing each other twice. So we'll have a look at the bowling card. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, Romario Shepherd, 2 for 44. The pick of the bowlers, 1 each for Pamal, who bowled 9 overs for 51 runs. 1 as well for Clinton Pestano, who brought it home in the end. 1 for Gurukesh Moti, who just bowled 6 overs in difficult conditions here because of that dew, I suppose. And in the end, 266 for 6. Guyana Harpy Eagles winning by 3 runs.
Certainly an extremely close encounter here at the Brandland Cricket Academy. We had a bit of crowd, and certainly they got their money's worth with this game. Excellent cricket here, and it's over the years, these two teams, they do this. They bring exciting cricket to wherever they are. 269 for 9 and 50 overs, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Trinidad, they came up 3 runs short, 266 for 6. Aaron Bravo, 71 for 88, but it was that man, Romario Shepherd, who separated these two teams, 74 not out of 46. But Spear thought, excellent bowling. Shannon Gabriel, 4 for 42. He was lightning tonight. Sunil Narine, ever economical, 3 for 17 of his 10. But it wasn't enough for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Romario Shepherd again producing match-winning innings and back to top of the ball, 2 for 44 of his 10. Definitely the pick of the bowlers here tonight.
And is he your player of the match?
Definitely.
So
no questions asked there.
Yeah, mine as well. So they'll have a presentation for player of the match a bit later on. But that will end our broadcast here tonight. I want to thank you for your time. We know that you could have been doing many other things, but you chose to spend it with us tonight. We thank you for that. So on behalf of Anil Lakan, Hamza Mohammed, Vinod Mamchan, and our technical team, my name is John Ramsing. Saying goodbye for tonight. Saying congratulations again to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, winning by 3 runs over the TNT Red Force, the defending champions, losing their first game in this year's tournament. Both teams, 1 win, 1 defeat. Tournament will continue on Saturday when the Guyana Harpy Eagles play right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy against CCC. The TNT Red Force will go down to Port of Spain where they play the unbeaten Windward Islands Volcanoes. That game begins at 9 a.m. and at 2 p.m. the Brian Lara Cricket Academy will come alive with that day and night encounter. Until then, it's goodbye.